Death's Child. Pirate Academy, Book 2. By Holly Hook. Copyright 2021 by Holly Hook. Chapter 1. Something was eating at Kale, and I was about to learn what it was. It was clear in the way he slowly crossed the deck of his ship to talk to me. I stopped there, bored from my own pacing, and tensed as he approached. It wasn't as if I could miss him. Kale's noble blue tunic, black hat, and shining black boots stood out in the pirate world, and if he wasn't the son of the Pirate King, his kind would have thrown him overboard a long time ago. "Are your gloves on?" Kale walked up beside me and looked over the railing at the calm gray ocean below. "Are your gloves on?" That wasn't ominous at all. Whatever Kale was about to say would make my deathly magic flare, and he had to be sure I didn't accidentally kill someone. "Yes, father," I said, injecting as much sarcasm into my voice as I could. I checked my black gloves, which stopped the skin-on-skin contact that I needed to kill someone with my magic. "I know that it's foggy, but I didn't realize that your eyesight was that bad." The fog seemed to thicken all around Kale's ship, the Soshana, as it creaked its way through the gray, dead water. The sails and the blue flags hung limp above us, and Kale's crew milled around, tense. It was the most excitement I'd seen since boarding Kale's ship a few weeks ago, and by far the most I'd had after killing Yeoman Vulcan. The thing was, things were slow in the pirate world lately, and that suited me fine. Because I still didn't want this life. "Look around you," Kale said. "Everyone's eyesight is bad right now. I wish we had your sister on board. She might see through this fog and watch for any ships coming out of the port." "Maybe," I said, hating that I hadn't seen Beezy in 3 weeks. Now I was in the second half of my recruit training, and Kale was my official trainer. We would alternate time at sea with time on Islanda Nylar. And in less than 6 months, we would complete our training. I wanted out before I wound up a permanent fixture on a crew. I searched for Mocha and Jez, the only 2 other recruits now training on Kale's ship. They had taken up spots on the forecastle, watching for any signs of merchants who crossed in front of our ambush point, which was between 2 large, jagged rocks off the coast of Islanda Nylar. "Gloves on tight?" Kale asked again. "Enough about the gloves, okay?" I wished he'd get to the point. "At least I didn't make you wear silk gloves," Kale reminded me. "How many people have you killed by mistake since I gave them to you?" "None," I admitted. I could even get away with using swords and pistols without transferring my magic to them. It was such a simple solution that Mocha couldn't believe we hadn't thought of it on our own. "You think we'll get a ship today?" Lord Beccass had been one thing. I had a personal grudge against my former owner, but this was another. "Maybe, Nar." "Gloves save lives," Kale said with a smile, leaning on the railing. "Just be glad you haven't had to take them off yet. And don't if we do get a ship." "With our luck lately, we'll get a barge full of soldiers," I said. Islanda Nylar was named for the god of battles, and it held training grounds for guards and mercenaries. For that reason, all the merchants and nobles had been using this port for trade, since word of Lord Beccass's demise had spread. The nobles themselves didn't fall to pirates often, and now every merchant on the seas was terrified. "We can check every ship before we attack," he said. "And there's something I want to talk to you about." I want to talk. Those were the 4 most terrifying words in the world. I swallowed, knowing full well what the topic could be. Kale had chosen me for his ship to protect me from going to his father, and despite that, we hadn't shared another kiss since. He was more distant from me since my battle with Vulcan, which he hadn't even witnessed. The incident had changed something between us. Kale just seemed off and more scared for me since then, especially after we set sail. Kale worked his features as I studied his face, and I saw the conflict in them. We were near a port. It would make sense for him to talk about the forbidden topic now. He didn't want to say what he was going to utter next, and I almost held up a gloved hand to get him to stop, but he... "Captain." Bork, Kale's first mate, strode out of the fog and up to him, interrupting our conversation. His graying beard hung with moisture. I wanted to deck him. For one thing, he was the Pirate King's plant on the ship and Shoskin's good friend. I was sure he reported to the Pirate King every time Kale's boots squeaked, and every time Kale sneezed. Kale always narrowed his eyes whenever the older pirate approached. He had this way of hiking his shoulders ever so slightly, and whirling on his feet, standing at military attention. Kale might be the captain of this ship, but I sensed it was in name only. Bork held the real power here. Yes, Bork. I moved my hand to my right glove, sinking my finger under it, hoping that Bork would see my gesture and take one step back. He stood too close to Kale for anyone's comfort, and his own narrowed eyes spoke of impatience. This plan of yours is failing, he said. Your father is displeased with your progress and training of these recruits. They are supposed to be plundering and fighting, not pacing around the ship like bored noble passengers. I swallowed, knowing that Kale was doing his best to keep us from having to do a lot of fighting. There haven't been any ships, I blurted. One should pass our location when they leave the port at Fuller. Fuller was Islanda Nylar's largest port, and it was hidden behind a bunch of jagged rocks that formed a bottleneck and discouraged pirates from going onshore to plunder. The place was a natural fort. Bork looked at me and scowled. He had always been on the side of the crew, who I believed thought Kale was too noble to be a pirate. But he didn't dare berate me for talking out of turn. We have trained these recruits for 3 weeks, Captain. To pace around the deck. I am aware of the passage of time. We have 5 more months to make pirates of them. We will plunder a ship today. After the loss of Lord Beccas's vessel, all others have used extra caution. Kale advanced on Bork, using his height advantage. Bork sneaked a glance at me before looking back at Kale. I shuddered. While I was glad Lord Beccas and Yemen Vulgan were dead, I still shuddered to think that I had animated all those skeletons to finish off the savage captain. Fair point, Bork said. But we simply could have gone west, to where other merchants diverted to go around the far side of Islanda Nylar. That would have taken 2 weeks, Kale said. The rocks here can tear apart the ship. Mutters rose from the deck. I hadn't noticed the rest of the crew drawing close behind Bork as he spoke. And that included Mocha and Juz, my friends from Islanda Nylar. Mocha shook her head at me. Try nothing stupid, it meant. But Kale had come through for me, and I owed him. Most of all, I didn't want him to tell me that. Kale breathed out slowly, and I took my hand from my glove. Of course I meant to kill no one, but the threat worked well whenever Bork was getting on Kale's nerves. A reminder of what I could do tempered him a bit. Bork backed off. And Kale took the opening to speak. My watery magic will prevent the ship's destruction. Why have magic if I do not use it to part the water and check for the safest routes? Most cannot do that. Kale looked at me from the corner of his eye, then turned his attention back to Bork. Yes, something was eating him. Bork stood there, trying to come up with a response as the muttering stopped. You may have watery magic, he admitted, but we still need fighting and plunder. And the crew need some earthly pleasures. Then the muttering started again, and Kale drew his pistol. I gulped. This was getting bad. We'd need more than the threat of my magic to subdue this. He didn't dare fire. The world went quiet, and he knew better than to blow our cover. But it worked, and silence fell again. This is the only route in and out of Fuller. The fog is preventing many ships from leaving, but someone will come, and that ship will probably be alone. We will plunder weapons or gold. Rarely does someone take this route without either, he explained. Then he slowly put his pistol back on his belt. I promise a ship before nightfall. The fog could stay for days, a crew member, Yaluz, shouted. And ships cannot delay forever, Kale said. Return to your places and give the signal when you see or hear anything. The crew, numbering 24 young men, scattered. Bork stalked back across the deck. Mocha and Juz were the last to follow, and they took up their spot at the railing. The world returned to silence, and once again Kale and I stood alone. Nar. Thanks, Kale whispered, pushing out the words. He's afraid of you. He let the words hang in the air, as we once again looked over the railing together. The vague shape of a jagged pointed rock, like the top of a huge castle tower, came into view as the fog shifted, but then closed in again. Moisture clung to the railing. I checked to make sure no one was listening. Mocha was good at knowing when I needed time alone, and Jiz was big enough to keep the full crew members away from me. Bork should have understood. And he needs someone to keep him in check. Kale swallowed, and I knew we were about to dive into the meat of the conversation. I've been thinking about how to get you out, Nar. And this port might be it. My throat went dry. But if you lose me, he might kill you. I'd met Shoskin, and I knew he'd hurt Kale to get his way. He was savage, but differently than Vulcan. Kale tightened his grasp on the railing. I might be more valuable than you think, Nar. He forced a grin at me. Pain lived there. It was a mask. Your father is dangerous. That was one reason I hadn't jumped off the ship yet. Kale had hidden a body for me. That was a dedication I'd never had from anyone. But you don't want this, Kale said. Now I gripped the railing. What did I say to that? That was true, but now I had friends here and a way not to kill them during training. And if I left, Kale would suffer dire consequences. It was a miracle the Pirate King hadn't yanked me onto his crew yet. You're right. I don't. Then I saw my excuse. Sure, I could swim through the rocks until I reached the shore of Fuller, but I was still dressed in pirate clothes, and no amount of begging or insisting that I didn't want this would convince the inhabitants and armed guards that I wasn't up to no good. Also, I had Beezy to worry about. My sister is still back on Nylar, I said. Kale nodded. She will be far easier to move than you will be. I'm not leaving without her. It will be much easier if you escape first, and then she follows. Moving the two of you at the same time will raise eyebrows, Kale said. Then he leaned close. The water here is shallow. I won't be able to follow you on my ship if you jump off and swim away. I know it's not easy, but if you shed that bandana, the soldiers on the island may not see you as a pirate. And you're a woman. The attitude on Ferger is not exactly inclusive. They don't expect female fighters. I realized what Kale was saying. I could leave right now. Jumping off, maybe even with Mocha and Jez, might just work, especially if we did it quietly and used the fog for cover. Kale flicked his gaze to the ship's boat. We couldn't take it, but the meaning was the same. Emotion swelled into my chest. I was back in time, at that critical moment, where Kale and his crew had blocked our way to the ship's boat. Where he hadn't been able to let me go, without Bork reporting to his father. And I understood why Kale hadn't kissed me again. After Vulcan had revealed his true plans for me, Kale wanted to make it as easy as possible for me to leave. My chest constricted. I eyed Mocha, who watched over the railing. Jiz stood beside her, ear cupped, listening for the parting of the silent water. I could go right now. But what would happen to them? To Kale? Losing the first recruit with deathly magic in over 200 years would not bode well. And maybe, just maybe, Bork wanted Kale's ship. It's not that simple, I said. Kale twisted his features again. Don't stay because of me, Nar. That's the last thing I want. An invisible knife stabbed through my heart and I caught my breath. Kale. It won't work. It can't work, he hissed. Stop torturing yourself, I said, keeping my voice low. The air thickened, and my magic flared, filling my body with cold tingles and creeping death. No. But wasn't this what I wanted? I had wanted to leave the training of Islanda Nylar since before I arrived. And now that I had the chance, I got too close to someone. This was my punishment, and it was fitting. I got you here. It's my job to get you out. You can hide. You were good at that before you got here. Kale stepped closer, but his eyes danced with pain. Kale was one of the few people my magic couldn't kill. And he was pushing me away. Mocha turned her head to watch us, and even from across the ship, she must know that something was wrong. She lifted an eyebrow. I could grab them right now. But Mocha and Jez had nothing out there to go to. And did I? I have. I started. Kale, I have to think about. He advanced, and lowered his voice to the most imperceptible whisper. Go, Nar. This might be your only good chance. It would make sense that I couldn't find you. I will send Beezy after you. My breath caught as my magic raced inside me, with nowhere to go. My gloves held it inside my palms, and even if I kissed Kale here, bad idea on a pirate ship, it would still have nowhere to go. Not that I wanted to hurt him. Or did I? Betrayal swarmed into my chest like a cloud of angry bees. But just as I was about to let him have it, a seagull cackle echoed across the deck. And my heart raced as we pulled apart. Kale straightened, masking his torment as he assumed the role of a captain. The cackle from across the deck came 2 more times, just as he had instructed us all to do if something happened. We looked at each other. And then I heard it, the gentle parting of water. The sound stuck out in the dead silence, and I knew we had a ship approaching. No one spoke. The signal went quiet, and Mocha and Jez reached for their swords, ready to attack. The 2 moved in a trained manner, and I rushed across the deck to join them and the other fighters. The rest of the crew silently moved, rushing around like hurried ghosts, taking boots off to mask the sound of their feet. I was almost glad for the distraction. Almost. The gentle parting turned to sloshing, and the faint form of a large ship, just an outline really, sailed past our location between the jagged rocks. The outline of sails merged with the fog, and the faintest shapes of crew members stood on the edges. Lookouts. The rocks here were dangerous, and this ship must have no one with watery magic. Kicking my boots off, I rushed over with Kale to the other side of the ship. Already, the Soshana moved as the riggers did their work, and Kale whispered something to Talus, who turned the wheel slowly. At the same time, the water below shifted, pushing us forward as Kale tensed and mentally ordered it to do his bidding. The other ship was doomed. I would keep my gloves on. Nar, Jez said with a nod. Ready. I nodded and looked at my other friend. Mocha's stare ordered an explanation out of me later. Why did this have to happen now? I could have escaped. Terror rose in my chest. Perhaps I could still dive off the ship during the fighting and swim for it, but Jez and Mocha needed my help. They might need my protection. Afterward, maybe. They at least deserved an explanation, and a chance to jump off with me. Kale's ship slowly lurched forward, riding on the magical water current, and Kale remained silent as he put his full focus on our task. The other ship continued, seemingly oblivious, and we slowly turned into the main channel. More rocks grew up on either side, forcing us after the ship and into its wake. I could no longer see the vessel ahead, but the foaming water we followed told me it was there, rushing away. The shouts of men rang out. They had detected us. Kale drew his pistol again. He chewed the inside of his lip, which was about the only time he wasn't drop-dead handsome, and he leaned forward as the ship slowly came into view. And a feeling of dread curled into my stomach like a snake, waiting to strike. Kale? I asked. Even with my limited training on the open seas, I knew something was wrong. The crew wasn't dropping weight to escape, nor had they unfurled their sails. If I didn't know better, I would guess that they were trying to get caught. Kale ignored me and leaned forward next to Talus. Not right, he muttered. A bit of wind blew behind us, and Kale and I looked at each other. What do we do? I asked. He frowned and flicked his gaze at the crew behind us. We have to board. Nar, take off your gloves. Chapter 2. Take off your gloves. This was serious. Kale nodded at my hands, and I read everything I had to know in his glare. He couldn't go back on plundering this ship. Bork and the crew were restless. Like me, Kale was a slave of his circumstances. Cheers erupted from the crew behind us. They were eager for a fight. Mocha and Jez appeared beside me, and I kept my gloves on with them so close. The ship ahead drew nearer, the wake whiter and more agitated. Crewmen scrambled on the other ship, shouting and taking defensive positions at the railing. It had white sails. Ordinary sails. But something still felt wrong. Weapons out. Prepare to board. Kale drew his sword. Jez wound his grappling hook around his wrist and with a grimace prepared to throw. No, I started. But it was too late. The device sailed through the air and landed on the railing of the victim ship before I could finish my sentence. The rope tightened as our ship lurched and slowed, and Kale focused more intently on the water than ever, staring down at it as the current reversed and brought the vessel closer to us. Take prisoners if able. The sapphires of the goddess Sosa shone in the pale light as Kale seized the rope and led the attack. I had to follow. More shouts as Kale's experienced crew, Bork included, threw their grappling hooks and leaped over the railing to deal with the fighting merchantmen on the other side. They didn't look like merchants. They were too. Jez scrambled over, ready for the fight. Nar. Come on. Mocha slapped me on the shoulder. She followed Jez down the ropes, leaving me behind. I would leave my gloves on. The risk of killing her or Jez was too high. And I would fight beside Kale, no matter how he really felt about me. At least I couldn't kill anyone who had the blood of the gods. I grabbed the rope and wrapped my bare feet around it, hating that I'd taken off that layer of protection. Not just for me, but for others. The merchantmen, all in gray jackets and black trousers, raised their swords and fired shots into the air. I slid all the way down the rope, covering the narrow gap between the ships, as my magic and strength coursed through my body. Yes. I'd use my magical strength to fight. I didn't have to use the touch of death. Straightening among the scent of gunpowder, I squared off with the closest merchant, an older man with plenty of muscle and no trace of magic in his eyes. He raised his broadsword, a land weapon, at me and swung down as fighting broke out everywhere. Blocking the blow with my cutlass, I held his weapon back, and the man's eyes widened in shock as we looked at each other. He had the tan of Islanda Nylar, my old home. The place where the goddess Nyla had dumped me. And I recognized that scar that ran down the side of his temple and curved upward near his lip. This merchant man wasn't a merchant at all, but one of Lord Beccas's former guards. I uttered a curse as Jez squared off with two more men beside me. With a grunt, I gathered all my strength and shoved my opponent back with a single thrust. Stumbling, he hit a crate and nearly went down to the deck. Shock filled me. The Vulgans had found Lord Beccas and killed him. Their crew had stolen the guards' clothes and disguised themselves. And yet, here were Beccas's guards, alive and well. But why? Mocha dodged another crewman's blows on the other side of me, and Kale drew back, looking at me, silently begging me to use my magic already. What have you trained for? Around us, the rest of the crew squared off against Beccas's former guards, and I realized just how well trained and built these men were. Perhaps they'd escaped to this island to find new jobs. Or maybe. Ah. I see we have the noble's son. The doors to the captain's quarters burst open. Slugs. Cameron, the surviving younger Vulgan brother, emerged onto the deck, sneering at Kale as he fought yet another guard. His black coat flowed around him as if he had merged with the death goddess herself, and the metal skulls on his sword, boots, and belt grimaced in agony. His deep burgundy beard made him look older than his 19 or 20 years. I raised my sword to block yet another blow. Unbelievable. Kale's eyes widened at me, as Cameron Vulgan shot one of Kale's crewmates from the side and slowly lowered his pistol. I shoved my attacker down as Vulgan grinned. I read intelligence and malice in that stare. The younger brother was doing just fine. And he had hired Beccas's old guards. With a shake, I threw off my gloves. Bare-handed, I tightened my grasp on my cutlass, and the sickly green light of death surrounded my blade. Jez shoved his fight away from me, and Mocha did the same. The guard I'd pushed against the crate for a second time widened his eyes at me, and I knew he wasn't dumb enough to try another attack. Vulcan? Kale asked, kicking down another guard with his own divine strength. Bork. Kill him. Vulcan spat on the ground and squared off with Bork, using one hand as if bored. Vulcan was a skilled fighter. He blocked every blow with ease. Ah. I'm shocked you lasted a minute. You should play snap chess and get fat, Cameron said with a sneer, showing his golden teeth. He was just as ugly as his older brother. Soft breeding, this one. Kale scowled and swung his weapon at another guard. Bought a crew, I see. Some pirate you are. Going to tell your father? Cameron asked. The guard wouldn't attack me. He squared off with another crew member. You, I said, advancing. Vulcan kicked Bork, sending him back, and Bork landed against the railing as another guard moved in to distract him. Clearly, Vulcan's goal was to get me one-on-one. Part of me wanted to protect Kale from Cameron's words, and a bigger part of me wanted to finish the job. Elias, a fellow student, was still healing from his keel-hauling injuries months after the fact. Cameron was just as vile as the older Vulcan. I pointed my sword at Cameron's heart. I didn't know for sure if the Vulcans had the blood of the gods, but even if they did, a stab there would end anybody. I wanted to kill him. Ah. Nylar. You could have done better. He sneered at Kale again, who busied himself fighting not one but two guards. Men shouted everywhere on deck, leaving me and Vulcan in a ring of quiet. Here for revenge? I wanted him to make the first move. It put the attacker at a disadvantage. He laughed and spread his arms. Why, I came here to thank you, Nylar. Knew you'd have to follow all the ships here. I killed several crews before you arrived. Unworthy sacrifices they were. I took another step, hating this conversation already. The green light around my weapon grew brighter when my magic fed into it. You killed entire crews. A sick feeling filled me, and I wanted to scream. No matter what I did, people died because of me. Vulcan grinned. It is all for the Death Mother and for a good cause. She was right to end the divine age, Nylar. Now we have the chance to bring it back and mold it to our liking. May mortals truly rule their world and choose their own fates. May death come for the current world and for a new one to take its place. But only if you're on the throne, right? We, Nylar. We. My brother would have taken all the power for himself. He was rash. But not me. I am not Yemen, and I am not my father. He swung at Bork again as he broke free of the guard and charged, and I could see what an unstoppable fighter he was. Join me, Nylar. We can still find the... I am not looking for the divine treasure. I shouted, shaking. Why couldn't I just attack him? But you are the child of death. Vulcan raised his voice in desperation. Wait. What? The guard behind me drew close. My heart hammered not just from the coming fight but from his words. I'd hoped I had heard the older Vulcan wrong, and I hadn't thought about his words too much, but now I had confirmation. Child of death. The one goddess, who just might still be awake enough to walk among the mortals. No, the guard said, and I felt the air moving behind me too late. Llamas, Vulcan shouted, but it was too late. A sword wrapped around my throat from behind, and I realized that the big guard I'd been fighting had gotten the upper hand. The freezing blade touched the soft flesh of my throat, and Kale shouted my name as he shoved a guard overboard and whirled. My predicament had distracted Kale, and now two guards closed in on him from the sides. Before he could react, they seized his arms, and he could barely keep his grasp on his sword. Now all he could do was keep it pointed at the deck. And then quietness followed. Someone swam in the water down below, but the world had stilled. As I stood there with the blade to my throat and a huge body right behind me, I realized that Kale's crew now stood with their hands in the air. Swords fell to the deck and pistols slowly went back into holsters. Bekas had made sure his guards were trained warriors. And now that they had a Vulcan in charge of them, which added an extra fire under their feet. Vulcan's new crew had overtaken us. We'd fallen into their trap, and now Llamas, a guard who had spent his time yelling at us field slaves from the shade of the fruit trees, had his blade to my throat. He must not have known about my status until now. Vulcan would have kept it a secret from these guards, who shared the fears of the noble world. Abomination, the guard growled in my ear. Vulcan, to my shock, turned his glare on my captor. We are taking prisoners only. I am not my brother. So you're good? That means you'll let us go, I said. Where were Mocha and Jez? I couldn't see them from here, nor could I turn my head. If they died, I'd never forgive myself. And I doubted Vulcan would have any reason to keep them alive. He sure hadn't stopped his brother from dragging Elias under the ship. Also, Kale had taught me that words didn't matter all that much. She has a good point, Kale said. Do you want to feed us all? It would be much easier if you simply let us go, for multiple reasons. That's not the point I wanted you to make, I told him. Yes, I was still salty over him telling me to swim away. But Cameron still stared down at the guard with his superior height. Remove that blade from her throat. She has the touch of death. You failed to tell us that. Fear filled the guard's voice, and the fear of the nobles stayed strong in him. These were no pirates. They were still land guards and part of the other world. The blade pressed slightly into my throat, and my magic reached a painful peak. If I could only. I reached behind me and brushed fabric, searching for bare skin, but this guard had his shirt tucked in and I found nothing. He backed away, keeping the blade where it was, and with a wrong move or even a slip, I'd die. Even swinging my glowing cutlass back would earn me death, and I sensed from the lifting of a weight from my hip that he had just disarmed me of my pistol too. You are my crewman now, Vulcan demanded. Release her. She is. He lifted another pistol from his belt and aimed just over my head, and a shot rang out with a blast of acrid smoke. The guard released me as the bullet shot just to the side of where his face must be, and on instinct I whirled. And I swung my cutlass, aiming for anything. My blade cut the fabric of his shoulder, slicing through his gray jacket and the undershirt beneath, and a wet slicing sound followed as my cutlass found flesh. Green light surged into the wound. I had my killing blow. The guard went limp, and his eyes emptied of life as my forbidden magic sucked the essence from his body and sent his soul straight to the underworld. He fell to the deck as the other guards gasped. I had killed again. And as I stood there surveying what I had done, I realized two things. Vulcan was smiling. And his guards, my old enemies, the same men who had patrolled Bekass's slave quarters at night, now had Kale and his crew cornered against the forecastle of the ship. Mocha and Jiz stood next to each other, pistols on the deck. Kale's eyes were wide with warning, and his crew member Yaluz lay dead on the deck, blood spreading from his corpse. Kale still held his sword, its blade digging into the boards. He now stood with two guards holding his arms, and he pushed against them, trying to escape. Vulcan, you have broken the pirate code. You can never show your face on Islanda Nylar again. To my disappointment, the smile failed to drop from Vulcan's face. Drop your weapon, noble. Kale refused. The sword's blue gem glimmered, and an idea hatched in my mind. Kale and I looked at each other, and a wicked gleam filled his eye. Could we get out of this? My death magic had gone, depleted for now, and I couldn't use it for a while. Vulcan had made me kill that guard. It was why he hadn't shot him in the face. He wanted me weak and controllable. And he wanted the treasure that could give anyone power over the gods themselves. He was much smarter than he looked. Jerk. I wouldn't help him. Nar, I am being nice, Vulcan said. Your friends and your captain do not have to die. And your ship is not permanent for another 5 months of training. Help me find that hidden treasure, and I'll merely take this crew prisoner until I have it. Mocha shook her head as the guards stood over them, swords drawn. Where did the we in this plan go? I stepped forward and stopped. Kale was our best hope. He could move water, sure, but to really move water, he needed his element. I marched across the deck as if I were thinking. Kale was standing against the railing, and I knew he'd backed himself there on purpose. But with his arms held, he couldn't move. But maybe I could. Let me see, I said, pacing. What's going to happen after you have this treasure? Why would I tell anyone that? He eyed Bork, who also stood against the railing, disarmed. Another guard held his cutlass like a prize. With you at my side, no one will stop me. He was just talking about his plot, in front of everyone. And I knew he didn't intend to let Kale or his crew live. At least, not once he had the treasure and control over the seas. I raised my blade slightly. And what would I get if we found this stash? Does it even exist? Oh, people have seen it. Just not all in one place, Vulcan said. The nobles of the past owned pieces until your mother took almost all of it, and they could no longer call the gods directly to this world. We heard it from her mouth. Serve them right, those nobles. He eyed Kale as if that involved him. By the way, take that sword and give it to. I couldn't wait. I charged Kale's superstitious captors. I'll kill you. They knew little about deathly magic. Right. They didn't know I couldn't. They parted, eyes wide, leaving Kale alone, and I collided with him, bracing myself. We toppled over the railing, and the world turned into twisting gray, brown, and white as we fell and hit the hard water. It wrapped around us, cold and shocking. It rushed up my nose and stung my eyes. Kale surfaced and pulled me up with him, and he drew his sword as if the water had barely fazed him. Nar, get ready. We're close to land. The gem on his sword glowed, casting a blue light on the blade. I kicked in anticipation of what would come. Above, Vulcan cursed as if he knew what was happening. Out to sea. Kale wrapped his arm around me, holding me close. This won't kill me. Stay close. Do not let go. Mocha and Jez. It was a question. They might survive. My ship will. They just need to get back over. Kale had bragged about his powers often, and now he was in his element. Now we would see his full potential. He spoke often about how he commanded water, and bragged about one ability he could only use near land. Kale held his sword high. Move! Vulcan ordered his new guards. Out to sea. Or we're crashing into the rocks. Above us, pirates scrambled back to the Soshana, shouting and cursing. They leapt over the railings and climbed aboard, and Vulcan's crew scrambled around the sails, desperate to get the ship moving. Power thrummed through the air, making the air crackle, and Kale's touch made me want to scream. He felt like pure magic. His skin tingled against mine, and in this state, he could even take on his father. He was powerful. Almost like a god. The ocean dipped under us with a great roar, and my stomach leapt into my throat as it rose on the other side of Vulcan's new ship. Whitecaps stabbed at the sky as the wave rose higher and higher, until the top of the roiling mass vanished into the fog. We faced not a wave, but a tower of Sosa's anger, a massive fist that would crush Vulcan's ship as it tried to flee. My bare feet struck gravel. We were standing in the low tide, surrounded by sea stars and stranded jellyfish, as all the water went to feed the monster 100 feet away. The current swept the Soshana farther into the shelter of the rocks, taking the crew with it, and leaving us alone among the jagged, alien landscape. Vulcan and his crew sailed deeper into the fog and out of sight. And with a rumble I didn't think possible, it crashed down. Chapter 3. I squeezed my eyes shut in Kale's arms, hating my predicament, and hating Kale even more. He had pushed me away, just to wrap me up again. The water roared around us, crashing into jagged rocks. Gravel pelted my legs. I held my breath, but we lifted, staying above the sheer force of the sea. Amazingly, he held us up, but maybe it was his watery magic. Yes. Despite the roar, the surrounding water stayed calm. We're going to be fine. Kale had to shout in my ear. Then I opened my eyes, regretting it right away. Kale's face hovered inches from my own, and his brilliant blue eyes, like sapphires themselves, flashed with the magic he carried. Despite holding me, he kept his sword raised, and power emanated from the weapon, filling the air and crackling. All around us the sea raged, lashing against rocks, but water's rage parted as it passed, leaving us in a pool of calm. The ocean splashed against the rocks so hard that it formed rain, which hammered down on us from every angle. Kale! I shouted. Hang on. And slowly, as the massive wave calmed and the water between the rocks sloshed and settled, I let out the breath I held. The rain stopped and the world quieted. The two of us floated there, and Kale slowly released me and lowered his sword as we treaded water. That was interesting, he said at last. I spit out water. No kidding. I waited for him to let go, and to tell me to swim away and out of his life, but he didn't. Was that simply because Vulcan might catch me? Kale nodded. We need to swim back to the ship. We? I asked. Kale sighed. Nar, it is not the time to talk about this. Things have changed. Again. Anger flared, carrying a bit of my magic. It regenerated more quickly than it had before. And then I remembered. Mocha and Jez. I scanned the water for any sign of debris from either ship. None. Or was that a wooden plank over there, floating up against that jagged rock? Panic exploded in my chest. Yes. We had to swim back. Where's the ship? I didn't dare raise my voice. You didn't destroy it by mistake, did you? Kale forced a very jerk-like smile. I would never do that, Nar. My magic is too powerful. I just swept my ship out of the way with another water current. Now Vulcan's ship. I hope we got them. Yeah, right, I said, separating from him and whirling. Despite Kale making the worst of the wave part around us, the water had pushed us to an unfamiliar area. Only jagged rocks stood around us, and I shivered from the cold. Even my deathly magic wouldn't hold back the chill, and I suspected I could die just like everyone else. Even the gods' children were mortal back in the ancient days. Kale. Where's the ship? We can't make noise. The quiet unnerved me. He quietly swam up beside me, his hat soaked and clinging to his head. His dark hair clung to the side of his face. No. We can't. I think it was this way. He motioned. We have to get out of this water, or we won't make it a full hour. Staying together, we swam. I was glad for the fog but also annoyed as it blocked everyone's views. My heart pounded harder and harder, and my magic built again in response to the new danger. But at last, between the wide corridor of rocks that led to the island, a large shape creaked and came into view. The blue flags with Sose's wave symbol were barely visible in the mist, but figures stood at the railing above, and someone was lowering the ship's boat into the water, probably to look for us. I recognized Mocha and Jez in the boat, halfway down the hull. Mocha leaned over the boat, making it tilt, despite Jez holding it mostly in place with his size. Nar. Kale. Where have you two been? Her pink bandana was also soaked, and I knew the ship had gotten sideswiped by Kale's wave since water still ran and dripped down the side. In fact, 2 of the railings had broken near the bow, and Talus, the navigator, stood there assessing the damage. We're just out for a leisurely swim. Kale waved. We waited here, shivering, as the boat finally reached the surface of the water. Jez and Mocha helped us into it, careful to grab only my sleeves and not my skin, and we sat there dripping, as Bork shouted at the crew to lift us up slowly and carefully. Mocha fake glared at me, demanding to know what happened as soon as I could get warm and stop shaking. But I sat on my hands, because I had left my gloves on the deck of the nameless ship. My magic still thrummed under my skin, and I would take no chances. At last the ship's boat thumped back onto the deck, and I helped myself out of the boat despite Kale holding out his hand for me. Then I held up my gloveless hands in a silent warning for everyone without the blood of the gods to stay back. Bork did as I implied, and so did Mocha and Jez. Bork motioned for Kale to speak to him, and the two walked up the deck as Kale's blue and black clothes continued to drip. What just happened? Mocha asked, as if I should know. Those were not normal pirates. They were more like king's soldiers. You're not exactly wrong, I told her, wringing out my soaking trousers and tunic. Water sloshed onto my bare feet, but I'd wait before putting them back into my dry boots. They were Lord Becas's men. Cameron Vulcan must have hired them to be his new crew, since we freed his older brother's crew. I didn't know what had happened to the abused men and women who served on Vulcan's old ship, but I hadn't seen them since the Test of Bravery. Lord Becas's men joined a pirate? Mocha asked. Nobles and pirates hate each other, so that makes little sense. That's weird, Jez added. I knew the most about the situation. They were already excellent fighters, and the reason the slaves never escaped from his plantations. Cameron might have brought them here for even more training, since this used to be a military island for troops. He could have spared their lives from his brother for their cooperation. I didn't think the younger Vulcan would be so smart, but it makes sense. That made him dangerous. He's the mastermind? Jez asked. Mocha shifted. This isn't good, Nar. Behind us, Kale and Bork spoke in low voices, and though I couldn't make out the words, I sensed the graveness in Bork's voice. Mocha messed up her face as she listened, and I slowly turned to see the two about 20 feet away, speaking in hushed tones as the rest of the crew watched. Kale nodded. We will pay our respects. Kale? I asked, knowing Bork wouldn't chastise me for interrupting. He faced me, and the pain in Kale's eyes struck my core. We lost 3 crew members today. One got slain by Vulcan's purchased crew. The other 2 drowned, and Bork witnessed them going underneath the wave. And Kale turned away to speak to his navigator, Talus, who stood at the wheel. The other 2 drowned. I shared a glance with Mocha and Jez, and I frowned. 2 of Kale's crew members hadn't made it back to this ship in time. Bork must have seen them fall into the water, and when the wave arrived. Kale didn't have deathly magic, but he had killed by mistake, and though he kept his face a neutral mask, I understood the pain. I had slain 1 person today, but that was in self-defense. Self-defense differed from taking an innocent life. The latter had a way of never leaving you alone. And yet Bork didn't glare at him, and neither did his crew. The men stood around waiting for orders to set sail. Kale. I blurted. What if we run back into that ship and it's still intact? The rest of the crew muttered, repeating the same question, and I noticed that many still didn't have their weapons. Pistols had gone missing from holsters, and there were maybe a dozen swords left among the 24 members of Kale's crew. Everyone looked like a drowned rat, and the crew clearly was in no shape to get into another fight with anyone. We must use caution to avoid running into that ship again, Kale said to the crew. Progress forward down this corridor slowly. We cannot underestimate the younger Vulcan again. He snapped into his role just like that, and Talus worked as the sails unfurled above. Everywhere the crew moved, and Kale paced around, his face stony and his sword back at his side. He slipped his feet back into his boots, and so did the others. We stared at each other. We wallowed together. I told you this before. Any magic can kill, he uttered, and I knew that this hadn't been the first time this had happened. You saved our lives, I blurted. Which 2 crew members had died in the water? I looked around. We had sailed with Kale's crew for the past month, long enough for the 3 of us to get to know some men. I didn't see Golphus, who cracked dirty jokes when he got drunk, and I also didn't see Morzin, who spent long hours looking out at the sea. I had always wondered if Morzin wished he were somewhere else, and anything else like me. His absence brought an ache to my chest. But we couldn't mourn now. We crept forward. Kale dared not show any other signs of his torment. We leave in case they have another ambush planned. Set sail for Islanda Nylar immediately. We do not stop until we get there. Chapter 4. The island of Islanda was a full 10 days of sailing from Islanda Nylar, and that was on a good day, with the winds fully cooperating. On a bad day, Kale said, that trip could extend into 2 weeks or more. Nylar was south of most islands, except for Neblar, where all the exotic spices grew, making it a long trip from most of the other 10 islands. Thankfully, the wind blew to the south, and we reached the waters near Nylar 9 days from the point where the younger Vulcan had tricked us. The fog lifted and the sun returned, which helped to lift my spirits. Kale paced around the deck during the trip, as if he knew full well how angry his father would be. We had brought back no plunder, a fact that Kale could not hide. I hoped he wasn't doing this for me, and yet I did. Explained to him that after word got around about Lord Beccas's death, that all the ships changed routes and sailed around Islanda, I told him. That's the best chance you have. I couldn't get mad at Kale anymore. Not after he had suffered something I knew too well. But my feelings for him swirled inside, confused, like a storm that couldn't decide if it wanted to rain or not. That is true, but my father is the pirate king. He likely already knows that this is now a tough shipping season for pirates, Kale said. He eyed a message pigeon on the railing, which had a small tube tied to its leg. Most ships are having difficulty, and I am warning other captains to avoid Islanda. Nobles don't die to pirates often, and they're all scared. Kale took the note and tucked it into his pocket, then scrawled out a new one. Do the nobles know Vulcan is dead? Well, the older Vulcan. That might calm their fears, I said. I couldn't feel too sorry for the nobles, most of whom kept slaves and treated them horribly. They were the reason that pirates could find recruits, and part of the reason they'd chosen me. Only those who hated the nobles by default got brought here. I don't know. I am attempting to spread that word, Kale said, writing with his quill. Lillian has as well. But at least you are due back on Nylar for more training in just a week, so you can stay there for a while as I ensure that Cameron Vulcan is no longer welcome there as a pirate. Buying a crew associated with the noble world is against our code. I was glad that the second half of my training would involve me spending every other month on the island. Lillian would continue to train us in combat, so we wouldn't get rusty from the lack of plundering. And I was glad that I hadn't had to help attack anyone who didn't deserve it. Also, I hated being away from Beezy for this long. She was still working under Roslyn, the head apothecary on Islanda Nylar, and she was still technically a slave. She was just one with a cushier job, gathering wild herbs and rainwater. There was one person I wasn't looking forward to seeing again though. Islanda Nylar came into view at the end of that 10th day. As it had before, it came into view suddenly, as Nyla's veil of death lifted for us. The island seemed non-existent at first, with just the warm ocean spreading out and reflecting the sun, and then the skull-shaped island appeared on the other side of a blink, shocking even the navigator, who spun his wheel out of shock. Apparently, no one grew used to how quickly it always appeared. Kale paced on the deck. Yes, he was nervous, and even Mocha and Juz paced alongside us. Kale didn't call for anyone to stand in respect for the island, as he had the first time I arrived. We were returning empty-handed. 2 other ships sailed into the island, going in through the open cave mouth with the jagged teeth. We entered the cave several minutes after, and the large torches on the wall spat at us as we did. The underground lagoon opened, and I couldn't help but notice how many ships were docked here. I spotted Lillian's ship with the white sails, the Draken, along with several others. Kale motioned for us to go between hers and a ship with red flags that I hadn't yet seen. A few male slaves in brown milled up and down the dock, but unlike the time I arrived, the men carried only a few crates around. Plunder was scarce right now. Lord Becas's death had scared not only the other nobles, but everyone else. Pirate crews disembarked from their ships, and I read frustration on all the faces. Kale motioned for us to descend, and I prepared to wish him luck as I walked down the board and onto the dock. Nar, he said slowly, taking a breath. I need you to come with me to my father's study. He must know about Cameron Vulcan's plot. I swallowed and my heart leapt into my throat. But the pain danced in Kale's eyes. He must know. If Vulcan gets that treasure, then he gains control of all the gods, or at least their appearance in the mortal world. You saw what I could do with the aid of my sword. He tapped his hip where his weapon hung. Yes. Sapphires were the gemstone of Sosau, the water goddess, and Kale had let slip that the one on the handle of his sword was the real thing. Gems from the gods were rare, as most of them fell into Nyla's clutches. Kale motioned me away from Mocha and Juz, who stood beside the ship. I looked at Mocha, and she frowned at me as I followed Kale along the cave dock and towards one of the smaller passages. My heart raced. Shoskin was terrifying, and the last thing I wanted to do was facing him as any form of failure. That hadn't gone well at all the first time. Will he decide to get rid of me? At one point, I had wanted him to sell me off the island with Beezy. Now I wasn't sure. You are the first recruit with deathly magic in over 200 years. He will not, Kale said. He is too interested in you, and in having me prove myself. My father is always looking for ways to keep control over the seas. He underestimated the Vulcans, I said. Kale nodded. Yes. And he will not be pleased to find that out. He didn't know what his father would do then. I read that on his face too. Kale and I entered the narrow tunnel, and the faint echoes of pirates and servants talking floated up and down the corridor. Kale didn't say it, but I knew what he feared. That his father would place me on his own crew to keep me and his rule safe from Cameron Vulgan. Could I really help Vulgan find the key to the Forbidden Isle, and to Nyla's treasure map? I had the magic to do it, unlike the Vulgans. We passed through tunnels, which grew wider and wider as we descended through the mountain that made up most of Islanda Nylar. The faint smells of food from the dining hall made my stomach turn. I couldn't even think of eating right now, despite living on jerky and dry bread for the past several days. At last, we reached the corridor that led straight to the Pirate King's study, and the hanging lanterns and wooden supports surrounded us as we descended, alone, to the thick wooden doors. Once I had spied on Kale and his father here, eavesdropping on their conversation. Now I would face the Pirate King directly, for the first time since my sorting. Kale knocked on the door. A pause stretched out. And then Captain Shoskin boomed, "Enter." We did, and the vast study, the round cavern that housed bookshelves upon bookshelves, grew around us as we entered. Immediately, I felt the magic from the dagger on Shoskin's desk in the center of the room. It too held sapphires like the ones on Kale's sword, and even more so. Like the single jewel on Kale's sword, these sapphires were part of the divine treasure, pieces that Nyla had missed. But I didn't dare to stare at the dagger for long, because the Pirate King himself sat at the desk, scrawling out another letter. Despite writing and wearing spectacles, the man was terrifying. He must be well over 6 feet tall, and his black hat added to his height, even as he sat at his desk in the center of the room. "Father," Kale said. The Pirate King didn't look up at first. And finally, after he finished scrawling his letter, he did. It was a power move. Shoskin wanted Kale to know that he was less important than whatever he was working on. I looked at Kale and read the tension lines around his eyes. He hated this more than I did. How could I blame him? "Yes, Colin?" "Cameron Vulgan has a new crew, and he attempted to kidnap Nar. Also, he bought a noble's former guards after losing his old crew." The Pirate King slammed his fist down on the desk with so much intensity that it trembled, and I wondered if it would crack under his supernatural strength. He snapped his stare at me and Kale, pausing on me for far too long, and he rose, training his very blue eyes on us. As he did, he removed his spectacles, now looking every inch like the vicious pirate he was. His dark beard hung over his chest, and now I could see the pistols that hung heavy on his leather belt. The magic in the room grew to a point where I could barely breathe. Water dripped from the ceiling, and I wondered if any flowed right above. Shoskin might be able to open the cave itself and flood it if he got angry enough. "And you have plundered no ships," he growled, motioning to another letter on his desk. My magic flared for Kale's sake, and the cold prickles raced under my flesh. But I'd never do a thing against Shoskin, a pirate feared almost as much as the Vulgans. He was only slightly less savage from my understanding, and relied on the seas to do his work. I believed the stories that he plundered ships and sank them later with the crew still inside. No one is plundering many ships. They have all changed routes after losing Bekas, and I attempted to ambush one that was leaving Islanda Nylar. That was Cameron Vulgan. I believe he is ambushing many ships around that island, and now he has hired soldiers as his crew. Shoskin grabbed his dagger. The jewels flared with light, and I listened to a faint roar as the water in the testing cave frothed and moved. The Pirate King was angry. "We do not buy pirates," he said. "We make them." Kale stood his ground. "Precisely. I told Vulgan that he was no longer welcome as a pirate." "Did you kill him?" Shoskin took a step towards us, and it took all my strength not to back away. "I attempted," Kale said. "He sailed out to sea before the great wave could end his life, and we found no signs of his ship afterward. It is possible that he sank with his false crew, though I saw no debris." I waited for Shoskin to slash at Kale, but he held the dagger so tightly that his knuckles turned white. I wondered what type of upbringing the Pirate King had to make him like this, or if he just used his anger to maintain power. Then he could be anywhere, the Pirate King snapped, his voice like a whip, backing away to his desk. He grasped the edges, trembling, and the air crackled with more magical anger. Shoskin held in pure rage, and I envied his ability. I'd seen no one so full of it. He had underestimated the Vulgans. And I wondered, was he angry at himself? We need to hunt down and kill Cameron before he can find Nar and force her to help him find the divine treasure, Kale said. Give me permission to lead the hunt, and I will rally as many ships to sail behind me as I can. If Vulgan has rejected the pirate's way and risked death, then he feels the reward is worth it. He is at least convinced that Nyla's treasure is reachable. He has a point, I said. I wanted to help hunt down Vulgan, because the alternative meant possibly ending up on Shoskin's crew. And then I'd never have the chance to get me and Beezy out of here. She still needed me. Right? Shoskin looked right at me, and I hated the gleam in his eyes. He was a pirate, but also an intelligent man and a scholar. Slowly, he let out a breath. Was he about to listen to Kale? He needed to, or we were going to deal with Cameron again. There was no way he was surely dead after we had seen no proof. Such an approach is too much for one captain who no longer has a real crew. Those noble guards will abandon him as soon as they have their pay. Or are you too soft on nobles, Kale? Kale flinched, and anger pulsed under my skin for his sake. But the Pirate King continued to drill into his son with no regard for his feelings. And perhaps Nar is better off hidden somewhere, if you are so concerned. Kale stepped in front of me, blocking half my view, and he spoke quickly. You are right that we should not act without thinking, Father. Perhaps we should think about this before we decide to make any moves. And he ushered me out of Shoskin's study so quickly that I had no time to say a word. We entered the cave corridor, which sloped upward towards the rest of Islanda Nylar, and made our way up the slope as quickly as we could. And someone stood tucked between two of the wooden supports, just watching and waiting. She wasn't even trying to hide that well, but as I turned to face her, she shrunk back and narrowed her eyes at me and Kale. Petcha. The fellow recruit, who had made herself my enemy the moment I set foot in the dining hall. Her orange bandana looked bright under the hanging lanterns, and her brilliant green eyes lined with copper even more so. I tensed, but instead of charging me and launching an attack, she remained still. And I didn't like that. Chapter 5. Why was Petcha there if she didn't want to attack us? I asked. Kale had ushered me not to the dining hall, but to his own quarters here on Islanda Nylar. I'd never visited, but clearly this was Kale's space. Intricate bookshelves covered the cave walls. Wherever shelves didn't hang, paintings of noble estates took up the space, and a small chandelier of lanterns hung from the center of the sloping ceiling. Jackets and hats hung everywhere, and a sword rack stood against the wall. Kale even had a snap chessboard on one side of the desk, complete with ivory and golden pieces. I could see into Kale's bedchamber from here, but instead of making me blush, the sight of his 4-poster canopy bed just made my chest hurt. I'd never forget Kale telling me to swim away. Mocha and Juz had joined us at his request, and Kale motioned for a servant girl in a brown dress to leave a tray of food down on his desk. She left us, and quietness settled as the two surveyed the room. Mocha lifted the wooden top of the platter to reveal our lunch. Wow. Not bad. The food improves during the slow times. Most recruits won't return for another week, Kale said, spearing a piece of fowl with his knife. Supplies are more plentiful. For now. Sit down. We all sat at Kale's table. I wished Beezy could join us. But Rosalind still had her stuck in the apothecary's house. I sighed. Some recruits are back, namely one with fiery magic. You saw Petcha? Juz raised a thick eyebrow. She didn't attack us, I said with a shrug as I pulled up my chair. Perhaps she has an unfathomable plan. Kale grinned at me. I looked at him, unable to let go of that pain in my chest. Such as? He just chewed, and I wanted to throw something at him. Why didn't he look concerned? Beezy would figure everything out. Her senses never failed her. Well, the older Vulgan betrayed her, Mocha told me, as if I should know what she meant. She has no protection here anymore. Her two friends can't do anything to help her. She's there to protect them. I hadn't caught the names of the two girls who always flanked her. I grabbed some food. I was hungry after spending so much time at sea, getting only dried goods. After Shoskin, I'd allowed my stomach to calm enough for a meal. Maybe it shouldn't. Pecha wouldn't want to make peace. She was too angry and hated me too much. Not only did I arrive and display my deathly magic, a magic rarer than her fiery abilities, but I also took Kale. She had nothing to worry about there. I wasn't mad at him anymore. Just disappointed. We have the matter of Cameron Vulgan, Mocha said. I thought he always just hung in the shadow of his brother. He did, Jez said. We ate in silence as the thought hung over our heads. The two sons of One-Eyed Gunther, a pirate almost as feared as Shoskin, had always hung together. But Cameron had stayed in the shadows, working in silence. I've been thinking about the whole thing. Maybe Cameron wanted his brother to get himself killed, I said at last. That came from his lips while all of you were fighting. I had told everyone that on the way back to Islanda Nylar, of course. But now we had to talk about it. Bork had finally left Kale's side, and we didn't need him telling Shoskin to get me on his crew tomorrow. We'd come close enough to that in the study. Kale nodded. I think so too. The older Vulgan wanted to rule with the divine treasure. Jealousy is dangerous. He wants this key to the Forbidden Isle, which his older brother thought was here on this island, I said. And then he wants the map to the treasure, which he thinks is on the Forbidden Isle. He wants me to find both, and if that happens, he'll probably kill me after. I waited for Kale's reaction, and I got it. He scooted a tiny bit closer. He couldn't decide. He cannot set foot on this island now, on penalty of death. Captains must select their crews from recruits. It is the code. We cannot have anyone sympathetic to the nobles infiltrating our world. What'll happen if Cameron were to get the treasure, besides him gaining power? I asked. Would the gods simply wake back up and bring back the divine age? I thought of the stories the slaves, guards, and nobles used to tell, and I looked to Mocha, who used to work in the study of a noble when she was a little girl. She grew up surrounded by books until the brothel bought her. Kale rubbed his head. I didn't like that. No one knows for sure. The gods' artifacts are very rare. Few escaped Nyla's clutches in the old days, and one of them is on my sword. He motioned to where he had hung his jeweled sword on the rack. It shimmered faintly in the pale light. Such jewels, once touched by the gods themselves, hold pieces of their life force and power. My father has 3 stones on the dagger he keeps in his study. That's why anyone who touches the weapon will die. Until he dies, I cannot even touch it. Mocha put down her knife. I've heard this history lesson. What will happen, in theory, if someone finds the hidden treasure? She leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms, just as any pirate would. Kale rubbed his temple harder. They will have access to all that stored magic at once. The gods' treasure pieces are so powerful that even someone without the blood of the gods can use them to manipulate the world. So if I picked up that sword, I could cause a great wave? Mocha held up her hand like she held an invisible weapon. Kale nodded. Those in the know keep that fact from the common people. Or what little treasure remains would be in danger. Somehow, Cameron Vulgan knows this, and his brother likely did as well. I shuddered. Until now, I had thought that only those with the blood of the gods could use such things. But Vulgan could too. It was no wonder he wanted the divine treasure. If he found it all, he could. Yes. That was why he was risking it all. Their cult who worship Nyla must have found out that she's less asleep than everyone thought, Mocha said. Nyla hid the treasure, but I'm not sure she could have put herself to sleep. They may have met Nyla herself. I wanted out of the room, which seemed to close in. The Vulgans claimed I was Nyla's child. Not just her descendant. How had that happened? Had they found her and forced her to give me up? Well, if Cameron needs me to get this key, he's failing. I wanted to change the subject. Without it, he can't get to the Forbidden Isle and the map, can he? Kale lowered his hand from his face. He did a poor job of attempting to get you. The key, wherever it is, may be safe. No other descendant of Nyla has found it, I said. But you are no mere descendant, Kale uttered, as if he didn't want to say the words. You could be her actual child if Vulcan did not lie. You have more power than I've ever seen in a divine descendant. Most of our powers are minimal if we lack treasure to amplify it. I swallowed. And I have no divine treasure. Wasn't Nyla's stone the black opal? No one spoke of it much, but the stone was considered bad luck just about everywhere. Mocha frowned at me. You may not need it. But I won't go and find this key for Vulcan, I said. A faint thought flitted across the back of my mind, but I dismissed it. Vulcan is smart. Cameron got all the brains out of the pair though, Mocha said as Jez looked at her. He could be planning something, and that bothers me. I looked at Kale, but he nodded and massaged his face again. This bothers me too. I doubt he is done. I wish there was a way to find out what Cameron could be planning. But his old crew is gone. They escaped the pirate life, and no one has seen them since you liberated them. I shifted in my seat. Wait. Kale snapped his gaze to me and silence dragged out. The pressure to speak was on. I might have an idea. The Vulcans threatened me right after my first training session. Yemen tried to stab me to awaken my magic, and as he walked away, he said something. What? Kale leaned across the desk. He told his brother they'd visit their first mate in the dungeons. If we can find them, they might have some answers for us. Chapter 6. Kale unfortunately didn't know who the Vulcan's former first mate was. The brothers never talked about their crew. What happened on the seas stayed there unless someone had broken the code. Pirates didn't care about abuse. It was also a problem, because the dungeons held plenty of prisoners. Kale explained that the cells mainly held pirates who had displeased their captains, and some sailors who had valuable information about other vessels. Rarely, nobles wound up there, held for ransom. Islanda Nylar didn't like to feed those who had no further use. Kale had bad news though. We can't go down there and ask around. I stood after the servant girl returned to take the finished food tray. You can't go down there unless you are speaking to your own prisoner, Kale said. It is part of the truce on Islanda Nylar. What does that have to do with a truce? Mocha asked, incredulous. Prisoners are the property of the crew who captured them, or the captain they displeased, Kale explained. We cannot have other pirates getting valuable intel that another crew earned. Ah. Jez nodded. That would be an act of war. Then how do we find this guy? I asked. Kale shrugged. I am not sure what will happen to Vulcan's prisoners, now that he's no longer allowed on the island. I can guess. Jez frowned. Islanda Nylar wasn't kind. I could guess too. We've got to get to this person, I said. If you explain this to your father, then maybe he can get us inside. I hated the idea, and I knew Kale would too. My father is ready to steal you and put you on his crew, Kale said. Perhaps he even wants this treasure for himself. We can't let that happen. That's why I think we should all stay seen as much as possible. My father doesn't like to advertise his plans to everyone, which is a smart move, but that's also a weakness. He opened the door to his quarters, and it swung open so fast that it squeaked. We stepped into the corridor, and the echoing voices of others followed. People were returning to Islanda Nylar. More training would start in less than a week after all. We'd end up back with Lillian in no time. Kale's quarters were a bit out of the way, away from the twin dining halls, but sound carried in this place and I stretched. We had been talking about how to ensure Cameron wouldn't have access to the divine treasure for hours. Walking together, the four of us headed to the dining hall. And I wanted to run. The Pirate King might want me on his crew. Perhaps Vulcan had given him the bright idea. And then he'd find that treasure for himself and what? Become the king of everything? I would not help him do that. But as I had learned, there were other ways besides force to make someone do someone else's bidding. That was another reason I had to check on Beezy. "How's my sister doing?" I asked Kale. "Haven't had the chance to check yet, but if something had happened, Rosalind would have gone straight to Shoskin about it," he said. "He listens to her. She's precious here and considered untouchable." I didn't feel better, though I wouldn't want anyone else watching over Beezy in my absence. Rosalind was tough and she took no lip, and Beezy seemed to do okay with her, but still. We reached the dining hall and sat down, and scattered recruits were sitting around, including Petcha and her 2 friends. However, Petcha didn't glance at us as we entered, which was a far cry from her normal glares. Something was odd. "Where do you think this key is?" Jez asked as we sat. We had already eaten, so Kale waved away the servant girl who came up to us with the day's lunch. But we had nowhere else to sit, and if Kale didn't think it was a good idea to stay in his quarters, then we wouldn't. "If it's on this island, it's somewhere no one has found," Kale whispered. "And somewhere Cameron thinks I can reach," I said. Then I froze. The footprints. I'd seen them in the caves during my sorting test. "Nar? What are you thinking?" Mocha looked at me but didn't do her evil grin. "Jez. Remember our test? In the flooded cave?" I asked. He frowned. "Unfortunately. I saw something down there that you didn't. Those green footprints that led downward and into a deeper underwater cave. Nyla walked that path at some point. What if the key to the Forbidden Isle is down there?" Silence fell over our section of the table. Kale frowned. "You saw footprints?" "They were greenish-black. Like my magic." "In the sorting cave?" His eyes widened. "Those are directly below my father's study." "The flooded part of the caves," I said. "I really don't want to swim down there again, but if Vulcan doesn't want to drown, he won't either. That must be the reason no one has found the key." "Good. The Forbidden Isle has a portal straight to the underworld, right in the center of the island. Of course, no one survived the trip there." Mocha frowned. "It could be a rumor," I said. "Maybe there's no map at all. Nyla wouldn't have wanted anyone to undo her dirty work." Kale shifted. "Good point. But she might have made one for herself. Gods can forget things, or maybe she needed the map to find a good place to put the treasure. And once made, the gods' artifacts cannot be destroyed. She would have had to hide it." It was a good point. No one's getting this key, so Cameron is wasting his time. I wanted to believe that. But I couldn't. Cameron seemed too confident. Kale swallowed as he scooted closer to me on the bench. "I can move water. It may not be unreachable. Cameron has no magic." I looked right at him. Kale eyed his weapon. "With the right artifacts, it won't matter." "He's not getting Shoskin's dagger," Mocha said. "Come on." A pause stretched out, and Jez looked over my shoulder at someone who was approaching. Footsteps crunched the fresh straw on the floor, but no alarm came over Jess's face. "Nar?" someone asked behind me. I whirled to find a young recruit in a yellow bandana. Pink scars ran up and down his face and his bare arms, and I realized I'd forgotten about Vulcan's victim during that horrible training session. "Elias." He stood here alive, mostly healed but shaking and weak. He had survived the keel-hauling punishment, courtesy of a man I'd killed, but only barely. Rosalind and her apothecaries had worked night and day to bandage his wounds and prevent infection. He had laid up there for almost 2 months, in and out of consciousness. "Elias," I said, rising, legitimately glad to see him walking and back out among us. But trauma lived in his eyes, and his pupils seemed to have permanently widened. He stuck out his hand and I shook it, glad that none of my magic ran under my skin right now. My gloves had gone missing, and Kale had vowed to find me some new ones from among the island's plunder. "I wanted to thank you." Elias looked at the floor. I would have bled out if you hadn't taken me up to the apothecary. He spoke from somewhere deep, somewhere I had never heard before. I wish he'd let go of my hand, because emotions were welling up. And Petcha was watching us with no expression. I shook him off, glad my strength outmatched him. Well, it was my fault that you fell off the mast and got punished. And my fault I didn't show my magic to Yemen Vulgan, I thought. But I couldn't choke out those words. Is it true you have deathly magic? He asked. I nodded. Black Bandana says it all. I threw you off the mast because, well, you would have died instantly if I hadn't. Every time I'm in danger, any skin-to-skin contact will kill you, Elias. I let my voice drop to a dangerous tone. How could I even hope to hide my abilities anymore? Death infected me, and it would for as long as I lived. But you still saved my life, Elias said. I was angry at first, but as Beezy told me about you, I understood. Ah. Beezy had spent far more time around Elias than I had. I imagined her at his bedside, up in the apothecary house, keeping him company. Maybe she had helped him walk again once he had healed enough to stand. Because of her, he didn't hate me. He should. I had still thrown him to Vulgan, and put him through unspeakable torment. Healing from such an ordeal must have made Elias wish for death. The keel-hauling wounds must hurt more than lashes, which I'd only experienced twice in my life. Vulgan had punished him, so I'd get angry and manifest my magic, and it hadn't worked. If it weren't for me, Elias might have escaped with an easier sentence. Lillian says I will have to train for another year. She doesn't want to lose me, Elias continued. Also, she told me that most people don't survive Vulgan's punishments, and I must be strong if I did. I'm glad he's dead. I'm glad Beezy and Rosalind healed you, I said, keeping my tone clipped. So maybe Elias wouldn't have wound up better off without me, but he also would have passed that training exercise without falling off the mast. Mocha looked at me and let her jaw drop. What was I supposed to do? Every second Elias stood here with his scars was another second that I had to wallow in what I was and what I brought to the world. I am too. I just wanted to say that if you need any help with anything, let me know. I'll be there, Elias said with a nod. We're good, I blurted. Elias frowned. Really? Let me know. I want to give something back. I said nothing, hating myself and my reaction to this. Why couldn't I act normally towards people? Going through such an experience meant we had to become friends, right? But I couldn't. Not with the scars that Elias bore. Mocha would berate me for this. And as soon as Elias walked away, she did. He could have helped us watch out for Cameron. He's been through enough. I whirled on her. I'm not putting him through any more trauma. Did you see his eyes? He's traumatized, and now Elias is going to remember what happened for the rest of his life. Jez, to my shock, tapped me on the shoulder. He wants to feel useful. It's a man thing. I faced him. A man thing. We like fixing things, Kale told me. We want to be the strong ones. The protectors. That's why we rush to lift heavy objects when your puny lady arms can't do it. Mocha slugged him on the arm with all her strength, and Kale ignored her, which was a feat. That's not the point, I said, hating that Kale's humor couldn't even cheer me up or distract me. If we ask for his help, we could get him killed. Cameron will finish the job his brother started. I'm tired of getting people hurt and killed without even trying. I was losing it again. My legs carried me out of the dining hall as people, including Petcha, stared. But they might as well be in another universe. Nar, Kale said with a sigh. I burst out of the room and into the hall. Chapter 7. Okay. I was going to clear the air once and for all. Kale would follow me in exactly 5 seconds. I watched the wooden door swing shut as I stood there in the stone corridor, surrounded by nothing but wooden support beams, dark shadows, and hanging lanterns. 1, 2, 3, 4. The door swung open again. I'd been off by 1 second. Kale looked at me as if I were crazy. Nar, we could have used him. He offered. Now that we were alone, he could get serious. He'll get hurt if we tell him to look out for Cameron, and I'm not getting him into more trouble. Kale sighed. Jez was right. He just wanted to be useful. There's nothing worse than feeling helpless. Maybe he wants revenge against the Vulgans. Did you think of that? I turned away and stared at the wall, hating that Beezy wasn't here to watch the corridors for us. Mocha and Jez almost died because now they're my friends. Elias almost died because he stuck with me during that training session. Eventually, someone will die again, I blurted. I had been doing so well until that. I thought I'd been doing better. But reality had a way of reminding me what I was. The Death Goddess had no friends, and neither should I. Nar, we're all in danger here, he said. It's like that for all of us who have to enter the pirate life. It's a life of so-called freedom but also danger and death. Thanks for reminding me why I'm here. I stared at the wall, keeping my back to Kale. That was what he wanted, right? For me to swim away. I couldn't even decide what I wanted. And that's why we can't do this, I stated. Was that a question? I listened as Kale swallowed behind me. The air shifted as he drew close. I wanted you to have the option, Nar. Because it's not fair that you're here. I turned. Kale stood there just a foot away, expressionless. What was he really thinking? Maybe this was just another game, or he had tested me. Where would I have gone? Had I jumped off your ship? Kale frowned. I had caught him in my trap. Anywhere, he said. I would have gotten Beezy off. A fear bubbled in the space under my heart, and I wondered if Beezy would leave Islanda Nylar willingly at this point. Had she forgotten what was good for her? In the apothecary house, one could go for a long time, forgetting they were on an island of bloodthirsty killers. If I leave, your father might kill you. You said so yourself. That you might be disposable, because he has a lot of children out there. Kale drew so close that if he wanted, he could kiss me, but he didn't. Might be. That's the key word. And you should know by now that I use a lot of those. No kidding. Tension danced in the air between us. I don't know for sure if he'd kill me, Kale said. I'm unusual, so to speak. How so? You're noble for a pirate, and you play snap chess. To my shock, Kale flinched. You are not entirely wrong. I furrowed my brows. What do you mean? My mother is a daughter of the Sasson family, Kale said. My father married her before she knew he was the son of the then pirate king. He passed himself off as a wealthy merchant, winning the approval of her parents. The Sasson family? But they rule Islanda Sasa, I said. Sosa's Island, the center of trade, fishing, pearls, and the 10 islands. In fact, they were the most powerful noble family in the world, the closest thing we had to royalty. All trade between the islands had their influence. And they were the most famous descendants of Sosa. Kale nodded. I have watery magic on both sides, Nar. That increases my power, and it's why my father chose me out of all the children he sired. Once his father died at sea, he abandoned my mother and I to pursue the pirate life. He cheated on her at every port, and probably cheated on her before then many times. He fathered more children, just in case I did not become what he wanted. And when I turned 10, he came back for me. When my mother found out I was the favored heir to the pirate throne, He turned away. Now we'd reversed our roles, and Kale arched his shoulders up as if guarding a wound. Kale, I asked. Did she reject you? He said nothing, and I knew that was the truth. I had seen nobles enough to know how they worked. Their families operated not on love, but on status, alliances, and standing. Kale's mother would have suffered backlash for marrying a pirate, even if he had tricked her into it. And the noble world would have rejected Kale. Nobles. Breeding and stock obsessed them. I'm sorry, I said at last. That's incredibly unfair. Slowly he turned and twisted his features back into that strong noble mask. Kale didn't belong here, and all the other pirates knew. Only his magic kept him alive and in control of his own ship. He might forever walk on this tightrope, trying to balance both sides of his nature. "I deal with it the best I can," he said. "Nar, you might still have an option. At least I could give that to you. But tell me, why are you so reluctant to accept help and companionship?" I shuddered. We were too close to each other right now, and a wall had come down. That made me uncomfortable. "No. Don't make me talk about it." No insistence lived in Kale's eyes. I could walk away, and that was even worse than him trying mental warfare on me. "I did once and it didn't end well," I said. "It was a long time ago. Please." I was 7. That hedge maze, that sinkhole. My magic had flared to life for the first time and... More silence dragged out and Kale nodded. I hated how he seemed so understanding. "That's fine if you don't want to talk about it," he whispered. "Good night, Nar. Stay with Mocha and Jez. And stay with them when you go back up to the east bunkhouse." My heart pounded, and I waited for him to lean in. But Kale backed away, taking everything that we had talked about with him. Disappointment hung in the air, and he crept quietly into the night. Chapter 8. I did as Kale said. I traveled back up to the east bunkhouse, which I hadn't visited for weeks, with Mocha and Jiz. We spoke little on the way up, and we didn't linger in the dining area, as we were all exhausted. I didn't spot Beezy during the trip. I'd have to visit her first thing in the morning. If I went up there and woke her and it wasn't an emergency, she'd get angry, something she hadn't done before. For the first time, I wondered if I got on her nerves. Time out at sea, doing nothing, had given me time to think. It wasn't a good feeling, but it was one that I couldn't shake. Beezy had sent me signals shortly after we got here, and I'd pushed right through them. What if I had failed her somehow? We had landed here on Islanda Nylar, and I still hadn't gotten her off this island as I'd promised. We'd been here for a few months, and she was still a slave. I'd blown it back on the Pomo. "Well, I'm ready for sleep." Mocha yawned. Jiz grinned. "Sleep." Mocha sighed. "Sometimes it's fine to use more words than you absolutely have to. We're not back there anymore." Jiz just mocked her by pretending to put his cheek on his hands, right there in the stairwell. He almost tripped. "Come on," I said. "I need to get up early tomorrow and see Beezy. She wouldn't be angry if I waited for a better hour, plus I also wouldn't risk running into Rosalind." We reached the east bunkhouse at the top of the stairwell. The massive rounded cave, which formed one of Islanda Nylar's eyes, peeked out into the night and the calm ocean beyond. Hints of palm trees tickled the bottom of the giant eye socket, lit faintly by the huge, hanging lanterns that were also maintained by servants on ladders. No one was up here at this time of night, however. "Understandable. I bet she's doing well." Mocha smiled at me. "Maybe." I wanted to believe it. I couldn't let it go, and I hated that. Beezy was 15, the age I'd been when I killed that overseer who attempted to violate her on the edge of that spice field. She had the blood of some god or goddess, even if it wasn't the ruling 10, which gave her amazing senses. Beezy could now sense most danger before it even reached her. Her powers, like mine, had awakened when danger struck. I wondered when Kale's had awakened. When his father came to the Sas's estate to take him? When his mother rejected him? Mine had rejected me too, or hid me from the Vulgans. I wouldn't trust that I'd get the full story from Cameron, and a big part of me didn't want to know it. What if? Come on. Beezy is tough and Rosalind's on her side. She'll be fine, Mocha said. I hope so. Go to bed, Nar. She's up in the apothecary house right now, sleeping in a tropical breeze, and surrounded by people who are guarding her. Mocha practically shoved me towards one of the side doors, the one with my claimed bed. I did as she said, mainly because I was so tired that my surroundings drifted in slow, lazy circles all around me. That included Mocha and Jez, who also swayed on their feet. We had slept little since our encounter with the younger Vulcan brother. I knew Kale was in the same boat. Where was he now? I wished I had Beezy's input on what was going on. I opened my door and found that I was the only person in the long bunk room, which had plenty of candles, some of them skull candles, and rows of beds. The few cartographers and navigator students I shared the room with weren't here, but that didn't matter. They didn't speak to the girl with the deathly magic and the black bandana. I took it off as soon as I had reached my bed at the very end of the room. Throwing it down under the bed, I flopped down and kicked my boots off. And I remembered that I did not want to be here. Kale had offered to let me escape. I hadn't taken it. What was wrong with me? Why was I staying when he had even offered to send Beezy after me? There was no reason for him to hold back on his word. With those thoughts swirling through my head, I closed my eyes and slowly drifted into the foggy world of sleep, with only the waves and rocking ship of my thoughts to walk beside me. Nar. Come on. Wake up. I stirred, wondering if Lillian had returned and announced that those of us who had come back to the island early had to train early. She was like that. Only this gentler voice didn't belong to her. Lillian was far ruder, and typically used her pistol to wake us all up in the morning. Beezy. I shot awake, quicker than what Lillian could make me do. My dark hair, complete with the faintest of greenish tints, fell onto my tunic and leather straps as I sat up. I'm here. I haven't seen you in a month, Nar. I blinked, wondering what time it was. Perhaps I should have gone up to the apothecary's house after all, but I had assumed that Beezy wouldn't want me to wake her. Beezy, with her blonde hair up in an elegant bun, kneeled beside me. She got up and sat on the empty bed beside me. We were still alone. At least having deathly magic drove most people away from me. Only those with secrets like me would dare to approach. You look, I started. Well taken care of. Beezy still wore the brown dress of servitude. Brown was always the color of low-level servants and slaves. That was noble law, and the pirates had adopted it too. But this dress had a green strip of fabric over it, draped over her chest like a sash. She was still a slave but also something else. What's that? I pointed. Beezy smiled. I got promoted to an assistant apothecary. Rosalind says I'm still a servant though. A slave, I reminded her, hating myself right away, but Beezy was my duty. Some slaves got treated well enough that nobles used them to turn against other slaves, and I hoped that wasn't happening here. Oh, I'm training to be a full apothecary, she said. Rosalind likes the way I work and attend to patients. I can smell things she can't and see things in potions she can't. Did you know I helped a lot with Elias? He's better now, and he might have found you to thank you. He remembers. He did, and I'm glad he's better too. Did Beezy want to stay here? She was forgetting what this place was already. The training is hard, but Rosalind thinks I'll do well, Beezy said. I can sense the herbs in the jungle that we have to gather, and my sense of smell can pick out the right ones. There are a bunch that look like each other, and they're hard to tell apart, but Rosalind says that But this is an island of pirates, I said. Maybe you can get off soon, and take that training with you? Find a place with another apothecary. Nar, she said with a sigh. We sat there, facing each other. Her pale blue eyes flashed. I can move around freely now, and she told me the pirates don't hurt the apothecaries. I'd rather serve pirates than the nobles who used to enslave us. Some of them are worse than the nobles. Not all of them, but some. I sort of like Lillian. Mocha was right. Kale was right. Beezy was, despite my worry, doing well here, and she had a glow in her eyes that I had never seen before. Never mind. I'm sorry. I just worry about you. Beezy was the only person who knew about Zamilla, who died at my hand when my magic woke up for the first time. She was the only friend I had dared to have since then, mainly because circumstances had forced us together, and I would not let that overseer have fun with a 13-year-old girl. I'd taken her under my wing after the first kill I didn't regret. And now I wasn't messing this up. Beezy dropped her shoulders. You shouldn't. I don't even feel like a slave anymore. Rosalind is going to buy my freedom if I do well enough, and then I'll get to become a full apothecary. It's interesting work. They don't just heal people. They study magical herbs and create new potions all the time. And do you know what? So long as I wear this sash, the pirates know I'm untouchable. I'm glad it's good work. A pain in my chest flared up, and I wondered if one day we'd get separated. For good. To stay here with her, I'd have to become a full pirate. Leaving would mean never seeing each other again. Beezy was happy. How could I take that from her? Did Kale put you up to this? I asked. It sounded like something he'd do. But that made no sense. Kale wanted to get her off this island too. I came here on my own. I walk around the place a lot to relax. It's a beautiful island. She leaned back on the neighboring cot. I wondered what horrors were lying underneath this island. Where exactly the key to the Forbidden Isle was. And what Cameron Vulgan would do to get to it. At least Shoskin's magical dagger wasn't easy to get, and Cameron would die before he even got close. That made me feel better about one thing. Nar. Beezy lowered one eyebrow. What's wrong? She was so observant. The younger Vulgan brother tried to attack us when we were out on the sea, near Islanda Nylar. Her eyes widened. She hadn't heard this news yet. It felt strange, telling her about what had happened and all our suspicions about Nyla's key. I felt younger suddenly, and Beezy sat there, arms wrapped around her legs on the other bed, listening to my story as if she were the older one. Wow, she said. I haven't seen either of the Vulgans before. Just what they did to Elias. So I can't offer anything. I don't know what Cameron would be up to, but he sounds dangerous. I had to make one thing clear. And you're not spying on them for me. Petya got betrayed by them, so I don't think she's going to help Cameron. She's been pretty subdued since I got back. Beezy rocked on the bed. Maybe she feels bad and doesn't know what to say about it. Her pride got hurt and her trust got hurt. I doubt it. I had agreed to let her go away unharmed, just because the Vulgans had taught her a lesson. That was enough for me. If Nyla's key is in that underwater cave, no one's reaching it unless they part all the water, and then there are probably traps. Nyla did not want anyone to find the key to her island, where she's probably living right now, Beezy said. I shuddered again. If I was really the child of Nyla, as the Vulgans claimed, had she ever held me? What about their death cult? They're Nyla worshippers, whoever they were. Beezy leaned forward. Something's bothering you. I couldn't process being the weak one. I keep thinking of what the Vulgans told me. She frowned. There was no comfort in that, and she knew too. We don't know if it's true. And do any of us know the full story about where we came from? I don't either. But I know I have the blood of some god or goddess. Rosalind's trying to help me figure out who it could be. She's trying to brew a potion that'll reveal the truth. That's good. Beezy wouldn't experience the horror I would. It might help you too, she said. But it's a very complex potion. I swallowed. I might not take it. That's up to you. I wanted to check on you, and I'm glad you're okay. Then she wrapped me in a hug, and I could once again barely breathe. I still think Kale put you up to this. Give him a chance, Nar. He's in an awful place. And trust my senses. I have the blood of the gods. I know it. Chapter 9. Beezy released me a short time later. What was happening? My entire world turned upside down, and now she worried about me. Our roles had reversed since I had gone out to sea for the past few weeks. A lot had happened. And I didn't know what to make of it. Do you normally walk around Islanda Nylar late at night? I asked. Beezy paused. No, but I'm sure I'll be fine. The apothecary house isn't that far away. I didn't like that. Her tone told me to stay here, but my gut said otherwise. I watched her leave, and she slowly exited the room, closing the door gently behind her, almost as if she didn't want to alert anyone outside that she was coming through. She was being careful. And that unnerved me. It brought back my full worry and protectiveness. I got off the bed and stood there, dread curling in my gut. My 15-year-old sister was wandering around Islanda Nylar at night, and the island was full of men like that overseer, who might get so drunk that they wouldn't care about the green sash around her dress. Drunken pirates might not even notice or see it as an invitation. You could simply breathe, and the wrong man would see that as an invitation. And blame you afterward. Calm down, Nar. She's confident. Mocha's voice rang in my head, but I couldn't shake it. Beezy had been confident while on the far end of the spice field too, where I found her cornered by that overseer against the tall fence. She hadn't realized that women had to stay in a herd to avoid that. I'd follow her back up to the apothecary house just in case and take my weapons. It was late. Very late. I could feel that as I pulled on my bandana, glad that the color communicated a threat. What was I doing? Beezy would be mad. I'd follow at a distance and hope her senses didn't pick me up, though I knew the chances of that were nil. Slowly, I left my room to follow her. I'd followed Kale before, so this was no big deal. I watched Beezy disappear down the stairwell of the empty east bunkhouse. The lanterns burned low, and I realized, though it was still dark over the ocean, that the servants hadn't tended to the hanging lanterns in hours. They usually stopped maintaining them around midnight. It was the earliest morning, then. Beezy continued down the steps, and she didn't come back to chastise me for following. I waited a second before I followed. Something felt off. And I couldn't tell what it was. The bunkhouse was mostly empty and quiet, and the few people already back from the seas were sleeping. Every bunkhouse door except for a cracked one was closed, and someone's sheets rustled inside. I descended the steps, the ones that led to the main corridor. Nothing happened, though I heard a door open and close somewhere behind me. Another recruit, probably needing to visit the outhouse. It happened often. Ignoring the sound, I followed Beezy to the bottom of the steps and down the main corridor. She strode with confidence down the wide tunnel, under the flickering lanterns. She was a different person here. I was amazed at the change, now that she had some freedom to be what she wanted. In fact, I was jealous. Until the dark figure emerged from between two wooden supports and lunged at her. Beezy managed a small scream as the figure seized her and pulled her into the shadows. I drew my sword, which I was allowed to carry since passing the test of bravery, and already a faint, sickly green glow surrounded it. I hadn't worn my gloves. But Beezy couldn't die from my magic. Release her. Breaking into a run, I rounded the wooden support a few seconds later, senses sharpening. Unbelievable. Petcha? An orange bandana flashed, and I knew Beezy, who stood against the figure with a dagger on her throat, had for the first time missed a threat. How? She missed nothing. Beezy panted, her skin brushing against the jagged blade of the dagger. I smelled salt. The ocean. And I spotted the leather straps and orange tunic that communicated Petcha's fiery magic. Despite me letting her live, she still had a grudge. And a beard? Petcha had tucked it into the tunic, and I realized. This wasn't Petcha. Cameron Vulgan had sneaked onto the island in disguise, and I almost laughed at how ridiculous he looked, squeezed into what must be Petcha's clothing. But the laugh died, because he kept the dagger to Beezy's throat. Slugs. How had things lined up this wrong so quickly? Release her. I raised my sword higher, but Vulgan stood against the wall, and no one else walked up and down the corridor. Most pirates were still out at sea. And he was using Beezy as a shield. You have something I want. Vulgan refused to move the knife from her throat. I have nothing. I kept the glowing blade pointed at him. Unfortunately, that meant I had to point it at Beezy as well. Beezy spoke so low that I could barely hear her. Don't give him anything. But her eyes remained stony and brave. You have the way to the key, Cameron said. I will have it, Nar. You don't have to stay here, you know. He offered a wicked grin. You can be anything you like, so long as you help me find the divine treasure. I'm supposed to believe that. I kept my weapon steady. He couldn't hold Beezy here forever, but I wouldn't say that. Vulcan was a dead man walking after buying a crew. He had nothing to lose if he got caught. And that made him dangerous. He shifted the dagger. You're supposed to care about this whore, right? Anger flared in me. That was what the overseer had called Beezy, and she paled at the word. He'd found out about her, probably through Zeb and Pecha. I struggled to find what to say. My magic filled me, and I could stab right now, but if I did, Vulcan's grasp might slip and he'd slash Beezy across the throat. My sister looked at me, pupils wide, as she took a breath. I wondered if she had a trick up her sleeve, but she made no movements. If you're trying to convince me to join you, you're doing a poor job, I said. Friends must be allies, not manipulators. And who says you wouldn't kill me the moment we got this divine treasure? Vulcan's expression softened. He was thinking about it. Or pretending to. Strike now, I thought. That was what Lillian told us. Use any distraction you can get. Trust your gut. But I couldn't. The world was wrong. I'd need to stall. Why are you doing this? I asked. What's your plan with the divine treasure? Vulcan smiled. He felt like he was getting the upper hand, and that was also good for me. It made the enemy sloppy and too confident. Forget what you learned under the fat nobles. The divine age fell into the wrong hands. But in the right hands we can change this world, Nar. You keep saying this we thing, I said. My heart raced, and I didn't want to hear him say any more, but I had to keep him talking until I freed Beezy. His dagger remained steady near her throat, and I knew he had held many people hostage before. Ah. I'm a bit more cooperative than my brother. Glad he's dead. I tricked Yiman and Pecha into working together. Knew your magic would awaken on his ship, and you'd do him in. I told him deathweed would make you helpless. I swallowed. Cameron had been the mastermind the entire time. And now you want to frame Pecha for this? Not going to fly. Some friend you are. And you need to learn how to be friends with someone if you want to get anywhere. Beezy's gaze flicked to the side, into the dark of the tunnel, and I knew instantly that I had company. Good or bad. But if I looked, I'd tip off Vulcan. But if I didn't look? What if he had brought help? Would Bekas's old guards dare to step onto Islanda Nylar? I couldn't read Beezy's expression, so I turned my head. Gray pajamas. Red hair. Green eyes rimmed with copper. And fire. Nar. Duck. A fireball flared to life from down the corridor, and it fizzled with rage as it sailed down the tunnel, lighting the wooden supports and the spent torches with flickering orange light. Instinct swept over me, and no amount of training had told me what to do when a fireball raced at me. I hadn't trained with Pecha since the sorting test because she'd refused. I ducked. The fireball swept past me, heat washing over my skin. I knew from experience that even with the blood of the gods, that Pecha's magic hurt. Slugs. Vulcan shouted, releasing Beezy simply to shield himself. I smelled blood and smoke as the fireball contacted him, and he let out a new string of curses as he threw himself to the floor, rolling around to put out the flames. Kill him, Pecha said. Take the chance. Vulcan rolled around as his clothes or Pecha's clothes burned. The flames went out, and I held up my sword. It glowed with the sickly light of death. Kill him, Beezy repeated, her voice hoarse. I would. But once I did, the secret of my birth would vanish forever. I would never know the truth. Kill him. Pecha shouted, her pajamas flowing around her. I'd hesitated long enough. I had to do it. And I'd enjoy it. I advanced, but Cameron, who had put his clothes out, rolled out of the way as I brought my weapon down. My blade struck the floor. Petya had spent her magic. She wouldn't be able to help me yet. We all moved around Vulcan, trying to block him, but his eyes widened and he pushed himself up. He hadn't expected this. I swung my sword, but he brought up his own, or maybe he'd stolen Petya's too and blocked it with a skilled swing. My blade slid down his, and closer to his bare hands as the glow brightened. I could finish this. Right now. It would take one cut. But the questions danced on my tongue, begging for release. Why did my mother give me up? Why did she have me? Where did I come from? When I struck him, he would take the answers to the grave. I drew my weapon back and swung again. I couldn't let my wants win over keeping Beezy safe. From the corner of my eye, I saw her. She held her hand to her neck, and blood seeped between her fingers. Rage filled me as my arms quivered, along with a new flood of my magic, begging for release. He had to die. I would give Vulcan not just the touch of death, but an entire wave of it. A cry of anger escaped me as I advanced, sliding my blade closer to Vulcan's bare hand. I just needed skin contact. That was all. And then I'd watch him die, and slit his throat as he lay on the floor. Vulcan's eyes widened. And the will to live filled them, dark and terrifying. He gritted his teeth and dodged to the side, and my sword swung down on air. I flew forward, towards a wooden support, and sliced a line down the stripped tree trunk. Nar! Beezy shouted. I whirled. But Vulcan didn't charge me, as I thought he would. Instead he bolted, still in Petya's clothes and with his sword. Coward! Petya shouted, shaking her fist and trying to summon another fireball. Her pajama robe swung around her as she whirled. I went to give chase, but Beezy clamped her hand down on my shoulder. My neck. I faced her. Vulcan had sliced the side of her neck, barely missing her throat. The cut was deep enough to cover her hand in a glove of blood. Petya appeared from the dark and took Beezy's arm. I can get you back up to Roslyn. Nar, go after him. He's got my weapons. He came into my bunkhouse. Stole my stuff. What the? I started. Do you want him to succeed? Petya's green eyes narrowed at me. I didn't understand what was happening, but I couldn't let Vulcan get away. He was getting farther away by the second. What if this was a plot by Petya? But that made no sense, either. Sword raised and still glowing, I ran after Cameron. Chapter 10. Darkness stretched in front of me, and I passed the dining hall, which I knew he hadn't gone into. No one ambushed me, and I heard no other sounds, and Beezy shouted no warnings. The corridor split ahead. Where had Cameron gone? The dark corridors stretched out. He knew there were hardly any pirates here. That was why he'd struck. And now he was out there, trying to frame Petya and threaten the people I cared about. Maybe he'd even threaten Kale, but Kale could kill him. Kale was maybe stronger than me, and Vulcan had no magic. I searched 2 more corridors, but there were so many of them on Islanda Nylar that I had no chance of finding him. He'd put distance between me and him, while I checked on Beezy. As I ran out of breath, the glow around my weapon died. I was getting tired and Vulcan was getting farther away, and that meant my magic would leave me. Slowly, the cold tingles died. I stopped at T-junction. Vulcan had cut Beezy just enough to distract me. He'd done it not to kill, but to get away. He is a coward, I said to myself. Then the scene came back to me with a gut punch, and I knew I had to get back. Beezy was alone with a cut on her neck, and only Petya was with her. Petya now knew that Beezy and I had a connection. I cursed and ran back, lowering my sword for speed. In the way Lillian had instructed, I ran with it down at my side, reducing the air that blew against me. Passing the dining hall, I found the corridor once again empty except for 2 pirates who drunkenly made their way to the dining hall and shoved their way inside, stumbling. One of them retched, and I knew they'd be no help even if Vulcan returned, holding up a sign that said he had bought a crew. I passed them. Roslyn. Had Petya taken her there? What if she was? I can't believe this, I muttered to myself. I was sorting this out now. She'd helped me fight Vulcan, but that was because he'd stolen her pirate garb and her sword. Catching my breath, I bolted up the steps, hating that so much time on Kale's ship had weakened me. Now I knew why the second half of the training included 3 months at sea, and 3 on land. Passing the corridor to the east bunkhouse, I quickly did the math in my head to make sure Vulcan couldn't have circled around to hurt Mocha or Giz. He had gotten into the east bunkhouse. He'd taken Petya's clothes from under her bed, probably before Beezy got up to visit me. Otherwise, she would have heard him. I reached the top of the steps, and burst into Rosalind's apothecary house. The bamboo structure stretched out on either side of me, with only candles on the tables to light the workstations. The smell of potions and herbs made my nose sting, but I got used to the smell after a breath, and faced Rosalind, who stood with Beezy and Petya in the center of the room. Her own pajama robe hung around her ankles, and a chill hung in the air and invaded the windows, as Rosalind dabbed Beezy's cut with a white cloth. She dipped the cloth into a glass tube of clear liquid, before reapplying it to Beezy's neck. Already, the wound had closed and stopped bleeding, though it remained pink. "Are you okay?" I asked Beezy. I braced myself for Rosalind's yells. But she didn't tell me to scram, as she usually did. Beezy nodded. "I was hoping you'd kill Vulcan. I knew he was waiting in that corridor, and that he was in Petya's clothes. I glimpsed him on the way up to visit you, getting into position. He probably hoped to catch me off guard by dressing as her, so he could take me hostage on my walk back." "What?" I asked, looking around the room. Petya remained in her gray pajamas, and with a sour expression. She stood on the side of the room, away from the center table of potions. Her green eyes narrowed again as we stared at each other. "We could have killed him," Petya said. "I heard about Cameron when I was listening to your conversation in the Pirate King's study. I came down there to, never mind. I just overheard. But I didn't think he'd be on the island. Beezy woke me up and told me where Vulcan was before she visited you, and that he'd stolen from me. You two set him up without telling me." I asked. "What's going on here?" "A genius plan gone wrong," Rosalind said. Beezy looked at Petya. They'd been speaking. I felt as if 2 of my worlds had crashed together into one. Beezy frowned. "I know you two don't like each other, and if I'd said that you'd run into each other during the fight, neither of you might have gone through with it. Nar, I knew you'd follow me." "And you also told Petya to follow you," I said. She frowned. "To follow well behind me. She knew you might end up reaching Vulcan first." "I guess we're even now," Petya said. I whirled on her. "You helped me on purpose?" "We might have been talking to each other while you were still out to sea," Beezy admitted, sheepish. I swallowed. Petya hadn't been feeling the greatest after the older Vulcan brother turned on her and took her prisoner. Her plan to end me or get me captured had failed, and then she'd suffered the consequences. I'd freed her from Vulcan's crew despite what she'd done. Now she'd turned around and helped me free Beezy from Cameron's attack. So she had a conscience. Sure, she must have done this to ease her own guilt, but still. Petya had helped me. The thought was so strange that I couldn't process it. "You talked to each other," I said. "It wasn't bad." Beezy exchanged a glance with Petya. "You sought her out?" I asked, letting my eyes widen. Petya huffed. "I'm right here, you know. And I see I'm still without my weapon." "Vulcan ran off," I said. "We have to alert Shoskin and tell him he's crawling around on the island. Maybe Lillian will give you a new sword." Lillian liked Petya, and she was unaware that Petya had worked with the Vulcans and with Zeb at one point. Mocha, Giz and I had stayed quiet after she had showed some remorse. It was paying off. "That isn't the point." Petya glared at me. I took a breath. "I owe you nothing. We're even." I let the words hang in front of Rosalind. Petya would not push it when I knew her secret. Maybe Beezy did too. If the two were talking, Petya felt worse than I thought. Or the Vulgans had lied to her about what they planned to do. My rival nodded. I'll talk to Lillian and get out house duty then. And she stormed out of the room, not looking back. Her long red hair swung as she vanished down the steps. What was that? I asked Beezy. Rosalind sighed. I'll tell Shoskin about this. We cannot have pirates attempting to frame recruits for their own gains. Vulgan is no longer allowed on the island. That's why he stole Petcha's clothes, I said. He should have shaved his beard if he really wanted to look like Petcha. I guess he has too much pride. I was trying to get Petcha to apologize to you. We were talking earlier tonight. She's confused is all, Beezy said, choosing her words carefully. She just wants to make something out of herself, and that's why she's been so horrible to you. I told her to stop. To try the opposite. Don't let anyone capture you again. I was angry. Beezy lowered her voice as Rosalind took the glass tube and the cloth away. I'm sorry. I was also hoping we could get as much information out of him as possible. Or that you could learn why your mother had to give you up. Or better yet, that you could kill him. You almost succeeded. Why not wait for this new potion? Beezy had planned to get captured. If there was a god or goddess of spies, she was part of their bloodline. Never do that again, I said. He almost got your throat. With that part I must agree. Rosalind dabbed her wound one last time. I am all for killing Vulgan after what he's done to so many recruits, especially now that we're all allowed to murder him, even on Islanda Nylar. Disgust filled her words as she threw the white cloth in a bag. We were allowed to kill Vulgan now? It made sense as he was no longer welcome here. Beezy hardened her gaze. It was a risk worth taking. I'm not helpless, Nar. And I had to prove that. And if I keep working at it, maybe Petcha could help us again. I resisted balling my fists. She was still 15, and she couldn't have fought Vulgan by herself. And worse, Vulgan could have gone farther than threatening her. Hadn't the overseer back on the plantation taught her that? Also, she had no weapons training or even any type of self-defense. With her heightened senses, her place was lying low and watching. Not getting herself into these situations. My magic flowed back, and I backed away from Rosalind as she returned from across the room. Listen to her, Beezy. It was a good plan, but a dangerous one. I don't want to lose you. As the head apothecary, I am ordering you not to allow yourself to get captured again. Beezy simply nodded. She shrunk back, and I felt like a jerk. We could have killed Vulgan thanks to her. Good, Rosalind said with force. Go back to bed. I will go to Shoskin myself. He respects me. Rosalind dared me to protest with her glare. I watched the apothecary, still in her gray pajama robe, seize a dagger from the table and tuck it into her robe. It glistened as she followed Petcha down the steps. Petcha, of course, was long gone. She left me and Beezy alone, probably hoping I'd make her go back to bed. We were both on the same side with Beezy. Don't sacrifice yourself, I said. Why? That's what you do, she said. I let out a slow breath. You do not owe me a thing. Beezy shifted and seized the wooden table. Forgetting to Vulgan's first mate down in the dungeon, we need all the help we can get. Maybe he's here to free the guy. We don't know what his plan is. Or he's here to kill his old first mate before we can get any answers out of him. Work on Petcha, Nar. And Elias. We need both. We need everyone. Vulgan is up to something big. I sighed. I hated where she was pushing me, where they were all pushing me. Something bad would come out of all this. But I nodded. I'll try. Swallowing, I turned away. We were running out of time if Vulgan was on the island. And I didn't know what to do. Chapter 11. Maybe Vulgan wanted me to bring in Petcha and Elias, so he could get them killed. The thought followed me back to the east bunkhouse, where I found Mocha and Jiz sleeping soundly in their beds, along with several other recruits who shared that room with them. After searching, found Vulcan didn't lurk anywhere on this level of the cave, not even in the attached outhouse that people could access through another narrow tunnel. He didn't seem to be anywhere. I was glad Rosalind could handle speaking to Shoskin. He would know about Vulcan being here by now, and about him stealing Petch's clothes to sneak around and frame her. And he'd get his crew and Kale to search the island for that monster. He had attacked Beezy, which I knew was probably another deadly offense on Islanda Nylar, where a truce prevented anyone from attacking anyone else. I had broken that though, just as much as Vulcan had. And Vulcan might have a way to use that to his advantage, if Petcha had ever told the Vulcans that I had killed Zeb, and Kale had hidden the body. I couldn't sleep. Since the east bunkhouse had no guards protecting us, I stayed awake with my sword out, sitting at the doorway of my room, watching the entire cave slowly light. I would not let Vulcan get to Mocha or Jez next. He was a man with everything to gain, and nothing to lose. The sun rose gradually, and though it didn't shine right into the mouth of the cave, a faint pink light fell on the straw bales and the spent lanterns. I half expected Lillian to march in and fire her pistol over and over to wake us, as she did each morning of training, but that wouldn't start again for another few days. For most recruits, that meant sleeping in. Islanda Nylar offered rest and enjoyment after all. At least, for those fully into the pirate life. And I wasn't staying. I couldn't, not with the fate of the world landing on my shoulders. Nor did I want to remain here. It was the first time I'd allowed myself the full, scary thought, and I sprang up as it entered my mind with no padding. If the Vulcans were right, I could determine the future of the world. I was the child of Nyla. And I could help find the greatest treasure the world had ever seen. We had to find the Vulcan's former first mate and get answers. As soon as the sun peeked over the horizon and the light in the cave went from pink to full, I decided that now was the time. I went into Mocha and Jess's room and yanked the sheets off both their beds as quietly as I could, as 5 other recruits also slept in that room. Only a couple of the others stirred as I stood over my friends, who had dared to change into their gray pajama robes. Mocha curled up and pulled her legs farther under her robe. I couldn't help but notice what a protective motion it was. Get up. We need to talk to Kale. I wouldn't dare utter the rest while others could hear. I valued my life, and if I died, what would happen to everyone else? I might not want to get too close to regular people, but I couldn't abandon them, either. If I did, I would be more like Nyla than ever. Kale. Mocha asked. Did you kiss him again? Curse her half-asleep state. No, I said quickly. We hadn't had a moment like that since we had mopped the corridor floor. And that also infuriated me, as Kale was one of the few I wouldn't kill by mistake. Get up, Mocha. Jez opened one eye. Morning. Morning. I adopted his method of speech. Up. At last, Mocha got going and dressed, while Jez stood in front of her corner, guarding her as he always did. She hadn't gotten over her dark year in the brothel, and I understood Jess's need to protect her. But I said nothing. It was something that we hadn't spoken of, since Jez had confided in me those months ago. I understood that too. I had one thing I had never uttered out loud, except to Beezy. At last, with all 3 of us dressed and armed with our swords, I ushered Mocha and Jez outside and told them what happened last night. He went after Beezy? But she's untouchable. That's what her sash means, Mocha said. I heard that servants with that can't even be touched without their permission. They're the important people. Vulcan doesn't care. He's willing to risk his life. I looked up and down the enormous cave. Already, a pair of male servants scaled a ladder, lighting one of the huge hanging lanterns. We've got to get to that first mate of his before he does. But that might be impossible. Mocha seized my arm. I killed the other Vulcan, I said, determined to do this right. People thought that was impossible too. I wasn't about to let Cameron find that treasure and ruin the world. Without another word, the 3 of us searched the island's caves and even the jungle trails for Kale. No one was on the training beach, not even Lillian, and I wondered if she was taking a break from training and out to sea. And at last, we peeked into the main dining hall, which the full pirates used, and found Kale and Bork seated together at the end of one long table, speaking in low voices. Several other pirates ate with typical pirate manners throughout the room, which smelled of beer and rum. Lillian ate at the end of one table with her ragtag crew, spearing sausages with a knife, and others I didn't recognize sat scattered around the tables. I cursed. Bork might be Kale's first mate, but he was the true one in charge. And he had been since before Kale's crew captured me. I kept my voice low as I spoke to Mocha and Jez, who crammed near the door beside me. Great. They're probably talking about Vulcan. Shoskin must know about him, and now so do Kale and Bork. Then Kale might know what we need to do next. He just needs to break away, Mocha whispered in my ear. I agreed. I stayed and peeked between the crack of the door and the wall, and Kale finally met my gaze. He went back to his conversation with Bork, before rising and dismissing himself from his breakfast. A servant took both their trays, and Kale, dressed as regally as he always did, strode over, slipping into the hallway with us. He closed the door behind him, staying casual as if we weren't discussing the fate of the world. Unlike the other pirates, he hadn't let a crumb fall onto his blue tunic. I caught my breath. He was a noble and a pirate. Like me, he stood out here. Nar. I heard what happened, he said, keeping his voice low and his eyes trained down on me. I've been searching Islanda Nylar for that piece of scum all night. Beezy is staying up with Roslyn. She's safe, and I've posted 2 of my crewmen near the apothecary's house as guards. Dark circles hung under Kale's eyes, looking as if they were going to pull his face down onto the floor. I have my crew searching for him. He will either leave the island quickly, if he hasn't already, or he will die. My father has ordered his swift death. If found, then he will get executed at sea. The method will not be kind. I swallowed. Then he's done underestimating the Vulcans. If Cameron died, then Shoskin would be less likely to want me on his crew. Right? Unless he was as greedy and power-hungry as the Vulcans. Unless he wanted that treasure. Gulp. Good news, Jez said. Can we get to Vulcan's first mate? I asked. That's key to figuring out what he might do next if he escapes. I wanted to sit back and let Kale's crew find this guy and kill him too. But Vulcan had gotten onto the island undetected, and apparently without the help of his new crew. For all we knew, another pirate could aid him. Or Vulcan could be back out at sea already. Kale scratched his chin. I asked my father, but the code still stands. All prisoners remain the property of their captor here, and only the captor may visit them for information. Even he cannot break the code. If he does, he loses his status as the Pirate King. This code is a load of, Mocha started. It prevents complete war and the breakdown of pirate society, Kale said. Without it, we would have all killed each other a long time ago. I lowered my voice, although no one else was in the corridor. I wish we had Beezy here. Beezy? Jez asked. I hated what I was about to say. She could help us. Everyone went dead silent. Kale's eyes widened. Had I just had a breakthrough? Or maybe I just hadn't given Beezy enough credit, well, ever. That might have made me a jerk, but I had my reasons. Nar, Mocha said. You're asking for help? I swallowed. Go ahead. Poke fun at me for doing it. I wouldn't have her go in the dungeons or anything. Just see what her ideas are. You really don't have to keep protecting me, Beezy said from behind me. I whirled, hating that Kale had kept his expression neutral and let her sneak up. Jez jumped and Mocha did the same. Beezy stood there, rested, with her green sash still over her brown robe. She had her light hair up in an elegant bun that Roslyn must have done for her, and the cut on the side of her neck had mostly healed. In fact, I could barely see it. Roslyn had done an amazing job. She was good for Beezy. I hated to admit it, but she was, and that made me angry. She was convincing Beezy to stay here among all these pirates. I didn't know what to say. You got away from the apothecary house? Rosalind said it was fine now that Kale has his crew everywhere, watching every corner and every person for Vulcan. They'll find him. They must. Or maybe he swam away, and he's hiding in one of the deeper caves, the ones that flood. If he's there, he won't last too long. He almost killed you last night, I said as a hint of deathly magic ran under my skin. Beezy's eyes stayed calm. If he'd killed me, then he would have lost the only rope he had on you, Nar. Well, at the time. I couldn't believe how much she'd changed since coming here. Beezy had been quiet. Dependent. Scared. But Islanda Nylar had turned her into, well, what? This was dangerous for her. You're too confident about that. Both Vulcans are evil. Cameron was laughing and hitting us recruits when we wound up on his ship. The memory of the board hitting the back of my knee came back, and I winced, tensing my legs. And in a cult, Kale added. I did manage to find out the name of Vulcan's former first mate. Ilgad. He was apparently their first mate for many years, and got imprisoned recently for reasons I don't know. How did you find that out? I asked. Kale nodded. Enough rum acts as a truth potion. They discourage guards from getting drunk, but I might have invited one or two for a drink last night and asked for some information. They had just finished a long week of guard duty and were ready to rest. I grinned. Ah. You had a long night. With that, plus looking for Cameron, Kale must not have slept. Clever, Mocha said. They're easier to manage that way. She spoke from experience, and I knew she'd employed that survival tactic in the past. Jiz just frowned, and I knew not to press on about how she knew. That was only fair that I didn't press her about her past. I hadn't told her and Jiz the worst parts about mine. So, how do we get to this guy and see what Vulcan is up to? I asked. Beezy thought. She motioned us away from the door, and it amazed me how quiet her gait was. She thought for a long time while we all stood in the corridor alone, and then faced us all. I've seen the dungeon entrance, she said. The cells are down below Shoskin's study, and I know some of them must flood due to the depth they're at. They're on the same level of this island as the sorting caves, but on the opposite side. Can you get there through the sorting caves? I asked Kale, hating this plan already. I didn't want to repeat that swim through the flooded, confusing caverns, even with the help of his watery magic. He shook his head. I don't know, and I doubt you could, or someone would have attempted an escape through there by now. My father is very careful. But you can't rule out an entrance, Beezy said. It's very unsafe to go through the sorting caves, Kale said to her, stern. You didn't see them. Anger came over Beezy's face. He was talking down to her, and an urge to defend her swept over me. That was my job, and I flowed right into it, glad that something felt familiar. She's not an idiot. Beezy has been looking around this island almost as much as you have, and she had a plan to get Pecha to help us. She almost got Cameron killed. Mocha seemed to get it too. Yes. Are there any other plans we can try? Beezy didn't protest at me stepping in. There are 4 guards outside the dungeon entrance at all times, and I've seen no one going in and out those doors. I'm guessing that all of them have the keys on their person, which means getting into the dungeon area won't be easy. Then there's no way in, Mocha said. I said it wouldn't be easy. Beezy offered us a sly smile that I hadn't seen before. The guards eat twice every shift, and their food comes from the kitchens. I know the kitchens, and I absorbed every detail I could during the short time I was working in there. Made a couple of friends, too. They might help, since a lot of the kitchen slaves and servers don't like the pirates. I had seen how even many of the recruits treated the servers, grabbing trays and making them pick food off the straw, and I got how this might work. Go on. Kale, Juz, and Mocha also leaned closer as Beezy spoke. Pirates get sick all the time. Too much drink. Sometimes spoiled food. It won't be hard to make that happen. And we can get them to leave their posts? I asked. How had I not seen what a help Beezy would be? It made me angry that a life of slavery had kept her trapped in a bottle for so long. How many others were out there kept small by servitude? Perhaps, Beezy said. It won't be possible to pick their pockets, but it may be possible to work the lock. Rosalind has a talent for lockpicking. She's had to do it many times to access ingredients and potions that pirates have plundered from merchants' ships. She lowered her voice to a whisper. I've been helping her with that, and she says that I have a talent for that too. Picking locks? Jez asked. This story just kept getting deeper and deeper. Beezy could work locks now. She looked up and down the corridor, and once she seemed sure that no one else occupied it, she reached into her robe pocket and produced a metal pick. I'd never seen one before, but the grooves and bends told me that this one had been used many times. Rosalind had probably given it to her. I swallowed, heart thumping. We could do it. We could get to this Ilga guy and figure out exactly what was going on. I might have killed the first Vulcan, but this new mission might be more terrifying for other reasons, and one of those reasons was the truth. The truth about what was happening, and the truth about me. I swallowed. How long will this take? I wished there was another way. Beezy swallowed. I need to watch the dungeon entrance a bit more before we move. Leave it to me, Nar. Her eyes hardened, daring me to tell her to stand aside. But I couldn't. I saw no other way forward. Beezy had been here for just a few months, and already she had plenty of connections. She knew the inner workings of this place. Kale and Mocha both watched me while Jez stood back, remaining silent. I had to decide here. Beezy, any one of us could get into huge trouble here. You could lose everything, I said. All you've worked for could be gone if you get caught. I mean, you're pretty much Rosalind's apprentice by now. Beezy drew close, her pale blue eyes locking onto me. That's why they won't suspect me. I've played the part of the lucky servant, grateful for what she's gained. I had to admit that she had a point. Okay, I said, mouth dry. I saw no other way forward, and I hated it. Even my deathly magic wouldn't help us here. For the first time in my life, I was relying on Beezy, and I didn't know how to deal with it. She nodded. Tomorrow, we move. We break in, grab this Ilga Dominus guy and hide him somewhere. Then we get some answers. Chapter 12. I could barely sleep that night or let Beezy go off and pretend to wander around Islanda Nylar, now that it was safe, and no one had found Vulcan around the island. Rosalind had let her back out of the apothecary house, and apparently the only areas forbidden to her now were the Pirate King's study and the dungeons themselves. Beezy had as much freedom as Islanda Nylar would allow. As soon as Mocha shook me awake the next morning, I rose and followed her and Jez through the caves. We had a job to do before we attempted to snatch Ilga Dominus, and that was set up a place to store him after we got him out of his cell. It wasn't as if we could keep a prisoner in the east bunkhouse or anywhere inside the caves, as every corner got traversed at least once a day. Islanda Nylar had plenty of cellars and storage rooms, as well as lots of wine cellars and corners full of forgotten loot. We'd found most of them already over the past several months. We decided on the jungle of Islanda Nylar. Most people didn't venture into the thick, tropical growth, especially that on the top of the skull-shaped island. Even Lillian wasn't cruel enough to make recruits climb to the very top, where the growth was the thickest. Thousands of years of tropical storms and decay had made the ground up there break apart and turn to soil, and allowed trees and ferns to grow almost as densely as hair. Me, Mocha, and Jez got to make the climb that morning. The three of us slowly ascended as the ground turned upward at a sharp angle. Only the fact that some of the rock had eroded and cracked gave us a small trail to follow. Unfortunately, the trail was only a foot or so wide, and it was also steep with rolling pebbles. As we climbed, we rose above the jungle below and the sparkling beaches, and even the early morning sun made sweat break out over my skin and under my bandana. This won't be easy, Mocha puffed as she grasped the stone. I guess that up here, we were at the back of the island, which was also planned because ships never approached from this angle. They all entered through the island's terrifying mouth. Only ocean spread out from here, and no traces of land met my vision. We passed a few tall ferns that had grown out of the rock. The steep trail continued upward, and at one point we had to climb using handholds. We were risking our lives doing this, but we had no choice. The lower jungle wasn't safe to hide anyone, as Lillian often had recruits run through the underbrush as punishment or when she was in a bad mood. I think we made it, Mocha puffed as we reached the top. Up here it was easy to forget Islanda Nylar's skull shape, because the trees were so thick that the air was cooler. Shrubs and ferns covered the ground, and I watched my step, fearing that deathweed might grow under the brush. Insects buzzed around me, and I did not envy Ilga for having a future up here. Drawing my sword, I hacked a narrow trail from the climb and into a space under a large tree. The three of us cut away ferns, vines, bamboo, and mysterious herbs, including more black deathweed, from the ground. After another half-hour of work, we had cleared a small space to keep Ilga once we broke him out. Jez arranged rocks in a ring, preparing for a fire, and Mocha took her pack off and stashed supplies in the hole of a nearby tree. "He won't get a roof over his head," she said, "so he's going to have to live with the tree canopy. It should block most of the rain. Depending on how bad the dungeon is, he might not complain," I said. After catching our breath, the three of us descended, memorizing the trail, and praying that the next time we came up, that it would not be raining or windy. I grasped the rocky wall for dear life, glad there were plenty of holds, and that my boots were good for climbing and protecting my feet from the jagged rocks. After getting back down, we had to do something even more difficult. Return to bed. Beezy had told us we could not look suspicious, or like we had been running around Islanda Nylar before most pirates and recruits woke on a day off. Thankfully, my few bunkmates were sleeping, and it was easy to slip back to my cot and flop down. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. We would rescue Ilga Dominus at dinner, when Kale assured us that the guards would be at their most tired and irritated. Timing would matter. He had also told us that there would be a different set of guards tonight than the ones he had taken answers from. Those ones had gone out to sea, and probably didn't remember him getting them drunk. The three of us rose an hour later, along with everyone else, and spent the day wandering around like we always did. I couldn't pretend to fish, or have fake wrestling matches, or even to hate Pecha, who hadn't spoken to us again since Cameron's attack. I hated that we still had a few days off, because I couldn't occupy my mind with training. And I also hated that more recruits were arriving back on Islanda Nylar, mostly empty-handed. The corridors slowly grew more active. The island was big with plenty of shadows, sure, but our plan had seemed much easier when there weren't many people around. I even spotted Elias milling around, talking to other guys, and showing off his scars. The trauma remained in his eyes, though. I doubted he'd ever hide that. He didn't talk to me or Mocha and Jez, though. He seemed angry, and it didn't take Beezy to tell me why. We understood what he'd endured. No one else did. The guys he hung with hadn't seen him bleeding on the floor. At last, dinner approached. The dining hall was perhaps 3/4 full when we wandered past, but I couldn't eat. If we got caught raiding the dungeons, all three of us might not survive until tomorrow. Or worse, we'd go into the dungeons to rot. Kale met us at the corner that led to the lower storage areas. He nodded and forced a grin as a few people walked past. "Ready?" he asked. I just nodded. Where was Beezy? She was supposed to meet us here, too. My heart pounded for multiple reasons. Kale seemed like his normal, confident self, and I knew Beezy was somewhere, staying in the shadows. He led us down the steps, to the cooler and darker caves that I had told Beezy to avoid in the first days of Islanda Nylar. These caves were almost as low and chilly as the sorting caverns, with only skull candles and dim torches to light the way. Gone were the wooden supports that made it feel as if parts of Islanda Nylar were fancy, and not actually caves. Here it was all stone or cracked brick in some places, and some of the tunnel walls had crumbled. Water dripped from the ceiling, and a few tunnels still had slowly growing stalactites. Kale led us through the complex, past open storage rooms, wine cellars, and darker tunnels that seemed to intersect with natural caves. Rats squeaked and ran in every direction as Kale held up a lantern taken from near the steps. "This place isn't creepy at all," I said, hating that Beezy had been wandering down here. But it seemed that there weren't many pirates either. We passed two who were in the cellars, raiding the booze, and their attention was not on us. One leaned against the wall, as if he was super drunk, and a man and woman looked as if they were about to get intimate in another cellar, tucked far from the rest of the island. I quickly passed as Jez shook his head and Mocha ignored the sight. "People only come down here for a few reasons," Kale whispered. "If we're caught, I'll say that I'm here to raid my stash and get us some spirits for the evening. Mine is close to the dungeon entrance. I have the privilege of having the guards nearby, so that it does not get stolen from." He had a plan. That was good. The storage tunnels seemed to go on forever, and that reminded me of how much plunder was on this island. Most pirates didn't have to bury their treasure on any remote beaches. And at last, the corridor widened at yet another T-junction. Kale held up a hand, zipped his lips, and crossed the hall. We followed him across the brick corridor and into another storage room. And from the corner of my vision, I spotted the entrance to the dungeons. A double wooden door waited at the end of the corridor to my left, and 4 figures stood against the walls on either side of the doors. They stiffened as he passed, and I dared a short look at them as we crossed the corridor and into the room that held the plunder taken by Kale and his crew. 4 big pirates, all with 2 pistols each and a long sword, guarded the entrance. We entered the storeroom a moment later, and Kale held his hand up. We stopped in the middle of the room. He spoke loud enough for his voice to echo down the corridor. "Cheers tonight. Take your pick." Kale's storeroom was more lavish than the rest, and the envy of any crew. Bottles upon bottles filled the wine shelves, and crates held everything from gold to silk. Kale was good at pirating, though I didn't point that fact out to him. Something told me he wouldn't take the compliment well. We pretended to peruse the bottles, checking the dates on them, taking a long time to make our pick. The guards didn't check on us, and I wondered if they'd suspect us after they got sick and had to bail from their posts. Beezy had hinted that their distress would be of the intestinal type. We didn't have to wait long. A servant girl passed us, rushing with a wooden platter in her hand. After serving the pirate guards and ignoring comments about her body, she hurried back without a word or a glance at us. Where was Beezy? She had told us she'd meet us sometime between us meeting Kale and the guards running to the outhouse, which was leagues from here. All outhouses were on the surface to avoid dangerous fumes gathering in the tunnels. The guards ate quickly, and the belches and grunts from the dungeon doors told us that the plan was underway. Kale motioned for us to back further into the large storeroom as we waited for the magic to happen. And it didn't take long. Soon one guard bolted past our room unseen, seething he as ran. "Gala's." "Whoa," another guard said, laughing. "I don't feel very good either." Cursing rose as whatever Beezy had poisoned their food with took effect. "We can't leave. No one's getting through this door. If I don't leave, I'm going to spray it, and then no one will even think of trying to get in." Mocha slapped her hand to her mouth to stifle a laugh, and we backed behind a shelf of wine bottles, staying hidden. The guards had forgotten about us. And soon, feet echoed down the corridor as the 3 other guards followed one by one, leaving the dungeon doors unguarded. I peeked out just as the last guard bolted down the hallway, uttering the most creative curses I'd heard yet on Islanda Nylar. Behind me, Mocha snickered, unable to stop. "Hey," Jez said. "We have a job to do," Kale said, daring to speak at an audible volume.
"Beezy should be here at any second.
Those guys won't be back for a while." "But the lock," I said, looking up and down the wide corridor. I couldn't believe that the first part of the plan had worked. I was glad it hadn't backfired, as the one guard had threatened. "They'll suffer for at least an hour," Beezy said, peeking out of another storage room. Her light hair contrasted with the dark walls and the skull candles. She was literally in the next room over, and seemed to have hidden there until we reached the area. "How did you get in there without the guards seeing?" I asked. "They saw me, but this is Rosalind's storage room." I'm expected to come down here, Beezy said. It's in view of the guards the entire time. Now, the faster we move, the more likely we get this Ilga guy out. I think the guards toss in food every few days to the prisoners. It keeps them weak. I would have expected nothing less. Beezy joined us, swooping into Kale's storage room, and she brandished her lockpick. Or Rosalind's lockpick. I wondered if Rosalind had helped her with this. That, I would ask later. Right now, we had a job to do. The guards will know we did it, I said. Not necessarily. I'll report Ilga missing as soon as I hear a word, and that should take the suspicion off us. Also, people come down here often to engage in private activities, Kale said with a wink that sent heat into my cheeks. He was playing with me again, trying to stir my feelings, and I wanted to slap him. But I also wanted to kiss him again. Was he changing his mind about wanting to push me away? That would make it much harder to leave this place and this life behind. The longer I stayed here, the more my feet became bolted. But we had bigger problems right now. Beezy. Work your magic. I faced her. She motioned for us to follow her into the corridor, and she checked left and right to ensure that no one was coming. Here, she was invaluable, and I wanted to beat myself up for not wanting her to help with this. If there was a real threat, she'd let us know. We reached the heavy wooden doors, which looked thick enough to hold out a giant. Of course, giants were the stuff of legends, so I'd have to say that the gods would have trouble with these doors. Beezy pulled out the pick and worked the lock, and it jiggled around inside the huge keyhole, easily enough to fit a mouse. Is this going to work? I asked. I've never seen you pick a lock before. Rosalind says I have talent, Beezy said. Hold on. She turned the pick a few more times, working with precision that she couldn't have gained so quickly. It was impossible. She screwed up her face, not losing that air of confidence. What had happened? The lock clicked, and the wooden door on the left slid open just a tiny bit towards us. Beezy pocketed the pick and faced us with a smile. What the heck? Mocha asked. Amazing, Jez said. Let's go, Kale said, patting me on the back. I didn't miss the tenderness in that motion, nor the real concern. There aren't many cells and it's low tide. Some of them flood during high tide, and if we walk around sopping wet afterward, I won't be able to deflect the suspicion. I nodded. We were on dangerous enough ground. Kale pulled the door the rest of the way open, and my hands sweat inside my new gloves. The door was easily a full foot thick, and easily enough to keep out even those of us who had the blood of the gods. Together, the five of us squeezed into an even darker corridor, with nearly spent torches on the wall. Mocha blew on one, which convinced it to come back to life enough to illuminate a row of cells. The tunnel sloped downward, and I could see that the cells near the end of the corridor were mildly flooded. The water must be part of the torture here. I could smell the salt mixing with the stench of unwashed bodies. Oh, a man groaned to our right. Ilga has an eagle tattoo, Kale whispered, grabbing the torch off the wall and shining it on the first cell where an old man lay curled up on dry straw. The water never came up this high then. Breadcrumbs surrounded him, and he seemed to be asleep. Not him, Jez said. Eagle tattoo. Where? I asked Kale. On his neck, he said. It has scars across it too. That was easier to find. We left the poor nearly dead prisoner behind and passed cell after cell, most of which were empty. There must be 24 cells in this place, enough for an entire crew, but I spotted only one other prisoner on the way down towards where dampness hugged the floor. There, Beezy said, pointing into a dark cell where the water was ankle deep. Who's there? A raspy voice asked. It was a voice tormented by the rising and falling waters, and the lack of body odor told me this cell flooded often. How did he ever sleep? Sit down. Name? Kale asked. A pause dragged out as a prisoner in a black tunic, leather straps and matted hair approached the bars from the depths of the uneven cell. He sloshed water as he came near, and his eyes were hazel with a hint of gold. I'd seen eyes like them before on Islanda Nylar, and this man had the olive complexion of a native. His dark hair was halfway between black and gray. He must be in his 50s, and bore plenty of narrow scars across his bare arms and face. Despite his short beard, I spotted the eagle tattoo. The predator bird snarled at us from the darkness under the man's chin. We'd found Islanda, the Vulcan's first mate. What does it matter now? The man snarled, challenging us to say anything further. Despite not being in here for very long, the rising and falling tide had made this man mean. Bags hung under his eyes, and wrinkles tightened around his eyes as he glared at all of us. Already, I didn't like him, but I reminded myself that I'd likely be the same after so much sustained torture. I looked back up the dungeon incline. We don't have time for this. We're here to free you in exchange for info. Either shut up and let us do that, or rot in here for the rest of your life. He flinched as if I had struck him with a whip. Ilga had likely seen many of those, I was sure. I looked at Beezy. She shrugged. She didn't know how to proceed. Then again, negotiations weren't her specialty. You're quick, he said, but I knew right away we had piqued his interest. Ilga lifted his eyebrows. Kale nodded to me. I talk. We need information about the Vulcan's plans because we want to stop them, I said as Kale let me do the talking. Well, what one of them is planning, because Yeman is dead. We killed him. Thank us later. Ilga's eyes widened. You killed him. Just get him out, Mocha said to Beezy. Ilga spoke with a rasp. No one has managed. I can't believe it. The crew were all too terrified of him and his brother. Is Cameron still alive? This man had come to life in a space of seconds. Yes, and he's after the divine treasure. We're trying to stop him. I shifted from leg to leg, hating that my boots were wet and might leave footprints. The guards wouldn't leave their station for long, no matter how bad their issues got. That could only last for so long, and they just might call reinforcements. Slugs, he whispered. I never thought they'd get that far. Beezy worked at the hanging lock on the cell door, and she only had to pick at it for seconds before it clicked and gave away. The door slid open with a squeal, the salt water had rusted the bars, and Ilga stumbled out, splashing water onto Kale. But though the son of the Pirate King stood there just a foot away, Ilga studied me for a long, uncomfortable time. Though I wore my black bandana as I had to, he must not miss my unusual hair. My gloves. And perhaps even my dark eyes. Kale's torch cast too much light on me. Ilga worked his lips in silence as he paled. And I knew that he understood. And that he knew things. We made a safe place for you. Outdoors, Mocha said, filling the silence. She grabbed his sleeve, and then just stepped in and nudged her out of the way, taking over. We'll take you, he said. I swallowed. This was by far the most dangerous part of the plan. Beezy, we need your full abilities for this. Help us get to the top of the mountain without being seen. And we need to do it as fast as possible, so we can make an appearance back in the dining hall. Chapter 13. Ilga, thankfully, cooperated with us fully. I knew next to nothing about the older guy, but since his options were to go free or rot, he didn't have much of a choice but to come with us. Kale said something about promising him a way to go into permanent hiding if he agreed to work with us, but I focused so hard on reading Beezy's body language on the way out of the dungeons that I barely heard him. The guards were still gone when we all exited through the doors. Beezy replaced the lock and managed to snap it back into place, making it look as if no one had tampered with the doors at all. Then Kale snagged a bottle of rum out of his storeroom, probably to be extra convincing. The guards got fed what nausea weed. It grows from the footsteps of the goddess Pulsa who rules sickness, Beezy explained. She has another name for it I won't mention in polite company. You're not in polite company, Ilga said. Maybe the man had a sense of humor, and he wasn't as bad as he had first come off. I went silent as Beezy listened, and motioned for us to follow. We all took our boots off to muffle the sound of our footsteps, and Beezy slowly led us through the corridors and into storage rooms whenever she heard someone coming, and that was always well before any of us did. We had to duck into storerooms 3 times, and with the 3rd time, fresh guards rushed to cover the posts near the dungeon doors. Boots clicked, and one pirate joked about the destruction of the West outhouse. At last, we emerged on the main floor of Islanda Nylar, and went far around both dining halls. Beezy led us outside into the dusk, and from there, away from the beach where we might get spotted by ships. Ah! I can breathe, Ilga said, pulling in a lungful of fresh ocean air. Haven't been out to sea in months. How long was I in the dungeons? Time does funny things, and so does the mind when you're underground for so long. I could feel Ilga's relief now that he was outdoors. He was a whole different person now. He stretched and joints popped. Tremors of hunger shook him, and his bones were visible in his arms. He had slowly starved in the dungeons. Around us, palm trees rustled and offered us cover, and no one had panicked and raised the alarm yet. But the code. Kale's voice filled my head. I looked at him, and he raised an eyebrow in concern. Nar, you, Mocha, and Jez go back to the dining hall. Beezy, you need to go back to the apothecary's house. Take the suspicion off yourselves and look normal for the rest of the night, he said. This is vital. But we have to take him to the hideout, Mocha said. We know the trail. I also know the trail and few dare to climb it, Kale said. Ilga will be safe up there until we figure out what to do next. I will direct all attention towards searching all outgoing ships for a stowaway, as that is what anyone escaping the dungeons here would try to do. Go back to your normal activities, or it could ruin the entire plan. Kale left no room for argument. I hated the way he talked down to us. What are you? A noble. He flinched. Good. I wanted to help. I deserved to talk to Ilga, as this concerned me more than anyone. So did Beezy, Mocha, and Juz. Beezy would be a big help with reading him as well. And Kale was pushing me away yet again. I wished he would decide. But at least leaving right now would give me a chance to ask about Kale. Kale furrowed his brows. I am trying to keep us all safe. This is a very dangerous thing to do. Go back to where people expect you to be right now. Beezy, you have a lot to lose too. Then it was her turn to flinch, and I hated that Kale was throwing that out there. He knew I wanted to keep her safe, and it was working. I grabbed her sleeve as Mocha motioned us back to the cave. Come on. I slapped my gloved hand on her back and motioned her back to the cave while Ilga waited, relishing the fresh air. I wished he would say something other than how good the ocean smelled, and not drag this out longer than necessary. Go, Mocha said, shoving me and Beezy both towards the cave entrance. Shiz, stay behind them if necessary. Got it. Despite my impatience, I had to admit they were right. And Kale had hidden a body for me already. He worked in the shadows, fighting against the rules every day. We all dodged back into the cave, as Kale and Ilga moved deeper into the jungle. Beezy moved the quickest, and her robes flowed around her as she moved. I have to get back up to Roslyn. She'll cover for me when the Pirate King investigates. Though he'll likely suspect Cameron of freeing Ilga. I met her gaze. What is Kale up to? He's trying very hard to make things right for you, Nar. So he doesn't feel helpless. It's that guy thing, Jez added. Beezy ran up a flight of stairs. I was glad no one else was in the corridor to see us separating or rushing back to the dining hall. We had left on our mission right before dinner was due to begin, and now the dining hall would fill with other recruits, taking in their first actual meals since getting back from the open seas. We went into the dining hall through the back doors, and Mocha snatched a tray from a serving guy with a grin and looked at his rear end as he shuffled off. It was an act, but it was vital that we blended in. The 3 of us ate in silence, well away from Pecha, and I tensed as I waited for the guards to return and start questioning everyone in the dining hall. But they might not notice Cameron gone for days. No one would break out of that cell on their own, even with the rusted bars. And nothing happened the next day, or the next when Lillian returned to resume her reign of terror. Kale remained gone, and I had no idea how he or Ilga were doing. Or if Ilga had found some other way off the island without spilling whatever he knew. The tension grew and grew into frustration as I paced around the island and Mocha and Jez, not speaking even when we were alone. Mocha didn't say a word either, as if she knew I needed my space. I woke to the tune of spread-out gunshots, echoing up and down the east bunkhouse outside. Groaning, I rolled out of bed and changed into my normal gear, wishing I could dress as well as Beezy now did. Lillian barked at everyone to resume training today, and us fighters were to meet her at the docks. We were sailing to another small island nearby to train for the day, and then we wouldn't return until tomorrow morning. That was even longer that I had to wait to speak to Ilga. But none of us could resist as the fighters boarded the Draken. This time, Lillian's normal ragtag crew of misfits had left, though Pecha was there without her 2 minions. She once again hung around Lillian as we set sail. Now we had to navigate and maneuver the ship on our own, without the help of her crew, and even though we sailed until Islanda Nylar was out of sight, my mood dropped. "We're never going to get answers," I muttered as Jez and I helped the riggers. "You will," he promised, leaving it at that. "Get to work," Pecha barked at us, but with less gusto than I remembered. She walked off quickly, not meeting my gaze. Ah yes. Captain training. Even the fact that she was no longer at my throat didn't lift my mood. The more accepted I got here, the worse I felt. I still didn't want this life, and the quicker I got answers out of Ilga about how to stop Cameron, the quicker I could make a clean break. Whatever that would look like. Lillian made us meet another group of fighters on a small rocky island with horrible terrain that no one could ever dream of inhabiting. Another ship from Islanda Nylar had already anchored itself there, and Lillian shot her pistol and ordered us onto the impossible rocks to fight the other group. Losers would clean the outhouses when they got back. She was better than Vulgan by far, but cleaning would waste more time, and that propelled me to drop the plank onto the steep rocky shore as the other fighters charged us from the tall, jagged rocks. The fight was long, drawn out, and brutal, but our group came out on top, and the male captain of the other ship announced that his group would have the cleaning duty tonight and wouldn't sleep until they'd finished. A sea of groans rose, and as the sun set, we set sail back to Nylar. The 3 of us were sore and exhausted after getting back to a full day of training, and by the time we returned to the island's grinning fanged mouth, the stars winked overhead, and the air cooled to where I shivered, despite the tropical latitude of Nylar. Lillian didn't bark at us, and neither did Pecha, who sported a growing bruise from the day's fight. "I couldn't imagine having to clean the outhouses after that," Mocha said as we disembarked in the underground lagoon. No one else was on the dock. That was good. I wanted to slog off to a late dinner, and then bed, but as soon as the 3 of us got to the cave that led to the rest of the island, Kale stood there, waiting. And judging from the way he leaned against the wall, he'd been there for a while. He just nodded. Ilga was ready to talk. And we didn't dare to say a word, as he turned and walked away. Pecha and the other recruits were walking in our direction from the ship, equally tired, but I would not take chances. Beezy had been working on tempering her, but I was sure even she'd agree that we needed to keep this secret as small as possible. We followed Kale in silence. He first led us to his quarters and closed the door, and we waited for the others to pass before he gave the signal and opened the door again. We stepped back out into the corridor and then headed outside. "Can't be too careful," Kale said. He frowned at us. "I'd say you all look sorry, but we have better things to do than argue and feed into each other." I couldn't read his expression. And he was right. Finally, we would talk to Ilga. Kale was being extra careful. We used no lanterns and no torches as he led us into the dark jungle. We had no trail. The underbrush pushed against us and buzzing insects pelted us from all sides. It was no wonder that no one went this way. We didn't dare utter a sound until we reached the start of the rocky trail. Then Kale turned to us. I finally got Ilga settled. We had to take extra precautions to ensure that no one other than us finds him. We worked together to set up a trap. The guards will find him gone tomorrow, when they deliver food and fresh water to the prisoners. I gulped. You set up a trap. That's why I've been gone for a while, Kale said. If you take the most obvious trail, you'll run into it at the top. The rocks are loosened by the rain now, and anyone who steps on them at the top of the trail will slip and injure themselves. Not what I wanted to do, but too many fates are riding on this. Kale had used his watery magic on the tropical rain then. It had poured for an hour yesterday, as it often did on Islanda Nylar. Then how do we get up? I asked. Kale whirled, blocking the entrance to the narrow trail, and smiled. Just be glad Lillian trained you in the art of rope climbing. Jez and Mocha both frowned. If there was one activity everyone hated, it was climbing the ropes on the other side of the island. Lillian had chosen the roughest possible ropes and the steepest cliff face to make us train. Already, Malek had fallen and broken an arm, and he'd gone to Rosalind to make it heal faster. He was lucky he had the blood of the gods and healed fast. But I understood why Kale had to do this. Once the guards discovered that someone had broken the pirate code, all hell would break loose. Kale led us further through the jungle, all the way to the far side of the island, and I could almost see the green bunkhouse where I'd spent my first night here, in the distance and well above our heads. Kale stopped, and then he waited in the shade of a large tree that formed a canopy overhead. I saw no rope. What are we playing at? I asked. Kale just grinned and held up a hand. Wait. Something skittered, and the dark form of a bird hopped down and perched on the branch right above Kale's head. I wondered if it was going to drop its waist on Kale, but he looked up and held up his hand instead. To my amazement, the bird landed on his outstretched forearm. He has to drop us the ropes, Kale said. I just have to send him a quiet message. Took a while to get him to cooperate. Appreciate this, Nar. I just nodded. Kale attached a yellow feather to the bird's leg, which sported a tiny rope, and it flew upward and vanished into tree above. Was that a magpie? Mocha asked. Captains train them to deliver messages, Kale said. Then he paused. Nobles use them too. I drew closer to him. And then it hit me. He had confided his secret to me. I hadn't told him much about myself. And maybe that was why we couldn't get anywhere. We weren't even. Perhaps I didn't trust him or myself. I had killed. Something thumped downward at us and I jumped. A heavy rope now hung swinging in place and it had wooden rungs, tree branches really, attached to it. Kale and Ilga had crafted this rope so that it wouldn't double as a torture device. There he is, Kale whispered. Up we go. Climbing the rope was scary, but not as scary as it could have been. This part of the mountain had plenty of vines and tree branches to grab onto, along with plenty of cover, and before I knew it, we flopped onto the top of the mountain as a dark figure stood over us. Made it. Finally. Glad no one died, Ilga said, extending a hand to help me up. So you're Nar. Kale talked about me then. In my typical fashion, I pushed myself up, rejecting the help. And Kale stood there, shaking his head. It's a habit. A bit, Ilga admitted, as if he didn't want to start any fights. He was very far removed from the bitter man he had been in the dungeons. After seeing that place, I could see how badly it changed people and drained their sanity. Now Ilga spoke with a clear voice, and he'd probably had a few good meals up here. They will search for you tomorrow, Kale said. I should be safe up here, Ilga said, retreating further into the jungle as the magpie settled on a nearby tree, its feet tapping the wood. It was a calm night, but still chilly, and I shivered as we all followed Ilga into the deeper jungle. The foliage was still thick up here, but after several minutes of walking, we arrived at the small clearing we had prepared before the rescue. Kale and Ilga had stomped the plants down and the fire pit sat there still dark. I won't dare use this. Ilga motioned to the ring of stones. Apologies. Taken, Jez said. I couldn't believe this man had once been the first mate of the Vulgan's crew. I could see why Yemen had replaced him with his brother. Perhaps he only delivered 2 lashes to the crew instead of 3, and he used a regular whip instead of one with barbs. That's fine, Jez said, sitting on a log. My heart pounded. Perhaps I was about to get answers. So I said, we're here because Cameron Vulgan wants the divine treasure, and he believes you can help him get it. Ilga finished for me. Kale told me what he knows so far. This is an unfortunate position for you, Nar. No one should have to bear the blood of Nyla today. I flinched, shocked at his sympathy. I had seen none since I got here, except from Kale, and even Mocha and Jez stayed close to me at first because of my magic. Why do I? The Vulgans said they planned this somehow. Or they implied it. I scooted closer to Kale, who had just sat down beside me. I wanted his presence, and that of Jez and Mocha too. They were my friends, as much as I had tried to prevent it. Ilga shifted on the log as a few joints popped. I was not on the crew at the time you were born. Nor was I ever in Nylandia. Nylandia? Mocha asked. It is the most secret of cults who still worship Nyla, Ilga explained. One-Eyed Gunther was a member, and so were his sons once they got old enough. The cult has its own island, close to the Forbidden Isle, and only members of Nylandia could ever go onshore. I knew it, Kale said. So, he hadn't gathered any of this information without me. I looked at him, thankful. He sent me a strained smile. Nylandia worshipped Nyla through human sacrifice. Every man One-Eyed Gunther killed died in tribute to her. He possessed a dagger with a black opal, her stone. I have never seen it, and I am guessing it is now in the cult's possession. There are 10 members, as Nyla was the 10th of the ruling gods. And their goal is to bring her back to the mortal world. Everyone tensed, me included. Mocha and Jez stared at me, and Kale swallowed. They did, I muttered. Ilga looked at me and frowned, but no judgment lived in his gaze. Somehow, yes, they brought her into the mortal world. Perhaps it was all the sacrifices. The deaths made in her name. Nyla is still the closest of all the gods, and the cult brought her back long enough for her to resume her old ways. They got a child somehow. And then Nyla hid you because they had displeased her. Perhaps she did it to protect you. In the ancient times, she guarded her own children and descendants, knowing the hatred they faced. In what way did this cult make her mad? I leaned forward, hating the pressure that built. My mouth went dry, and I wished I had brought a water flask. The Vulgans would not speak of it. But you were their first mate, I said. Had we done all of this just to hear the same information all over again? Ilga scratched his beard. They saved me from execution. I have been a pirate all my life, and I had to repay them with my experience of running a ship. I served on their ship for 10 years. And I may be a pirate, but I still have a soul. I did what I could to lighten the punishments on their crew. Eventually, they had enough. They imprisoned me. Why do that when they favor torture and death? Mocha asked. Skepticism dripped off her words, and I wished we had Beezy here, but there was no way she'd make that climb. He turned his gaze on her. You have seen how they treat their crew. The Vulgans lived on a razor blade. At any moment, that crew could have lost their sanity and committed mutiny. Had the Vulgans killed me, that may have happened. I was the only hope that crew had. Ilga sighed and leaned back. Do you know anything more about Cameron? I asked. And what he'll do with the divine treasure? He told me he wants to rule the world with it. Kale dropped his shoulders beside me. And he could, Ilga said. Until now, I thought Nyla had hidden you well. They've spoken of the child of death. They have asked about you with every ship they plundered, knowing you could be on one, sold by a noble. Anger rose inside me, and I hated Nyla not just for cursing me, but for abandoning me to deal with all this on my own. She could have left me in better conditions, and not in some orphanage who made its money selling children as slaves. Nyla would have figured out what would happen to me. But what could she have done? The voice rose in my head and I paused. No, she couldn't have left me with a rich family, or they would have had me killed the second my magic awakened. I didn't like the conflict the thought gave me, so I cast it away. I had enough to deal with right now. You don't know anything else. I meant it as a question. Ilga shifted again on his log. I know Cameron is the more dangerous of the two, because he is not as obvious. The older Vulcan dying is a poor development. He prided himself on being an obvious terror on the seas. He never would have made his father's plan work. His brother had to wait in his shadow until he had the chance to kill him. And he did with the whole Deathweed plot, he said. He told his brother it would suppress my magic once I boarded the ship with all the skeletons. Ilga just nodded. I am sorry you are in this predicament, Nar. He eyed me and frowned. I secretly hoped that this child of death would remain hidden from the Nylandia cult. A part of me hoped you were only a story, and that Nyla being less than asleep was also just a story the cult told to control its members. One-Eyed Gunther was only a member and not the leader, and his service to Nyla drove his murders. I let out a breath. He was just a member, I said. Then who's the leader? Ilga leaned forward and folded his hands on his lap. That is uncertain. The cult is very secretive. Where is this key to the Forbidden Isle? Kale asked. We were bombarding Ilga with questions, and he took a moment to rub his forehead and look at the ground. The man was overwhelmed, and I didn't blame him for needing time to think. The Vulcans told me that Nyla had told the cult that it was somewhere safe on this island, and that she hadn't been able to erase her footsteps from it. Nyla hoped that nature would have morphed them all into Deathweed by now. And by the way, it is far less effective on the children of gods than mere distant descendants. Kale threw a stick at Ilga, and he flinched as it struck. Near? But I didn't care about his good-natured insult to Kale. Some of Nyla's footsteps still exist. Ilga's eyes widened. They do. Most must have morphed into plants and dangerous animals by now, Kale said. It is rare to see a god's footsteps in today's world, and I reminded him. Jess's eyes widened. There are some remaining in the sorting caves. Ilga looked right at me. Ah. Yes. It is rare, but the descendants of gods can see the footsteps of their ancestor. It was just a few of them, right? Jez asked me. He was very interested, and I knew we might be on the verge of a breakthrough. I don't know. What I saw went even deeper into those caves, and they're flooded and dark. We'd never get down there without running out of air. For all I know, it's a trap. Kale straightened on his log. It doesn't have to be. I can move water, especially seawater. He grinned at me. We could make a team if we wanted to get to that key ourselves. I'm not messing with that, I said. If that is the way to the key, then Cameron can't get to it without help, and Nyla reportedly said there is an ancient temple deep in Islanda Nylar, Ilga interrupted. I've heard the Vulcans mention it. I smiled at him. Then it's flooded. Or somewhere she doesn't want people to get to. That gives us time to find Cameron and stop him from trying to get to it. Yes, Ilga agreed. I got up, frustrated. I felt like we hadn't gotten anywhere with Ilga, and I didn't know much more than I had before climbing that dangerous makeshift ladder. The chilly air invaded my clothes as I stood, and I wanted to storm out of there in frustration. A bit of magic flowed under my skin, wanting release, and I cursed it again. Cameron was smart. He had killed his brother, an impossible feat, and if he wanted that key badly enough, he would get it, right? But it was safe. It should be safe. The only two weapons that could give an ordinary person the ability to move water belonged to the Shoskins. One belonged to Kale. He looked at me and I eyed his belt, trying not to blush. You're in danger, I said. He nodded. I expected a sly remark, but this time, he didn't give me one. I know. We can't give up the search for Cameron. Neither will my father. He could try anything. And right now, he's keeping us on our toes by doing nothing. Chapter 14. Maybe those footsteps lead to something big, Mocha said at lunch the next day. We were all sore from the return to training. Lillian had been yelling at us all morning, telling us we let our muscles get too soft during the time we spent resting from being at sea. No one dared to point out that Lillian had done the same, drinking and eating with the other pirates in the main dining hall. That would earn instant outhouse duty. Some people, unfortunately, had only gotten back the day before training was due to start again, and a few recruits were late because of the winds stalling out north of Islanda Nylar. Lillian vowed they'd have cleaning duty as soon as they got back. Fairness did not rule here in pirate school. Maybe, I said, biting out of a drumstick and keeping my voice low. The dining hall was full today, and I had to keep my voice down. I eyed the room, wondering if Elias was still mad at me for rejecting his help. The guy seemed like he was holding a grudge even more than Petcha and her two friends were. Petcha sat 2 tables away and the glares had stopped, which shocked me. But Elias? He hung with 3 other young men on the other side of the room, and he refused to even look in our direction anymore. I took another bite. It wouldn't have done any good asking him for help anyway. What could he have done? Adding another person to our group would have raised our chances of getting caught when we broke Ilga out of his cell. And we were still waiting for the landslide from that. We don't need to do a thing, Jez argued. Over the past couple of days, Mocha and Jez had been arguing over what was the best course of action. Mocha wanted to find that mysterious key. Jez didn't. And I frankly sided with Jez, because I sensed the quest would make me have to use my deathly magic. I'd gotten off easy in that department thanks to my gloves and keeping almost all my skin covered, so unless face combat became a thing, I was safe from killing anyone else. But Cameron might have another plan for getting down there before we do, Mocha said. I shrugged, trying to stay calm. He hasn't done it yet. He can't, Jez said. Lillian peeked into the dining hall as if to check on us recruits, and her glare swept across the tables as she surveyed who was here and who wasn't. I tensed, although I knew she was checking for stragglers to mop the floors and not anyone who might have broken into the dungeons. Or was she? I hated being here more than ever, even with Petcha no longer after me, and with Mocha and Jez by my side. I just wish a certain person would have given us answers. I dropped my drumstick. Maybe he's scared to talk. First mate and all that, Mocha whispered. Thankfully, I'd gotten quite good at picking out her voice among the rest of the chatter in the dining hall. I stretched as my joints popped. Lillian had been hard on us since we got back, almost as if she were angry to be stuck on land again and it was our fault. Worse, there hadn't been time over the past couple of days to talk to Ilga again, and only Kale's assurance that he was still on the top of the island camping out told me he hadn't slipped onto the seas. How is everything? Kale asked behind me. I whirled in my seat. Stop sneaking up. Mocha just grinned. He was messing with me, but I looked forward to it every day. Slowly, we were going back to how things were right before the Test of Bravery, though we hadn't built back to the kiss level yet. And I knew why. Kale felt he was keeping me here in a life I didn't want, and he didn't want to force me to stay, especially with Cameron Vulgan's plan hanging over my head. It had been weeks since he caused the monster wave, both with my emotions and with the ocean, and he hadn't said a word about that since. Kale poked me in the back. Sore? Not at all, I lied. He winked. Would he make up his mind? He was keeping me here, and I wasn't sure how I felt about that. It wasn't as if I could take him and Beezy off the island with me, right? Kale was the son of the Pirate King. He had a throne to inherit. If I escaped, I only had to hide my deathly magic from the wrong people. A throne was even more of a prison than my magic could ever hope to be. While I couldn't be with Kale, I couldn't leave him either. That was why I could never confide my worst secret. Everything's still in place, he said, which was his code for Ilga being stuck at camp still. I frowned at him. We can't do this forever. I hope not, Kale added. I've been trying to find some missing pieces, and I can't be sure how to read Ilga, so we may need someone's help with everything." Then he winked again and flicked his gaze upward to where I knew the apothecary house was, well over our heads. Busy. She had been busy working for Rosalind over the past few days, attending to cuts, bruises, and even a few broken bones caused by Lillian's latest power trip. She was taking out her frustrations on us all right, mainly the guys. In fact, I hadn't seen Beezy since training started full force, and I doubted I would until we were close to setting sail again. She hadn't been with us for long after we busted Ilga out of the dungeons, which wasn't fair, as she'd had such a huge role in getting him out. Beezy would have solved the guy by now, and would have probably pointed out every lie and half-truth he told, if there were any. "Yes. We need her," I said, knowing that the others knew just who I was talking about. Kale nodded. "Tonight we wake her. Rosalind won't approve of her going out so late or climbing that ladder, but she was fine with Beezy sneaking around and breaking into the dungeons. Said it was an excellent test for her." "She what?" I tried not to spit out my watered-down beer. "Rosalind let Beezy do that. The apothecary bends the rules sometimes. It's part of the job." Kale flashed another intoxicating grin. "Even I get to bend them sometimes. Rosalind said sneaking around was part of her training, and Beezy passed. You can't be passive when you're a woman, working around a bunch of pirates." I nodded. I couldn't wrap my head around this. Rosalind was throwing Beezy out there, not protecting her. And I'd thought that Rosalind would guard her. I felt betrayed. And I got up. "We have to go to the apothecary's house. Right now." Kale held up both hands and frowned at me, being dramatic. Beezy needs to, well, she needs to grow up and do things on her own. You don't give her enough credit. Beezy's 15. You don't know what happened to her." Kale swallowed as Mocha sucked in a breath, waiting for the firestorm. Jez just remained silent. I could always count on him to stay out of drama. "You're both very capable." Kale backed off, which he didn't need to do. It made me feel as if I were a freak with deathly magic. She just needed room to breathe. I wasn't suffocating her. Was that what Kale was implying? I was getting tossed into the roiling ocean, and I didn't know what to do. Beezy would get into trouble, eventually. She just didn't realize it yet, and neither did Kale. At the other table, Pecha watched us with interest, and her two friends talked over her head. Everyone was watching me, it felt like. And that was suffocating me. "Perhaps you did her well, keeping her safe when she still needed it," Kale said, speaking slowly. He was trying to salvage the situation. "But you have to let it go now. She's getting older, and now she has Rosalind in her corner. She needs me." But the words died on my lips. Kale was still trying to get me off the island, and did he think Beezy was keeping me here too? No. He had promised to get us both off. But it might be a hard task, seeing as getting two people away at once would be difficult. I had a problem. But I didn't know how to solve it, and perhaps I deserved it. Gulping, I forced myself to speak. "Yes. Okay, she does. But we still need to talk to her, and see what her opinion is on the matter." Kale stood there, expressionless and frustrating at first. And then, slowly, he smiled. I had to admit that made me feel warm and fuzzy, and his brilliant blue eyes practically shimmered. "That's my Nar. I'll take that bit of progress in the right direction." "You're not my tutor," I said. He just snorted in a very non-noble fashion. "In fact I am. I've just been easy on you for the past few days, because Lillian can be a monster sometimes. Come on. We should be able to go up to the apothecary's house before the lunch hour ends, and Lillian has you all running laps around the island and vomiting up your lunches." "Please tell me that is not her plan today," Mocha said, rising and shoving her tray away. "Okay. Then I won't tell you." We followed him out of the dining hall, catching the door that closed after Elias as he stalked out of the room. Wow, he was sour, and I was almost glad I had turned down his help. Of course, I was angry that his experience with Vulcan had turned him into a completely different person, and I could see why his now-escaped crew were angry and razor-sharp around the edges. Vulcan had ruined people. He turned them into angry shells of themselves. Perhaps I could have saved Ilias from that fate. But maybe I could save no one. The corridor was mostly clear, except for a few full pirates going in and out of the main dining hall farther down the corridor. But Kale waved us away from them and their stares, and as we turned and headed toward the stairwell, Shoskin himself strode up the corridor toward us, along with Bork, Kale's minder, disguised as a first mate. I stopped at the sight of the blue and black tunic, the leather straps, and the imposing height of the Pirate King. His blue eyes flashed as his gaze landed on us. "Father," Kale said, stepping to the side as the larger man strode down the hallway, an expression on his face that would make the gods wither. The blue-eyed pirate looked terrifying, with the fury of the ocean in his eyes. He snapped his gaze to Kale for a split second as he walked past us. "Return to the dining hall. Someone has escaped the dungeons or stolen a prisoner." I took a breath. The landslide was about to hit. Mocha and Jez stood aside. I'd rehearsed this moment many times in my head. I had to react correctly when word came out that someone had broken the code. "Someone broke a prisoner out?" Kale asked, letting his jaw drop. "Father, how could that even happen?" I had to admit, he was good at looking innocent. Shoskin refused to stop. He drew his sword as he and Bork ran past us, and Kale seemed to shrink as he did. The Pirate King was in a huge hurry. And I knew why. He assumed Cameron got involved and might still be on the island. I was hoping for that. Kale stopped as Shoskin turned the corner and descended the steps to the storage and dungeon area, and I let out the breath I was holding. So much for keeping a straight face. Then again, the Pirate King's presence did that to everyone. "This was going to happen," Mocha whispered. "The guards," I said, mouth dry. "Will they remember we were in your storage room when their sickness hit?" Kale frowned. "I'm uncertain, but we appeared busy during the time. The poison, hopefully, should mess with their memories as well." We didn't have long before Shoskin had the entire island searched. He'd find the camp, and then all hope of finding answers would fly away forever. Bork emerged from the stairwell and bolted back towards where he came, eyes wide as if he had just realized he had missed something, but he didn't say a word to Kale as he ran past us. Kale went to shout something, but stopped as Bork descended the ramp to the Pirate King's study. "What was that about?" Mocha asked. "Shoskin must be angry," Jez said with a shrug. "Sent him back for something?" "We have to sit until my father finds someone to blame," Kale said. "We'll go to BZ tonight. It's a risk we must take. Running around right now will not bode well for us. We need to appear relaxed. And I have to rouse my crew to help with the search efforts." I agreed. Running around right now would put the suspicion on us. Hard as it was, we had to go back inside, sit down, and look as if we had nothing to do with the missing prisoner. Something seemed off though. And I didn't know what it was. We went back and sat down at our tables, although the trays had gotten snapped up by the rushing servants. We had another quarter hour before we were due to return to training, so we all sat together and pretended to make stupid small talk, while the Pirate King was potentially unraveling the truth. I felt sorry for the guards, and I hoped that they'd cover the fact that they all got sick at once. They would if they wanted to keep their heads. What if this came back on BZ? Sitnar. I grabbed the table as Mocha watched me. I couldn't move now. So much could go wrong. Kale sat next to me, and he reached under the table. Then he clasped his fingers around mine, and I felt the fear in his grasp. He was holding my hand now, almost like a lover would, and I held down a blush as Mocha smiled on the other side of the table. Why did this have to wait until now to happen? I just hoped that Pecha didn't see, but I wouldn't look around the room now. Appear relaxed. It took everything I had to force smiles and listen to Mocha's dirty jokes, jokes that no one would stop on Islanda Nylar. And at last, the dining hall doors opened with a great slam. "Up, recruits! All of you! Assemble!" Bork's shouts rang into the room. Everyone stopped talking and rose at once, even though we had several minutes of mealtime left. Bork was pale as he stared us all down with fury. Everyone got up in confusion, but no one said a word. Apparently, Bork carried almost as much weight as Shoskin himself. And speaking of Shoskin, he swept into the room after Kale's first mate, eyes bright, and then he shouted as loud as he could as water droplets dripped from the ceiling. "All of you filthy rats line up," he shouted. "You are to be searched. My dagger is missing, and the slug who has it will stain the floor red with their blood." Chapter 15. Ha! The Pirate King's magical dagger was missing. Those words were not what I expected. I had expected rage over a missing prisoner, and though I knew that Shoskin would blame Cameron, it was his prisoner after all. I still knew that he'd want to exhaust the possibility that someone else had freed him, perhaps to recruit or to gain information of some sort. I even knew there was an outside chance it would all come back to us, because we knew about Vulgan's plan to find the divine treasure. I hadn't counted on that one forbidden magical artifact to go missing. Was it all connected? As I joined the forming line in front of the Pirate King, I realized what had happened. As Shoskin rushed to the dungeons to investigate one problem, another had arisen. He had left his study without his dagger, or Bork had forgotten to give it to him. Yes, Bork had messed up. And then he'd run back to get the unguarded dagger, to find it missing. I gulped. This meant that Cameron might be on the island. And if he'd taken the weapon, that meant that he could move water. He could get through the flooded caves and find Nyla's key. But I couldn't dare voice my thoughts with Shoskin anywhere within a mile of me, and especially not now. I didn't even look at Kale, Mocha, and Juz as we joined the long, ragged line of terrified recruits. Already, Bork motioned for a young man to step forward onto the small, wooden stage where Shoskin had taken up position. It was the same stage one stood on the night Kale brought me before the other recruits. The search wasn't kind. Bork ordered the recruit to drop his trousers in front of everyone, revealing long underwear. Then he made the poor guy hold them tight against himself to show that he hid no dagger in his clothes. Then Bork ordered him to turn out his pockets and turn over his trousers so that the contents would spill from the pockets. Stolen bits of food, crumbs, and even a few gold coins dropped to the stage. Leather straps got shaken out, and at last Bork cursed at the recruit to get off the stage. He did, pulling his trousers back up and his boots back on. I gulped. They wouldn't spare anyone. "Kale," his father roared, motioning him onto the stage. His eyes flashed, and I knew he didn't trust his own son, even though he had been nowhere near the study when the dagger had gone missing. My heart hammered in my ears. Perhaps the guards had said something about Kale after all. I eyed the double doors, but members of Kale's own crew blocked the way out of the room. Kale didn't even look at them, as snickers broke out throughout the dining hall. The guys snorted. The girls stared, leaning in to see the show. They were going to search Kale and make him undress in front of everyone. His own father was doing this to him. Why? He knew Kale wasn't near the study when the dagger went missing. The rage burned in his brilliant blue eyes as Kale stepped onto the stage, and Bork motioned for him to undo his leather belt. Though Kale was a looker, now was not the time to admire him. Kale stared at the floor as he undid his leather belt and let it fall to the stage. Bork picked it up and studied all the pockets, removing Kale's weapons as turning each dagger, pistol, and knife over. Then he got to Kale's jeweled sword. "I should take that," Shoskin growled as if it were Kale's fault that his dagger had gone missing. He was doing absolutely nothing to blame Bork, his friend, who allowed the slip-up that allowed someone to steal the dagger. Kale paled. He needed his weapon. And I realized for the first time that Shoskin hated his half-noble son. He needed an heir, but he hated him. Shoskin slowly circled Kale as he spoke, every word a dagger. "That sword can go into more responsible hands. A worthy son of mine wouldn't have allowed anyone into my study in my absence." Kale stood at attention, facing forward, not daring to defend himself, as a few nervous snickers floated through the dining hall. And I knew he'd endured many treatments like this before. And I couldn't stand aside while the Pirate King humiliated Kale. I'd have to draw attention to myself, but so be it. Colin needs that. The Pirate King snapped his gaze to me, and just that alone made my deathly magic flare. Icy tingles raced under my skin, and I knew what I had to do. You speak, he growled as more water dripped from the ceiling. This monster might want me on his crew. He would be just as bad as Vulcan, or perhaps worse. Shoskin ruled the seas for a reason, and this was why nobles whispered his name in terror. But I couldn't tell him the truth, that Cameron would go down to find the key, and we might need Kale's sword to beat him there. Then he would force me to join his crew, and go after the treasure himself. I had to tread carefully. Without his sword, Kale would have lost me to Cameron Vulcan, I said, hating that everyone in the dining hall could hear this. Shoskin made no expression. He had a talent for staying stony-faced. That was good. Kale said nothing. He gave me no sign if what I was doing was wrong, or making the situation worse. I knew full well that I could end up in the dungeons next, or that he could separate us right now. And if Vulcan returns, he needs that extra edge, I continued. My voice sounded small in the vastness of the dining hall. Vulcan will not dare to show his face here again, Shoskin roared. The ceiling split above the stage, and the dripping intensified, turning to a small rain. All the moisture in the cave seemed to gather in that one spot, and Kale had to move to the side to dodge it. Strength is his strategy. I had to use it to my advantage. What would Beezy do? She'd be able to figure him out, and without her, I was blind. What if Cameron took the dagger? I asked. I had to divert his attention from Kale. He must know the power the Shoskins have after he saw the monster wave Kale summoned. Yes. Appeal to his ego. Shoskin seemed to think for a second. I suggest silence if you wish to avoid the dungeons. Kale widened his eyes at me the moment Bork took his gaze off him. And I knew the Pirate King would go through with his threat. I nodded and stepped back, hoping I had appealed enough. But I had one more weapon. Shoskin wouldn't bend, but Bork could, and I knew from experience. Bork, continue the search. Bork nodded. But he kept sneaking glances at me from his position on the stage. Slowly, I peeled my glove off as if it were an absent-minded thing. The room had fallen silent, and the snickers from the guys had stopped. Even the girls in the room had backed off. At least they weren't laughing at Kale anymore. But he still needed protecting. Also, I really didn't want the other girls admiring his body. Bork lifted his shoulders. We will find your weapon, Shoskin. Allow Kale to keep his sword. He did in fact stop Cameron from getting Nar. The thief will not live to see sundown. We will show the filthy slug not to steal from the Pirate King. He placed the sword down on the stage, and Kale's nostrils flared as he breathed a sigh of relief. Drop your trousers. Kale kept his expression neutral. But he dropped his trousers, showing more long underwear, and I wanted to block the view for him. But there was nothing else I could do. Bork was the only fighting move I had against the Pirate King. I'd stop them from taking his weapon. Maybe. Kale didn't have to pull off his tunic, though Bork checked every pocket and patted him down. At last he nodded at Kale to pull up his trousers and rearm himself, and he did so and stepped off the stage. And as he did, he saved face and well. He winked at everyone. With my help, we had turned around what might have been disgrace before all Islanda Nylar. Show off, a guy whispered. Shoskin glowered. I was glad to see that. One girl made a little gasp, but other than that, silence ruled. Shoskin glowered as Kale joined me, but we had no time to celebrate the minor victory. I got called up next. Glad I had also thrown on the recruit issue long underwear, I let Bork subject me to the search, and he did so from a distance. I kept my one glove off as if I'd forgotten about it, but at least my magic had calmed down to the point where I was sure I wouldn't mistakenly kill anyone. Bork got me off the stage quickly, and then we had to stand and wait while everyone got searched one by one. Mocha looked at the floor as she stood on the stage, and just balled his fists the entire time they searched her. I could only imagine what type of memories this brought back for her. Once again, I wanted to kill Bork and Shoskin. They were putting my friends through this. People I cared about. And even with my deathly magic, there was little I could do. Shoskin was wasting his time doing this, as if the thief would walk around with a dagger on their person. Once the search completed, Shoskin and Bork swept out of the room and motioned for Kale to follow. "We will find this dagger," Shoskin boomed in the dining hall. "Anyone who spots the rat must report to me immediately. Failure to do so will result in your slow, tortuous death. The thief will die, and anyone allied with the thief will as well." "Kale," Bork ordered. Kale straightened. "Now that I am found innocent, I suppose I help with the search." Venom seethed in his words, but Bork didn't seem to notice. "Yes, Captain," Bork said, emphasizing his name in a way I didn't like. Kale looked at me as I stood there in the center of the room, and his pupils widened with fear that he barely hid. Cameron Vulgan just might have that dagger. Despite searching the entire island multiple times, he had somehow come out on top. And now time was ticking, before he reached Nyla's key and made his way to the divine treasure himself. Chapter 16. "We have got to get to the underwater cave," Mocha hissed as we rushed up to the east bunkhouse. Training had cancelled that afternoon, which Lillian announced in the corridor with more gunshots. All recruits were to go to the east bunkhouse until Shoskin's magical dagger turned up. No recruits could help with the search. Lillian also announced that all full pirates, save for her, would check every corner of the island. When we returned to the east bunkhouse, the place looked as if several pirate crews had ransacked it. Every cot had overturned, with blankets and straw strewn everywhere. Goose down lay all over the floor, as if the searchers had not only removed the mattresses from their rooms but thrown them at each other in frustration. Clothing lay everywhere, and Lillian stood in the center of the east bunkhouse, framed by the sun, her jaw dropping. She might enjoy her power over us, but this was another move by Shoskin to remind her of her place. Lillian turned, surveying the damage. Even the straw bales in the center of the room had fallen to swords and probably pistols.
Unbelievable.
Lillian shouted, straightening her belt. I wondered if they'd subjected her to a search too. Most likely. Shoskin didn't like her all that much. She was a woman without the blood of the gods. "What do we do?" Petcha asked, staying close to her. "They expect us to clean this," Lillian said, not just to herself but to everyone gathered around. "My journals. They're gone," another young woman, one of Petcha's friends, said. She struggled to hold back tears, and Petcha wrapped her arm around her. "They're going to go through everyone's personal stuff. Us. They'll search for all the servants too. If they went after Noble Boy, they won't stop at anything," Petcha said, glaring at me. A guy scraped his boots on the ground. "And I bet they're enjoying it too." "Noble Boy?" I asked. I had had enough for Kale's sake. Mocha tapped my arm. "Nar, we don't need this." Petcha met my gaze, and I read something odd in her green eyes despite her anger. Petcha already knew about the Vulgan's plan to find the divine treasure. But did she know about the watery caves, and what could be down there? Her gaze told me she'd put two and two together, and knew what the missing dagger could mean. How much had she and Beezy been talking? I'd ask later. The crowd tightened around Lillian, shouting, and Petcha pulled away from her, responding to my nod. She left her friend behind, and joined our group as people swarmed Lillian, asking what the heck they were going to do about the mess. "Nar," Petcha said. "Don't talk to us," Mocha said. I held up a hand. "You got your clothes back." I eyed her orange bandana. I tensed, remembering how she and Zeeb had worked together to block my magic and get me sent to Vulgan. I couldn't forgive that. What was she playing at? First, she had helped me with Cameron, but he had stolen her clothes to frame her or get her killed because she knew about their plan. Beezy was trying to end our rivalry, and I wondered if her efforts were working. She now had an interest in stopping Vulgan. First things first. I don't like you, Nar, and Beezy won't change that no matter how much she tries. But I'm willing to work with you, Pecha said. I hate Cameron Vulgan more than I hate you, and I want to do something about him. And if working with you is the way to do it, then so be it. Beezy's my friend now, and she told me how Cameron might get to this divine treasure. Wait. Mocha looked at Jez and then back at Pecha. You want to help us? Pecha paused, then nodded. You have magic we could use, Mocha said. Jez nodded. Fire is always good. Just let her talk. Let's see what she has to say. I hadn't expected hugs out of Pecha. I'd still stolen Kale and taken all the attention from her. Becoming Lillian's favorite recruit in line to replace her as the captain of the Draken had helped to temper that problem, but what had changed things was the Vulgan's betrayal. Yes, I had dropped to second place on her hit list for now. Mocha glared at me from the side. So did Jiz. And I knew I had to accept this offer of help. I turned Elias away, but Pecha had the blood of Phyle, the fire goddess. I didn't want to be the only one in our group with fighting magic. So, you know we need to get to the key before Cameron does, I said. Pecha nodded. We need noble boy, unfortunately. Do not call him that, I said. Sure, Kale probably associated with his noble heritage more than his pirate side, but the name would not bode well for him on Islanda Nylar. Kale could use his sword to move the water from the caves. Only then could we get down there and grab whatever key Nyla had hidden. Perhaps Pecha's magic could come in handy down there too. Why are you offering to assist us? Mocha asked. Pecha paled as she flicked a red strand of hair from her cheek and tucked it under her bandana. I have a personal interest in stopping the surviving Vulgan brother. He doesn't want me alive. The only reason he didn't murder me in my sleep when he stole my clothes was that he needed the stealth. I sleep in a bunkhouse with a dozen others. She was right. We need Kale to help us before we can go. At least he has his sword, Pecha said. She held back from telling me I'd done a good job. Already, she took after Lillian. Let's not wait all night. I'll tell Beezy. The way down to the sorting cave should be clear by nightfall, since hardly anyone goes down there. We get down there and grab this key before midnight. I didn't know which thought bothered me more, that we were about to go down into the flooded sorting caves via magic, or that Beezy and Pecha were actually friends. The two thoughts waged war as I helped to clean up the east bunkhouse. Lillian ordered everyone's hands on deck. We all spent hours cleaning, even though there were about 100 of us recruits working. Armies of straw pieces lay on the floor, and mattresses had to get stuffed and sewn shut. I hurried through the tasks, glad I had done it for Lady Ulrin before, and soon I placed my mattress back on my bed. As I worked, Pecha vanished for a bit and went back to her place beside Lillian, and they spoke in low voices as they also helped to clean up. We were wasting time. Cameron would close in on the key as soon as the search efforts calmed down, and then he would be on his way to the Forbidden Isle. And once he had the map to the divine treasure, it would all be over. Kale got released from searching shortly after dinner, which the servants brought up to us in the east bunkhouse. By then, we had swept up most of the mess and straightened out our beds to the best of our ability. Kale met us by the steps as Lillian paced around, still fuming over her treatment. The search turned up nothing. We searched everyone, Kale said, breathless. Sweat made his hair cling to his temples as he stood by the steps that separated the east bunkhouse from the rest of Islanda Nylar. Did anyone search near the sorting cave? I asked, keeping my voice low. Has Cameron already gotten to the key? Yes, Kale said. There was no evidence of anyone going through the flooded portion. And we had 2 crew members swim through it to ensure that no one was hiding in the air pockets, of which there are several. Mocha breathed a sigh beside me. I looked over at Pecha, who sat on a newly tied straw bale in the center of the room. She nodded at us. Now she'd send a note to Beezy, and then we'd go down into the sorting cave. I'm not looking forward to this, Jez said, echoing my thoughts. I frowned at him. None of us are. Kale shook his head. I can't believe my father forgot to grab the magical dagger, But Shoskin flew out of his study, in a rage, when he found out someone had stolen a prisoner from the dungeons. He does not like to have his power challenged. It's his weakness. I found that out, I said, staring right into his eyes. Kale softened. Nar. Thank you for that. Earlier. His hands twitched as if he wanted to take my arms, but he held back. Of course, I could have handled it myself, but it's always good to have backup. He was coming back. I sensed the conflict in him, that desire to get me away from here, and his desire to keep me around. Mocha smiled in my peripheral vision, and I took that as a good sign. When do we go? I asked. Now. I don't want to waste another moment. They've searched the whole island and let down their guard a bit. We're going to get to the part that hasn't been yet. They didn't find a suspect. Mocha asked. Someone took the dagger, Jez added. Kale let out a breath. I know that. And that someone could already be down where the key is, waiting for the right time to leave. That's the only explanation for the thief not being found, with the thorough search my father ordered. And it's odd. No ships left during the time the dagger went missing, and we turned those inside out too. We need Beezy. I forced out the words. She'll meet us, Pecha said behind me. I whirled, hating how quiet Pecha had been. She had a knack for sneaking around as well. Maybe the two had connected over that. Whatever. To bed. Lillian shouted near the end of the east bunkhouse. We had to go now. Someone had likely ordered Lillian to ensure no one wandered around tonight, as they normally did. The entire island seemed in lockdown. And we'd likely be until Shoskin had his weapon back. We're going to get in trouble, but we're risking it. Kale waved us down the steps. Lillian can, Pecha started. Now, Mocha hissed. We ran down the steps, staying as quiet as we could as she continued to shout above. We left the east bunkhouse behind. No one came after us, and I knew the full pirates had likely settled in for a late dinner, or a late dinner complete with Shoskin breathing down their necks and demanding information. We reached the next floor of Islanda Nylar, the main one, and found that corridor empty as well. Muffled speech floated down and echoed off the walls, but it sounded distant. Yes. The full pirates were finally having a very late dinner. No one needed to tell us the way. The sorting caves were down another tunnel, on the same level as Shoskin's study, the storage caves and the dungeons. And as we descended, I realized they were empty. I drew close to Kale. What about your absence? Will your father notice? He might, Kale said. He looked at me and swallowed. I don't know if we'll be able to stay here after this, Nar. He's been speaking of forcing you onto his crew more and more, and now that his dagger is missing. We're not letting that happen. Mocha seized my arm as she walked. Pecha said nothing, and Jez stayed quiet as well. A hollow feeling filled my chest. You're saying we should run away? Kale hesitated, then nodded. Perhaps we will need to leave the island anyway, if Cameron has already seized the key and fled. Stay with me and we'll stall my father's own plans to keep you. Stall. Kale wasn't ready to cut the chains off yet. Or maybe he couldn't. How could anyone so entrenched in this world just up and leave? But something had changed since the search that evening. I'd thought about us leaving together, along with Mocha, Jez and Beezy. But I wasn't sure how that would work. Kale was heir to a throne that I didn't know if he wanted. His own mother had rejected him for his heritage, despite his incredible power. What was he supposed to do? Flee and hide as a pauper for the rest of his life? That was no life at all. And he would be powerless so far from the sea. We reached the bottom of the cave, to the truly underground level. I stopped as the sorting cave stretched in front of us. The chamber opened and sloped downward until it reached clear water, and my eyes adjusted to the dim light coming from the lanterns. Beyond the water's surface, the cave continued into darkness. A single sea star meandered along the bottom. My lungs burned with the memory of swimming through that convoluted cave network. For a moment, I reverted to that scared recruit about to swim through the water. Jez and Mocha tensed beside me, and Pecha slipped a glance in my direction, pupils widening. Yes, she remembered our fight on the other side, and I realized just how affected she was. We get to do this again, Mocha said, her tone dropping to the center of the world. I let out a breath. Mocha had passed the sorting cave because she'd left her partner Bells behind to drown. We looked at each other and I frowned at her, letting her know I understood. Mocha dropped her shoulders. We had that in common, unfortunately. It was probably a big reason Mocha hadn't turned away from me in fear.
Okay.
Kale drew his sword. These caves are a maze. I can keep the water parted for some time around us, as there's less of it in the caves than there is in the ocean. Our step might be dangerous. Also, we need to wait for the other two to get here. Where are they? Then footsteps echoed down the cave tunnel at us, and Beezy stepped into view, her green sash still hanging over her brown but elegant dress. And coming after her was Ilga, breathless. He walked well behind her, as if he were trying to keep his influence and suspicion off my friend. A bit of anger flared in me at the sight of him. He and Kale had communicated while we were sweeping floors in the east bunkhouse then. Why are you here? I asked. You could get us all killed. Kale stepped between us. I got him down and had him wait nearby for us. Then he followed Beezy as she passed. She was the signal. We need Ilga in case we meet Cameron down in the caves. Ilga's enemy was Yiman, and Ilga can help us if we run into him. He knows how Cameron functions and fights. Besides, I promised him passage off the island. I don't know this man, Beezy said, wary. That didn't make me feel better, but it was too late to go back now. This was the only window we'd have to find this key before Cameron did. Fine. Let's go down, grab this key, and get out of here before all death breaks loose. Chapter 17. I hadn't expected Ilga to come along, and I wasn't sure he could temper Cameron if we ran into him, but he probably wanted revenge for getting left to rot in that cell for months. How dare he show compassion to the crew that he helped to command?
Okay.
Kale forced a smile. Prepare to be amazed. I'll keep the water parted and have an air pocket follow us. Nar, you're with me. You'll look for those footsteps. You're the only one who can see them. I slowly nodded. I saw them before the skeleton. Pecha glared at me, and a petty part of me was glad. Jez forced a smile. Old times. I got beside Kale as the air thrummed with magic, and I kept my gloves on and double-checked them. Danger would lurk down here, knowing Nyla. And that would set me off. I also double-checked my weapons. We could run into an enemy down there. Even though Vulgan probably couldn't see Nyla's footsteps, there was always the chance he'd stumble on the key by mistake. The water rippled as Kale pointed his sword at it. The single jewel glowed brighter and brighter, and his own magic came off his body in waves. The combination of magic parted the water before us, revealing the sea star and the smooth cave floor. Now a tunnel of damp air stretched downward, and two glimmering walls of water waited. I don't like this, Pecha said. Kale was in his element. I won't let it collapse. The tunnel will close behind us, but if we stay together, we'll have enough air to find this key and come back. This jewel will stop me from depleting my magic for maybe half an hour. If we're out of the tunnels before then, we'll all survive. Beezy stayed close to me. I'll help navigate. She hyper-focused on the cave ahead. Nar, you find those footprints and I'll focus on everything else. Jez eyed the tunnel. We swam down and to the right, if I remember. Mocha whispered to herself as our group drew close together. Ilga also muttered. I wondered if Kale was fulfilling his promise of getting him off the island. Yes, this was Ilga's chance to escape. Why keep him? He couldn't tell me anything we didn't know. Time was wasting. We stepped down into the cave. Don't look. Don't look, Mocha repeated over and over like a mantra, and it hit me. Was Bell still down here? He'd be a skeleton by now, and I was good at dealing with death, but the memory. I leaned close to Kale as we descended, and the walls of water grew around us. We get out of here as quick as we can. He nodded. Nar, scan the floor. I did. The water tunnel whispered and slithered around us, only about 6 feet wide, and we had to cram together to avoid touching the walls. Within seconds, stone almost brushed our heads. We'd entered the flooded part of the cave. Kale kept the sword pointed forward, parting the water ahead of us, and another whisper sounded behind as the wall closed. I dared to look back. We stood in our own long bubble of air. I took a sharp breath, barely able to see. Without the daylight filtering through tiny caves and tunnels above, the caves were more terrifying than ever. We stood in a wide passage, but other tunnels branched off as if a horde of giant worms had carved burrows. We need light, Jez said. Light would be amazing, Ilga said. No one brought a lan. Firelight filled the space, and I looked back to see Petcha balancing a small fireball above her palm. She grinned wickedly. This will eat our air, so hurry. Thank you, Petcha. Mocha's voice dripped with sarcasm as she walked into us, urging us on. We're all on the same team here, Petcha, Beezy said. She walked just in front of my rival. Petcha enjoyed toying with us, but we needed her. I held back my own comments, hoping Beezy could keep her from messing with us too much. Beezy pushed forward through the air pocket, brushing the water with her fingers. It parted for her, then snapped back into place. Only the firelight illuminated her, as she stood right behind me and Kale. Nyla would have hidden this key deep. Keep going. I can't make this air pocket bigger until we have more air to put into it. This water will not part more without more air. Kale and I pressed forward as the water opened ahead of us. Everything outside our pocket had gone black, and I imagined getting lost down here until we died. Don't panic. Eyes to the ground. Kale seemed to know his way through the sorting cave. He walked with confidence. At some points, we all had to duck as our pocket revealed low cave ceilings. Smooth rocks formed tripping hazards, and sea stars stuck to the floor everywhere. Kale spoke mostly to himself as if to remain calm. The skeleton was close to the exit. The footsteps were before then. This way. He made a wide right at a cave junction. Firelight reflected off the water walls that Kale held open for us. However, we passed under an air pocket, and fresh air filtered down, allowing him to expand our bubble again before moving on. Thank you, Ilga said. Jez pointed at the pocket above. We've been here before, Nar. I remember. That meant we were close to the footsteps. We left the pocket behind. Nyla's footprints would still stand out in the orange light, right? The color might make it hard to see. Maybe they were most visible in the sun. But then I stopped. Right there. A single green footprint, sparkling with the same type of sickly magic I possessed, shone just inches from my boots. Kale stopped and looked down. I see nothing. You don't have deathly magic. I pointed. It's right there, and I can barely see the toes. I guess Nyla walked around here barefoot. Then we follow, Beezy said. She squinted and peered into the darkness. A cave slopes down at a steep angle right outside our bubble. She coughed on the dirty air that the fire gave off. Nar, do the footprints go down there? Please say no, Mocha muttered. I had just enough room to lean down and look. Unfortunately, yes. These are the footprints I remember. Green, shimmering blobs descended into the dark. We're halfway between the air-filled caves. Nyla hid the key well, Kale said, breathing out. Petcha cleared her throat, no longer smiling. The fire is eating our air. We need to hurry or get another air pocket. I coughed, praying the key's location hadn't flooded. Kale moved the water forward as we all crammed together, and yes. The green footsteps sloped down into a narrower cave that would barely fit us if we moved down in twos. We'd have a hard time getting back out, but then my eyes adjusted. Stairs, Beezy said. You're right. I leaned down and realized they existed, and the green footsteps went right down them. The smooth steps had worn almost down to nothing over the centuries, but Petcha's fireball made it possible to see them. In the dim water, they were impossible to make out. "Go," Petcha warned. I coughed again, and I knew we had to continue. We had no choice but to keep going. We had to hope there was another air pocket down there. With Kale beside me, we descended, side by side. The cave walls brushed against us, and the water parted so much that we had stone walls on either side of us rather than just water. The cave was narrow, and Kale relaxed his face and took a breath. "It's easier here. I don't have to hold back as much water," Kale said. I brushed shoulders with Kale as the walls left me no choice. His contact helped me calm down. "That's good for us." The cave straightened, and then I realized we had a black tunnel, complete with a winding trail of green footsteps ahead of us. Beezy looked over my shoulder. "I can't see the end of this." "Run." Petcha's voice trembled. Mocha made a terrifying grunt. "Snuff the flame. Nar can lead the way, and if we feel our way through the cave, so be it. And Beezy can help." The fireball snuffed out, leaving me with nothing but the green footprints to see by. They wound into the dark ahead. I could breathe easier, but it left us with nothing but the gentle sloshing of water and the smell of salt. "Nyla could have chosen an easier place," Ilga said. "We are almost there. I could do this. A goddess can't drown. I bet it was easy for her. Come on. We're still running down our air." I followed the footsteps, keeping my hand on Kale's sleeve. He trusted me, pulling me along, and no one spoke. Hands scraped against the tunnel walls. Boots clicked. The green footsteps were barely visible, like squashed, fading fireflies, and the floor was smooth and slippery from the action of water over thousands of years. The footsteps went on and on. I stopped counting them, and I wondered after several minutes if we were still under Islanda Nylar. Kale panted beside me, keeping up his sword, and I knew he was getting tired, and his magic was getting low. No one would have swum this. I need to stop. Soon. Wait. Beezy's breath tickled my ear.
Something feels different.
Is that shimmering up ahead? I saw nothing yet, but then we took a few more steps and I could. She was right. A small archway of light shimmered with a sickly green glow, and the tunnel also sloped upward towards it. My eyes adjusted because of the faint light. A shimmering barrier glowed between the archway and the tunnel. It reflected the green light like a portal to the underworld. "Air," I said. "Well, forward," Petcha said. I hesitated. "There's also deathly magic up there. I can see it now." Mocha jabbed me in the arm. "It's not just you, Nar." I wasn't sure if that was good or bad, so I opted to go first. Kale almost didn't stand aside for me to climb the incline, but he did after I glared at him, and along with me, he moved so that our bubble of air broke the surface. Cold, fresh air whooshed into our space, and then I burst out of the tunnel and into another cave. The whole place had a sickly green glow that came from everywhere and nowhere. The faint stench of smoke vanished, and I found I could inhale with more ease now. This place might be Nyla's, but at least she hadn't hidden the key where there was only water. I doubted even the gods wanted to work in those conditions. I stood in a gigantic dome big enough to fit a house. Ancient vines hung down from holes in the ceiling, along with roots, though I saw no way out other than the one we had used. And I realized I stood alone. No one else had emerged from the tunnel. I'm not dying. I turned to see Kale and the others still down in the tunnel, just beyond the arch. Kale still held up his sword, keeping the water back behind them. "That could be because you're Nyla's child. For all we know, there's a magical toxic gas up there that'll kill the rest of us." Petcha glared at me. "You can switch places with me if you want deathly magic." She had to get over this already. If there was a gas up here, you all would have died already, because it just rushed into your bubble. Come on and don't move from this spot. We need to look around for traps before we explore. I straightened. We stood on the edge of the empty room. The dome was made of black stone and the air felt like ice. Stone pillars circled us. It looked like the old temples that still stood on Islanda Nylar, only dark, and the stone circle waited on the floor instead of on the ceiling. I imagined human sacrifices taking place, and blood filling the round indent. Wow, Jez said, emerging beside me. Stay close. Kale kept his sword drawn as we all exited the tunnel and stood in a tight group in this ancient, forgotten temple that likely hadn't seen a visitor for thousands of years. Where's the key? I looked around, turning in a full circle to observe the room. There was to be one down here, somewhere. Maybe there's a cubby. Beezy also searched the area, trying to see the walls between the hanging tree roots and the brown dead vines. I feel like there must be something here. My heart sank as I remembered the skeletons on Vulgan's ship. If bones could kill a man, then so could anything else that was dead and infused with Nyla's power. What if sacrifices rested behind those bricks? No one touched the walls. Everyone looked at me, and Ilga lifted an eyebrow. For all we know, people sacrificed each other here and there are skeletons in the walls. Nyla's magic can animate dead things, and it's all over in here. Petcha made a face like she knew already, but I had to leave the reminder. I don't see any skeletons. But the walls have the best hope of hiding the key, Mocha added. Nyla would have kept it safe if it's here. Breathe. Ilga held up both hands. There must be a way to find it. Maybe the vines are hiding where the key is. Petcha paced around the room, careful to watch her step on the bricks. But the black floor bricks were even, with no signs of pressure plates or tripwires. It's got to be around here somewhere. Unless Vulgan already stole it. He could have with a lantern and Shoskin's dagger. Ilga's eyes widened. It's very possible.
We need to check everything.
Kale paced around the room, rubbing his head, and I knew he was about to explode. That's what I'm afraid of, Petcha. And everyone. If that's the case, he's ahead of us. He still needs me. Maybe. I asked. Maybe not anymore, Kale said. Unfortunately, you and I will have the best chance to stop him. Petcha turned her back on us in anger and searched the walls, pulling apart vines and ripping through the dead, hanging roots. She did not want to hear this conversation for multiple reasons.
Come on.
There must be something here somewhere. A brick to push or something. Nobles use them all the time for hidden rooms. Then she reached into a dark hole in the wall, one I hadn't noticed before. I saw the sickly green glow flare on the dead vines before anyone else, even Beezy did.
Petcha.
Stop. It's a... The dead vines around Petcha rustled and wrapped around her before she could even draw her weapon. Petcha rose off the floor and opened her shocked mouth to scream, but not before the vines constricted her so tight that she couldn't get out a swear. Mocha rushed forward with her sword. We told you. She swung, but already Petcha rose too high for her to reach. Only a few vines hung down as she kicked her legs. Beezy slapped me on the arm. Nar. Get her down. I drew my sword as Petcha tried to breathe, to expand her chest, and one free hand opened to reveal another fireball. The dead vines glowed again with the sickly aura of death, and she slowly lifted towards the ceiling. Let her down, I shouted as everyone broke into chaos. Hang on. Kale drew his sword and pointed it at the ceiling, as if trying to summon water to help, but it was useless. Petcha kicked as the dry roots and vines constricted her open palm, extinguishing the flame, cutting her off. I dropped my sword. Flung off my gloves. I leapt and seized her foot. My magic exploded, and I seized a hanging vine with the other, pulling down with my full weight. Petcha's terrified gaze met mine. Her eyes widened as she struggled to pull in air. If she didn't have the blood of the gods, she'd die already from the deathly magic in the room, but she wouldn't live for long. The vines tightened more with each breath out. I tightened my grasp on her boot, praying it wouldn't come off. The vines pulled back. If I lost my grasp, she'd rise to the ceiling. Then we'd watch her die. I wouldn't do that to anyone but Vulgan.
Petcha.
I'm going to get them to release you. I gave her a nod as Beezy broke into terrified sobs behind me. There was nothing she could do. Kale. Grab her other leg. Kale already moved. Jiz ran forward, but my glare warned him to stay back. Anyone without the blood of the gods would die trying to free Pecha. She made a faint wheezing sound as she struggled to breathe, but she had stopped kicking. I reached higher, wrapped my fingers around one of the glowing vines. Familiar magic surged through it and under my skin, icy and tingling, and I let out a breath. I'd never called back my magic before. And I'd never called Nyla's magic into me. But my heart raced and I filled with death. I ignored the falling footfalls around me, the dark figures of the others, even the roaring in my ears. Pecha might have 2 minutes left before she passed out or less. And then she'd die. Kale looked at me and nodded. He trusted me. Pecha took another wheezing, struggling breath, and she finished with a terrified squeak. I closed my eyes and focused on the vine. Release Pecha. Not my enemy. Release her. The vines failed to react, and I tightened my grasp, trying to merge with Pecha's binds, to feel what they were feeling, to be them. But I had nothing else. Nar. A woman's voice rang in my head, dark yet smooth, and I flinched. Pecha kicked. Hurry, it meant. Is that Nar? Her voice returned, and a chill filled the room, almost as if there were a presence here. Nyla. She's not my enemy, I thought. You cannot free the divine treasure. Nar. Do something. Kale slapped my shoulder. Nyla would do anything to stop anyone from getting the treasure. I had to tell her we were on her side. I'm protecting it from Vulcan. He found the key. He's already on his way. Oomph! Pecha shouted as she fell onto me. We both went down, and I opened my eyes as spots danced in my vision. The vines hung above us, the glow gone, though the eerie green ambience in the room remained. Pecha gasped for breath and seized her ribs, and she rolled off me as Kale helped me to stand. I moved my limbs, gasping. Beezy helped Pecha up, and I blinked as my magic faded into the background. My gloves lay on the floor nearby, and I put them back on before an accident happened. What had just happened? Had I really contacted? I searched the room for Nyla's imposing figure, for her gown of crow feathers and dark hair. My heart raced. Even if she was my mother, I doubted I wanted to meet her, but if I was right about what had just happened, Nyla had released Pecha for me. She did not want the Vulcans or anyone else to find this treasure. Are you okay? I asked Pecha as she stood beside Beezy. Beezy wiped away tears. She's breathing. She'll be fine. Pecha continued to gasp and massage her ribs. She didn't thank me or Kale. The longer she hung around us, the more she got humiliated, and I wasn't even trying. I'm fine. I would have gotten out with my fiery magic, but those vines wrapped me up so tight that I couldn't move, she said. Our group stood in the center of the room, around the round indent in the floor, and everyone stared at me. No one wanted to go close the vines again. Mocha and Jiz caught their breath. Ilga studied the walls and the hole that Pecha had reached into. Kale smiled at me, impressed. How did you do that, Nar? That was a big breakthrough. I had to tell him it wasn't me, but Nyla who had freed Pecha. I made contact, I said. Nyla. She was here for a few seconds. Jiz flinched. Beezy looked around, then at me as if I were crazy. Kale cleared his throat. This is a temple filled with her energy. It's rare, but those with the blood of the gods, and sometimes others, can contact the gods in places like this. No one has ever brought one into physical appearance, and the contact is mental only. Kale tapped the side of his head. I haven't even contacted Sosa, and I played in of Sosa's temples as a child. They're everywhere on her island. So Nar talked to Nyla in her head, Pecha said. She saved your life somehow. Mocha glared daggers at her. Now let's figure out what to do next. There's no key out here. Was there anything in that hole you reached into? Pecha shook her head. I felt nothing at all. The key might have been in there. But how did Cameron take it without rotting on the ceiling for the rest of time? Maybe that hole was just a lure to get people to fall into that trap. Okay. That's enough. Ilga held out both hands. There must be a way to figure it out. Perhaps Cameron hasn't been here yet, and there's still time to grab the key before he does and keep it safe. We have to keep trying. I blinked, waiting for Nyla's voice to come back into my head, but everything stayed quiet and frustrating. At least I knew we had the same goal, and that was to stop Vulcan from ruling the land as well as the seas. I heard her call my name. So Petcha's right. I told her we were here to stop Vulcan from getting the divine treasure, and that's when the vines released and dropped Petcha on me. What if the key isn't your standard key? Nyla couldn't destroy her own artifacts, so she might have wanted to make it look like something other than what it is. Now I paced, staying far away from the vines that still hung over the walls. Slowly, I tested the floor with my boot, tapping the inside of the circle. Green magic exploded in front of me in a series of shapes, and then I leapt back, blinking. Beezy screamed. Petcha also jumped back, and the guys all scrambled. Mocha jumped. What the? It's not moving. It's a code, Beezy said. I blinked, eyes adjusting as a brighter green glow fell on us all. She was right. A series of shapes floated above the round indent on the black floor, casting a green reflection on the black bricks. I took a breath. A plus sign flashed first, brighter than the ring of other shapes, and then a skull shape flashed, and then a key shape, and finally, an inverted star, the symbol of the underworld, flashed. The sequence stopped, and then the four shapes brightened again, in the same order, as if they were trying to burn themselves into my mind. Beezy stepped forward. It's not a key at all, but a code. Everyone. Memorize this because we're going to need it. I didn't understand what these shapes meant, but if they were floating above the center of the temple room like this, they weren't insignificant. Beside me, Kale blinked as the sequence played over and over. Plus. Skull. Key. Star. I was sure that I'd remember. And at last, after what felt like minutes of the magical light show, the shapes faded into the darkness, and only the faint, deathly glow remained. That's it, Beezy said. For some reason, we need to know these shapes in order to get to the Forbidden Isle and stop Cameron from going any further. She looked at me. Nar, she showed these to you because you were worthy. It was only after I told her I wanted to stop Vulcan, I said. Had Nyla sensed that I didn't want the treasure? That I just wanted to stop Cameron and move on with my life? We should leave, Ilga said. This temple is unnerving me, and Cameron will be on the move. With a key like this, we cannot keep it safe. He eyed the circle in the center of the room, and frowned. He had a point. Terror bubbled into my chest, and I eyed Kale. How's your magic? Almost back, I think. We know how to get out, he said. I don't like this place either. And I don't mean that out of any disrespect for Nyla. He spoke to the room as much as he did to the rest of us. Apologies, Nyla, but we have no death to offer you. I tensed. Mocha did the same. It was standard in the old days to offer sacrifices to the gods, especially Nyla. Executioners would often. Okay. That's enough, I said. After what had happened, I felt a strange urge to defend her, even if she betrayed the other gods and ended the divine age. She let Petcha go. I think stopping Vulcan will be enough. Now let's part some water and stop him before it's too late. Chapter 18. I hated Nyla since the beginning for handing me this curse, and I hated her even more after the older Vulcan told me she ditched me on Islanda Nylar to a life of orphanhood and slavery. I hated her for having me, for putting me into this position that I never asked for, and for the horrific moment I'd experienced when my magic awakened. Zamilla's screams and the sudden stopping ruined so many things in my life. But after her help in the temple, I wasn't sure what to feel anymore. The thoughts stayed with me as we all crammed back into the air bubble that Kale created when he parted the water and led us back through the underwater passage. No one said a word, least of all Petcha, who still nursed her broken pride. The tunnel seemed longer than ever on the way back, and Nyla's footsteps were the only thing that lit the way. But we needed to conserve our air, and Kale needed to stop at every pocket to replenish our pocket with a little air that filtered down from the surface. At last, we reached the main sorting caves, and only then did Petcha dare to summon her fire, since we no longer had the footsteps to follow. Kale led us back towards the beginning, where we started. At last, we emerged from the watery part of the sorting cave, seemingly an hour or two after we had gone inside. I straightened and shook out my trousers, but our clothes had remained dry, except for our boots, and it was a surreal feeling, stepping out of a flooded cave like this. Mocha and Juz smiled at each other, and Beezy studied her dry robes and sash. "Everyone okay?" Juz asked. Kale dropped his shaking arm. To use his water magic, he'd used his sword for a sustained 20 minutes, twice. "I'm going to need an enormous meal before we do anything else, because without my magic, I won't be much good. I'm assuming Cameron is out there on the sea already, and sailing to the Forbidden Isle with that code in his head. If he got the code." I wanted to sit on the floor and not get up again, but I knew that stopping or slowing now wouldn't help us. It was very late, probably well past midnight. An ideal time for Cameron to sneak away and get some time on us. "A meal might be good," Ilga said. "However, I cannot appear in the dining hall, or we will all end up in the dungeons. Cameron must be sneaky as well. I'll need a hiding place while you get ready to set sail." "We're all setting sail tonight?" I asked. Kale's eyes flashed. "We have no choice. Cameron could gain on us by the minute. I am still stumped how he escaped detection and got away with all this." Anger seethed between his words, and I knew he wouldn't forgive himself for not finding him. "I also need to restock my ship, or we're going to run out of food and fresh water out at sea." I hated this situation. Kale was doing his best. And by leaving and taking us recruits out to sea with Lillian due to train us, he might break the code. His father would never forgive him for going over his head, and I knew part of the reason he was doing this was for me and Beezy. We were together, and now was the time we could slip away. Did I want to? I wanted to leave this life, but could I leave Kale? Kale thought and then faced Ilga. "Hide at the docks. Near my ship. I'll say our code word when it's safe for you to come out. The docks will be empty at this hour, and no one should see you. Then we leave." Ilga nodded. "I will." We all climbed the cave together, with Ilga staying behind us and out of sight, and Kale sighed. "I will have to tell my father that Cameron is on his way to the Forbidden Isle." I snapped my gaze to him. "You can't. Your father will want the treasure too, especially after he's had his power threatened." "He won't get it if we stop Cameron before he gets to the Forbidden Isle," Kale said. "I must tell him. He already suspects Cameron of taking his dagger, so we won't get in any trouble for going to the hidden temple. I'll simply tell him that we saw no clues down there, and that Cameron took the key." Yes. We had to make sure no one found the divine treasure. Nyla was counting on me. It was a surreal feeling. If she was still even slightly awake, then why couldn't she stop the Vulgans herself? She didn't have to appear when they sacrificed to her. Or did she? Maybe they had tricked her into appearing and giving her information. "But I'm still here," I said. Kale nodded. "We'll make this work. Shoskin will want Nar on his crew, and we will not let that happen. We're her friends." Mocha stepped forward. "I say you don't tell him and we just go." Kale tensed as the floor leveled out, and Ilga slipped down the corridor quiet as a rat in the dark. It was so late that I heard no one up and about. Shoskin had given the full pirates no reason to celebrate and drink, and the recruits, right along with Lillian, were trapped up in the east bunkhouse like prisoners. I waited for his answer. But I sensed the conflict in him, and I knew that just leaving wasn't going to be easy for him. A selfish part of me wanted him to ditch his horrible father and run away with me, even though I knew that was just a fantasy. "It won't be simple," Kale said at last. But I tried to put myself in that position. I couldn't run away from what I was, and I had tried. Could Kale? Could either of us, or were we going to be prisoners for the rest of our lives? We raced to the dining hall, and Kale explained that he didn't only have to eat a meal in record time, but he had to assemble some of his more trusted crew members, which meant no Bork. Pecha tried to interrupt, but Mocha spoke over her, and said this was the biggest emergency the world had ever seen, second only to the end of the Divine Age. The dining hall had emptied by now. The meeting Shoskin had held was over, and the pirates had all gone to bed, except for any guards. I imagined Cameron out at sea, getting farther away, and I hated having to eat before leaving. Beezy picked the lock to the kitchens, which were also locked so late, and we raided food not just for eating right now but for Kale's ship. Together, we picked up barrels of potatoes, and Jez and Kale helped to move barrels of water toward the door for pickup by some of Kale's crew members. Plunder was low right now, so we had to steal from the kitchen. "I'll get them out of bed," he explained in a hurry, eating a makeshift jerky sandwich as he worked. "We have to use care, as there are still guards and recruits are not supposed to be out right now. Stay here in the kitchen until it is time to go. We can trust Talus and Horgar for sure. They're my guys. The others are iffy but scared of what I can do, and I'll need my full magic to keep them in line." I dropped my shoulders. "I thought you were going to your father." Kale stopped near the closed kitchen door and let out a breath. "I'm not sure about that." "Were the chains breaking?" Mocha winked at me. She had come through. "I mean, going to him will slow us down. He's likely exhausted and asleep and will demand full preparations," Kale said. "I'll send a message bird to him, explaining the situation." Kale ran out of the room to rouse his trusted crew members. I frowned, but I'd take it. It was a step in the right direction. "Where's Pecha?" Jez asked. I searched the room, and Beezy shrugged. "She said she had to take care of something while you're wasting time, stuffing your faces." Was Pecha's attitude rubbing off on her? I sighed. "You used little magic down there, and so did she. It drains you." Maybe Pecha was backing out, but Beezy smiled like she knew something. Kale burst back into the room. "Preparation is not a waste of time. Care has to be taken on the seas, especially with a hunt like this. And we don't know how well prepared our enemy is." Why wouldn't he say it? That he wouldn't go to his father because it was time to break away. Why couldn't he use this excuse and leave right now? Kale had Sosa's blood from both his parents. He might be even more powerful than Shoskin, and Shoskin was treating him the way he did to keep him from developing it fully, at least until he died. Kale was a threat to his father. Shoskin was just like Pecha. I blinked as the revelation hit me, and Kale faced me as he chewed. "Nar. Say it." I swallowed. "You can find Cameron and help us kill him." Ah. Why was it so hard to speak the truth sometimes? Then again, I had my own that I never uttered out loud. "He has my father's dagger, which means he can also bend the seas," Kale said. "He is also an excellent fighter without his magic, and he knows things we don't. By the way, we need to check on Ilga and ensure no one's found him, or our plan sinks to the depths. Everyone will swarm the docks and we'll never have time to leave." Clearly, Kale wouldn't speak about his family dynamic now. "What if he leaves on his own?" Beezy asked. We all faced her. It was me, Mocha, Jez, and Kale left in the room. Beezy continued. "He could. Ilga doesn't want to talk to us. He was only meeting an obligation." "Can't blame the man," Kale muttered, taking another bite. "I'm back." Pecha entered the kitchen and stopped there. She caught her breath like she had just run around Islanda Nylar. "The corridors are still clear, and I think we can get out of here undetected." "Thanks." Mocha eyed me like Pecha was wasting her time. What was she doing? I looked at Beezy, but she just smiled. We finished up, and a few members of Kale's normal crew arrived to haul things out of the kitchen and towards the docks. Kale nodded to each man in turn, and I sensed friendship between them. Bork did not show up, much to our collective relief. We set to work packing as much into barrels as we could for the journey. Everything felt surreal. "Roslyn will understand," Beezy muttered to herself. And it hit me. We were leaving Islanda Nylar. For now, but we were leaving. And I wasn't going off to help plunder a ship, except for one. Except for one who completely deserved it. Cameron's. He was out there now, sailing away. Kale breathed out. We're very lucky my father's asleep from exhaustion. Let's all grab this stuff and go. My ship still has some supplies as well, and we should be okay for a few weeks on the ocean. We were leaving. My heart raced. Guards would be out, ensuring that no one was doing anything suspicious. Of us, only Kale was allowed to be out and about. He had changed since the incident in the dining hall. His father had finally pushed him too far. We slowly made our way through the narrow corridors, cutting through the storage area to dodge some guards, and Beezy led us gradually to the docks. After what felt like a full hour of lugging crates and barrels, we finally made it to the final cave. Beezy stopped, the end of a barrel sagging in her hands. I smelled gunpowder. A chill swept through me before I knew why. Gunpowder? Kale frowned. You know, the stuff for firing pistols and cannons. His eyes widened. Beezy, it is coming from the dock. Silence dragged out there, but we hurried. Maybe Ilga would know. Or someone had found him and shot him. I swallowed, not wanting yet another death because of me. We all moved faster. The cave opened into the underground lagoon, and lanterns burned low. Not a single ship had left, and I spotted Kale's ship next to Lillian's with the white sails and the dragon flag. But something was very wrong with the Soshana. It leaned forward into the water and against the dock as if a massive weight had settled on the bow. But there was nothing on the deck other than a few crates, and a single pirate who I recognized as another member of Kale's crew. The man looked at Kale, mouth gaping open, beard hanging over his tunic. Captain, he shouted. Lillian attacked your ship.
Lillian.
Kale burst. Then I saw the massive hole in the hull, and I realized what had happened. Someone had fired a cannon from Lillian's ship, probably while we were in the kitchen. The stone walls of the cave had blocked the sound even from Beezy. The smell still hung in the air, and Kale's ship creaked as it leaned against the dock, trying to stay afloat. But it was too late. Water invaded the hole, and I guessed the hold had flooded halfway. Lillian wouldn't do that, Petcha said. She was just outside of the east bunkhouse, fuming. She couldn't have come down here, done this, and gone back up without the help of Beezy. Then who? Mocha looked at me and then at Jez. Beezy frowned as if something had just dawned on her. Ilga, she said. Ilga? I asked, no longer caring that the few crew members of Kale were standing on the dock, stunned at the fresh development.
He must have done it.
He was down here. Now he's not here. But why? My heart thudded against my ribcage. We freed the guy, after the Vulgans had locked him up. After the older Vulgan locked him up. Ilga never said that the younger one had wronged him. What if he had waited, making it look as if he truly had to hate both Vulgans, and then at the right moment I sank to the dock, landing on my knees with a thud. Nar. Kale turned away from his ship and focused on me, eyes wide. We stared at each other as everyone gathered around. Mocha and Jez, meanwhile, searched every crate and barrel on the dock, searching for Ilga, but Beezy assured them that there was no one hiding anywhere on the docks or on the ships. Ilga had vanished, and the ship's boat was missing from the Draken. Ilga had escaped, and he had sabotaged us on the way out. He could have left earlier if he had wanted. And with horror, I realized he had something that he just might take to Cameron. The combination of symbols. The key. Perhaps Cameron didn't have the dagger after all, and hadn't visited the hidden temple. Maybe he'd just been waiting for us to get that information for him. Chapter 19. We played right into his hands. Ilga was a plant the entire time. Mocha asked. Jez paced along the dock. He was a good one. I had to admit that the plan was good. Had Cameron and Ilga been working together, conspiring against the older Vulgan and us the entire time? Cameron knew his brother had dropped a word about his first mate in front of me. I hated him, and that we couldn't get ahead of him. And most of all, I hated myself for not seeing through it. Beezy paced on the dock, probably in the same nightmare. She'd missed Ilga's true intentions, and now he had sabotaged Kale's ship. I can't believe he turned against us, Kale muttered, along with a string of curses. Look. None of us saw it, Mocha said. We need to collect ourselves and go after Ilga. He paddled out of this lagoon on a ship's boat. That means Cameron probably collected him, and he's still close. We can catch him before he reaches the Forbidden Isle. But my ship has a massive hole in the side that will take days to patch even with my watery magic, Kale protested. Ilga knows I can't go to my father about this. He's hoping this will frame Lillian, who's enraged at her treatment right now. Everyone knows Lillian hates my father. Petcha crossed her arms. At some point she had rejoined us. Lillian's amazing and Shoskin hates that. I nodded. He hates everyone who doesn't kiss his boots. We looked at each other. Understanding passed between us, but it only lasted a second. Kale paced now, motioning for Beezy to stop. Well, we don't have a ship, and I can't go to my father about this, or he'll know that we let Ilgar out. Wait, Petcha said. We all faced her. Kale let out a breath. Do you have an idea, Petcha? Her eyes flashed. I've had an idea for a while. It's just that everyone here thinks my ideas are muck. Someone's coming, Beezy said. Her tone lifted and she faced the cave corridor. Then I heard leather squeaking and boots clicking, and I tensed as my magic filled me. But Petcha stood next to Beezy as they watched whoever was about to walk into the lagoon. Lillian paraded onto the dock, along with her crew of ragtag, misfit pirates. All wore their weapons, with swords hanging from belts and with pistols decorating leather straps. Lillian strode with purpose, and her crew did the same. I counted a dozen men and women, some past their prime, others disfigured from accidents, still others too short or too small for Shoskin to want on the seas. I'd sailed with Lillian's crew before, during the Test of Bravery, and during that time I'd gained a newfound respect for her. She took those that Vulcan would have otherwise taken, and though she was tough, she had saved them from a far worse fate. But how would she react to this? Had Petcha gone and told her about Ilga framing her? What happened here? Lillian roared, looking at Kale's ship. Kale puffed out his chest. You got framed. That's what happened. Someone came here and used your ship to fire a hole in mine, and it was probably whoever stole my father's dagger. And yes, I know I'm not supposed to have recruits out here with me. He bit his lip as Lillian approached and stopped. She surveyed the ship. What was she doing here? Was Petcha trying to get us all in trouble? I glared at her, but she and Beezy stuck together, standing beside one another, as Mocha and Jez just waited for whatever would happen. Even Kale's 6 crew members stood near his ship, stunned. They didn't know about Ilga yet, and I hoped nothing bad came to them because of this. Was it that Vulcan prisoner? Lillian lowered her voice. Everyone has suspected him as he escaped, Kale said quickly as sweat formed on his temples. It shone in the pale lantern light. I drew closer to Kale, slipping one hand under my glove, but Lillian just stood there, fists on her hips, squaring off with Kale. She showed no fear. What was she going to do? Lillian must hate Kale too. Lillian, I said. She wasn't like Bork. My trainer didn't fear me. And if she did, she wouldn't let that stop her. Then she looked at me and held me in her stare for a long time. Amazing you even reached his cell, frankly. I wouldn't have got him out myself. I swallowed as silence fell on the dock. Beezy had trusted Petcha too much and told her the truth. And then Petcha had relayed it to her. Lillian waited, her crew at attention. They matched our numbers, and Petcha was more on Lillian's side than ours. They all knew. I tensed, knowing I wouldn't fare well against my own trainer. She wanted the glory for herself. To end us. Lillian was like Petcha, and Petcha had worked with us only to betray us and get me out of the way after all. Lillian, Kale started as the lagoon water began to slosh against the deck. "Oh, do you think I'm going to crawl to your father of all people?" "Me?" Lillian asked. A gleam filled her eye. "Petya may have filled me in after she saw Ilga with you in the sorting cave. My only suggestion? Do not trust anyone who ever served with Cameron Vulgan. He's a crow. Intelligent, conniving, and dangerous. He would murder his own family to get ahead." "He did." I breathed out as I slowly realized what this meant. Petya had reached that conclusion on her own. She grinned. And so did Beezy. I realized then that Lillian had no intent of destroying us. Had she enlisted Lillian's help? How long ago did this happen? "If we set sail within a few minutes, we can catch up to this piece of muck," Lillian said. "Though your father will likely blame me for attacking your ship and taking you prisoner, and likely blame me for taking the dagger." Kale shook his head, unbelieving. "Well?" Petya asked. "Are we going to set sail or not? We have a ship right here." She motioned to the Draken. "Kale." I slugged him on the arm and watched him blink. "Lillian wants to help us. She won't go to your father. We can fill her in on the entire story on the way, if Petya hasn't told her every detail already. Was my rival going to sneak around the entire time, trying to come out on top? Petya could not drop the competition." Kale said. "Yes. We can take the Draken. Lillian, I'm in your debt. We find Ilga and Cameron Vulgan and bring them both back here alive to clear our names." I knew what Kale meant. After we left, the Pirate King would suspect not only his own son, but his chief trainer as well. Both had reason to turn against him. "Bring them back?" I asked. "We're coming back here." Kale paused, then nodded as he got his bearings. "We must. Now, everyone. Aboard the Draken. And remember, Lillian is the captain of this ship." The Draken was familiar, and I knew that Lillian wouldn't betray us, as Petya appeared to have done for a moment and as Ilga had done. Kale helped with the rigging as Lillian barked orders, and the crew scrambled around quickly, rowing us away from the dock and turning us around in the massive lagoon. Kale's ship looked pathetic, leaning forward with water invading the hull, and I guessed from the angle that Ilga had shot a cannonball straight through the center of the ship. His quarters would be full of water. The storage compartments. The lavish dining room where the crew ate their meals. Everything that was Kale about the ship was ruined. Kale, despite hating his station, paced around the deck in disgust as Lillian's crew pulled us closer and closer to the cave exit. It was night outside, and I could hear driving rain from here. Great. I wanted to comfort Kale and tell him that we'd have Cameron and Ilga by daybreak, but I had to help the others move the barrels of water and crates of food supplies below decks. Mocha and Juz opened other barrels to collect rainwater, and Petya scrambled around, helping with whatever task Lillian ordered her to do. We sailed through the massive cave, and as I helped to haul supplies, I eyed the stalactites pointing down at us. Kale said we had to return with Cameron and Ilga in tow. Part of him wanted to come back here. To be accepted. To find something that his own mother had denied him just because he had the wrong father. At last, we got all the supplies secured, and we exited the cave as the sails dropped. The wind struck me in the face along with the driving rain, and the waves were choppy. The night was black, and the lanterns on the ship barely lit the way. We sailed towards the Forbidden Isle. "They'll be going that way," Lillian shouted. "I can't believe Ilga did that." Mocha shouted in my ear. "He stole the dagger or had someone steal it, and made us think Cameron would find the key. Then we got to do it for him, and Ilga just ran off with it." She slammed her fist down on the ship's railing as the rain hammered us. Icy magic flowed under my skin, so I stepped away from Mocha before I could accidentally kill her. The only good part about all this was that she'd learned to stay back whenever my emotions got even remotely out of control, because I couldn't pull my magic back inside me when I needed. I hated Ilga had gotten the better of us. He'd even avoided Beezy, as if he sensed she could understand him. And some of that was bad luck too. Ilga had to spend much of his time on the top of the island, away from her, and Beezy hadn't been able to go with us to visit. We'd made a mistake, not taking her along for that part of the plan. Beezy huddled in the forecastle's doorway, arms around herself, and I sensed even through the curtains of rain that she struggled with those same thoughts. And Kale. He stood on the other side of the ship, looking over the railing, as if he were trying to make the waters calm. I knew he was probably trying to smooth the surrounding waves as much as possible, but I couldn't help but wonder how much torment he suffered. "We'll never find Ilga in this," Pecha shouted at Lillian. "I bet he drowned." "This storm only just started," Lillian growled, and not just at Pecha. "He's likely safe on Cameron's ship with those noble soldiers." Kale. "Part the rain." I swallowed. "Kale." He straightened, and I glimpsed the rage on his face even in the faint lantern light. He ran to the bow of the ship, joining the navigator there, and he raised his sword, tensing so much that his entire body shook. Kale trembled as he held his sword, and the jewel once again shone. He was right to eat. He needed every ounce of energy he could get. And slowly, with a soft roar, the curtains of rain split, as if an invisible wedge held out the deluge. As I watched in amazement, the wedge grew before the ship, revealing the choppy ocean ahead and the whitecaps of the raging sea. Kale maintained his position as I blinked water from my eyes, taking a breath in the sudden break. The storm took a muffled sound. Pecha summoned a pair of fireballs which danced above her palms, and Beezy rushed to the front of the ship, joining Kale and Lillian there. She peered into the night ahead as the split continued, and Kale's face reddened from the effort of holding the entire storm at bay. But it paid off. "There's a ship." Beezy pointed into the night. I joined her, boots squeaking and full of rain. "I see it." White sails whipped in the rain far ahead, and the dark form of a vessel rose and crashed over and over as it raced away from us and into the night. "Check for debris." Lillian motioned to the water. Her crew and Kale's looked overboard, taking advantage of the clearing, but I only spotted a clump of green seaweed. No boards. No ropes. No Ilga clinging to life on a piece of the ship's boat. I swept my gaze left and right as Kale moved the tip of his sword, directing the split right and left. Nothing. Ilga didn't appear drowned anywhere. "He's escaped," Lillian shouted. "I can't," Kale started, dropping his arm. He collapsed on the deck like a sack of flour before I could catch him. He landed with a sickening thud as he gasped, and let his arm flop over him. Kale dropped his sword, and he blinked as the rain crashed back down, bombarding us. "Kale." Jez rushed to stand over us. "What now?" Mocha asked. "Nar. Take his sword. Part the water. We can take turns." She was right. Yes. We could take turns. Anyone could use watery magic with the right weapons. If the storm had its way, we'd lose Cameron's ship. "Do it," Kale said, shaking from exhaustion. "Nar, I trust you. Just don't drop it over the deck, and we can catch them." He managed a weak smile. "You rest." I seized the sword. Immediately, the thrumming of magic, a type smoother than mine and nowhere near as cold, almost made me drop the weapon on Kale. And I had the blood of the gods. How would anyone else fare? How did I control this magic? This was the first time Kale had let anyone else use his weapon. He trusted me. I whirled, glad my strength would help me, and I pointed the sword at the storm ahead. "Part. Come on. Part." The rain drove down, and I moved the sword side to side. The stormy black curtains reflected the lanterns at strange angles as the rain moved in curves, squiggles, and jagged lines. I was moving the water, but not the way Kale had. All I was doing was creating a mess. I can't do it. I looked at Mocha as frustration welled into my chest, which only made my magic flare with more intensity than ever. Was my magic not compatible? I had no watery magic. There was no way I'd do this without practice. "Try." She slugged me on the arm. I grit my teeth, appreciating the effort Kale had put into this. He continued to pant on the deck, exhausted, and two of Lillian's crew members leaned down to help him up. Focus. He'd tell me that. My magic flowed under my glove, and I switched hands to take it off. Maybe I needed skin-on-skin contact. Lightning flashed across the sky. I switched to my right hand now that my bare palm could contact the blade. Icy tingles mixed with the smooth electricity of Sosa's magic, and a sense of control swept over me. Any kind of magic can kill if the user is creative enough. Nar! Jez shouted in a panic. The rain ahead of me glowed with a sickly green sheen. And quickly the deathly moonlight spread. Ahead, to the sides, and back towards. I was combining my magic with the rain. Then I did exactly what Kale told me not to do. I dropped the weapon, and the rain returned to normal. Nar! Kale shouted. I can't do it. I'll kill everyone. I backpedaled to where Lillian's crew had taken Kale, into the shelter of the forecastle doorway. Beezy had returned there to escape the rain. Kale turned his head. Petcha! Fire and water don't mix, she shouted. I won't be able to use that sword. Lillian seized the sword, and magic crackled through the air as she grasped the handle with her bare hands. No strange magic altered the storm, and with another growl, the rain parted for the captain. It didn't go as far as Kale had made it go, or as quickly, but it parted enough to show us that Cameron's ship had already gotten a lot smaller. Lillian cursed. They were putting distance between us and them. All the sails down, Lillian ordered, shaking as she dropped the sword to her side. They're losing us. But that's risky in the storm, Petcha protested. The crew scrambled around, and Lillian glared at her, and Petcha withered under the terrifying look. Petcha glared at me as she stormed below decks, and although she looked angry, a hint of a smile played on her lips. I had failed in front of her, and that was all that mattered. Chapter 20. The storm battered the ship for hours that night, and once most of the sails had dropped, catching the dangerous wind, most of us retreated below decks. Lillian ordered it. She didn't want anyone succumbing to cold sickness or losing their ability to fight. And Kale had to rest. Mocha and I helped him to Lillian's brig. It only had 2 cells on the bottom deck, but we could spread out plenty of straw, and with a few lanterns going, the space warmed up rapidly. The Draken wasn't a large ship, only half the size of Kale's, but at least it didn't have any holes in it, and just enough space to have everything we needed. Thank you, Kale muttered as he flopped down on the straw. If I hadn't eaten before we left, then I never would have done that, and Lillian wouldn't have known how to use the magic. Tension filled the air, and I knew no one had expected me to merge rain and death. That was a terrible combination, and I could have killed everyone on the deck with that stunt. Sure, I might have killed everyone on Cameron's crew as well, including Ilga, but what good would that have done me or anyone else if I also murdered everyone on Lillian's ship who didn't have the blood of the gods? Lillian seems capable. That was all I could manage. Kale eyed the ceiling. Nice accommodations here. Mocha rolled her eyes. Stop being such a noble. I am one. Or I used to be. Not all nobles are bad, you know. Just most of them. Then he looked at me. Nar, I didn't expect that. Anyone can use a weapon like mine and the magic it contains, but I forgot you must use skin-on-skin contact, and that your magic can do things that most magic can't. I shouldn't have put that on you. I gulped. I could have killed Lillian and you, Mocha. That's why I dropped the weapon. Kale let out a breath. You're going to hit me for this, but you also could have killed Cameron and his entire crew of slaver soldiers too. That would have stopped him from going any further with his little plan. Mocha spoke in my place, and I was glad. His little plan involves taking over the entire world and making us all his slaves. Including Nar. You think he intends to let her have a seat of power? He's probably planning to kill her. Kale looked away and eyed the wall of the open cell. We don't know what he's plotting, and that scares me. Something was off again, as it had been on the deck of Kale's ship on the foggy day that we fell into Cameron's first trap. I tensed as I sat there on my knees, glad the brig was at least clean and hadn't held any prisoners for a long time. I looked at Mocha, silently asking if we could be left alone. Kale needed to air something out. Mocha got up. Rest up. It looks as if we can't do anything for the rest of the night. Maybe the storm will throw Cameron's ship off course. She left us, and I sat there with Kale as he lay on his back, eyeing the ceiling. You did your best, Kale told me at last. You should keep what you did in mind for the future. Magic rarely combines like that, but yours is more powerful than most. You just haven't tapped its full potential yet. And I don't want to, unless it's killing Cameron. And Ilga now. I can't believe he did that. Kale sighed. My father always told me I had poor observation skills. I should have questioned him in the presence of Beezy, but I did not want to make her do that climb. If something happened to her, I know you'd never forgive me. He forced a smile. I lay down beside him, and we listened to the driving rain outside. The water seemed to have calmed, as had the wind, so the ship only rocked slightly. The straw was comfortable, and did a good job of holding in body heat. Thanks. By the way, you did great. Kale let silence drag out. I tried. Don't let your father get into your head like that, I said. He's threatened by you. That's why he treats you the way he does. Your father only descends from Sosa on one side, right? You have 2 lines. I tell myself that all the time, but his voice never leaves, Kale muttered. Logic could never win over emotions. But the same was true for me. If Kale knew the truth about me, would he hate me? I'm saying that he's Pecha. Kale must be too close to the situation to see it. Kale snapped his gaze to me. You think so? They have the same problem, I whispered just in case she could hear. But she was above decks, helping Lillian, working on her plot to inherit the ship and Lillian's position as captain. Nar, Kale said. I turned on the straw, which rustled under me. My heart thudded, not just at our proximity, but at what was about to happen. You're carrying a burden too. I swallowed. Is it that obvious? For the longest time, you were a slave to protecting your sister, and maybe you had to do that for a while. Kale also turned to his side and propped himself up on his elbow. Maybe you're Pecha too, but differently. And I don't mean that in a bad way. He spoke quickly as I raised my hand in a threat. I grit my teeth. I am not Pecha. Kale's eyes turned to the straw before meeting my gaze again. You're making up for something, is what I'm saying. I seized a handful. I am not. Something almost happened to Beezy, and I had to step in. And it's been like that ever since. It's eating you. Could Kale see into my soul? Or were we just a pair of broken people dealing with what we were the best we could? Kale frowned as a tremor stole over me, one that had nothing to do with my magic. I can't, I started. You said it was okay if I held it in. It was. Before. But you can't hold it in forever. You can trust me, Nar. Kale's words were warm, and I wanted to just dive into them and stay there. Could I? Admitting it would just confirm to me that I deserved to be here, doomed to kill for the rest of my life. You can't run from what you are. I swallowed. My magic woke up when I was 7. We had a day off. Us slave kids were running through a hedge maze on Lady Ulrin's plantation. Kale paled. We stared at each other. I needed to stop. But something about the softness of his gaze drew the words out. Or maybe it was just the fact that people wouldn't stop pressing. My magic flared, and every muscle in my body tightened. I fell into a sinkhole. I screamed. And my friend Zamilla reached for me. But I didn't know why I had that icy tingle under my skin, and then, you know what? Never mind. I can't blame you for not wanting to kiss me again. I pushed myself from the straw as Kale laid there, stunned, eyes wide. Nar. You were right to bring me here. I held back tears as I stood and left the cell. I could no longer breathe in there. I'm cursed. Maybe I was meant to be a pirate, and that's all I'm going to get. I was doing it again. I didn't want to face anybody. Not Mocha. Not Shiz. And not even Beezy, who was the only other person who knew my secret. Nar. Straw crinkled as he struggled to push himself up. I left him there to rest, and bolted up the steps and out of the brig. The next deck, the crew's quarters and the kitchen, was empty, so I turned to where I knew I'd get solitude. The storage area. I found the door in the back of the ship slightly open, and I ducked into a room bare of plunder, and sat behind an open crate. More straw crunched under me as I eyed the porthole on the other side of the space. Don't go off on your own right now, Kale said as he stumbled into the room after me. You need rest. He forced a dry laugh. Since when do any of us get that? Nar, you think I've never killed and regretted it. What you saw after the Great Wave was only a tiny sampling of what I've had to do. I couldn't look at him. Ever killed your friend by mistake? Your best friend? That's why I guard Beezy with my life. I've vowed never to do that again. And that's why I didn't want to get close to Mocha and Jiz. Kale stumbled over, using the crates to keep his balance. He was still weak and might be until tomorrow. He had used a lot of magic, more than I'd ever seen. No one should have to deal with this alone, Nar. I have the touch of death. Even Nyla herself didn't have friends. Maybe she hid the god's treasure because she was so miserable. Maybe, Kale said, tense. I've killed friends and trusted crew members by mistake, just with my decisions. And I've killed sailors. Merchants. My father clarified it was my job to keep a crew of bloodthirsty pirates happy. It was why I had to let Zee pit the slaves against each other on that night. You had to fight that other captive. And it was why I had to bring you to Islanda Nylar. I have no choices in my life. We're all slaves. I watched as he rubbed his forehead. You don't hate me. All the tension I held deflated. And an incredible relief spread through me as I collapsed into Kale's arms. Nar, I would never hate you. It's not your fault you're here. You just, well, got unlucky. He faced me as he held me against his chest, just inches away. I'm going to get you out of this life, and Beezy too. You can both find a better future somewhere else, and for Beezy, there's good work out there making potions and healing people. We just have to find you the right island. Find you the right island. What about you? My heart thudded again as I sat up straight. You can't keep doing this. Kale slowly let out the air he held. I'll be fine, Nar. No, you won't. You shouldn't have to live with this alone. Because that's what you've been doing ever since your excuse of a father destroyed your old life and put you here. I know it's probably a man thing, but you have to take care of yourself too. He eyed the floor and let his arm slide down his knee. I want to leave. Breakthrough. You do, I said. I've always wanted to leave. But I don't know if I can. My father's influence is everywhere on the seas and around the 10 islands. Even on land, the influence of the pirates goes far. It was progress, at least. That's slightly better. Now, you need to work up the nerve to step off a ship and back onto land. One thing at a time, as you always tell me. Kale smiled. Nar, you took a big step tonight. You admitted something that I wouldn't have had the strength to do. But you do. Maybe there was hope for the two of us. Kale leaned over, making the straw on the floor rustle, and then he waited for my permission. He was a gentleman, a real noble, unlike Beccass and the rest. Maybe not all of them were horrible, and maybe not all pirates were horrible either. Kale's eyes were oceans but in its gentle form, unlike the angry ones of his father. Maybe all magic had two sides. I whispered the word. Yes. He leaned in, and I closed my eyes without thinking. His lips brushed mine as the rain turned gentle outside, and I allowed him to take my arms and sweep me into another world, a safer world where we didn't get forced to kill, where we didn't have horrifying parents, where we were accepted and had friends. We kissed for a long time, and I seized Kale's back, exploring the curves of his perfect body, wanting to fix the pained, broken man inside. Kale ran his hands along my sides, holding me in place, keeping me safe with every small kiss. His warmth held out the rain, and even the rocking of the ship seemed to vanish in his grasp. We went until we could barely breathe. And at last, we broke apart. Nar. You're good at kissing. Just don't ever do it when you're angry. Or with someone who doesn't have the blood of the gods. He winked. Jealous, jealous.
You need to escape.
Kale. Please. You don't want to be here. Kale worked his features, and the pain twisted them as he slowly pushed himself up. He still trembled from the heavy use of his magic, and perhaps from something else. I don't know if it's possible while my father still lives. And when he dies, I am to take his place as the Pirate King. Once that happens, I am bound by the code for so long as I remain in good fighting shape. And as he spoke, his tone dropped to the bottom of the sea. Chapter 21. Neither of us had left the choppy seas yet. It would not be easy for Kale to escape his lot in life. And I thought escaping slavery would be hard. I laughed to myself as I paced along the deck of the Draken with Mocha and Jez. The weather had cleared the next day, and remained clear on the next, as we sailed north and west towards the location of the Forbidden Isle. Lillian had promised us a 10-day trip to Nyla's main island. All the ruling gods had a main island and several smaller ones. Islanda Nylar was just a smaller island of the death goddess. The Nylandia cult must have taken residence on another small island of Nyla's, perhaps an uncharted one that no one had found. Right now, only ocean stretched out ahead of us. I saw no signs of other ships. The Forbidden Isle was a small island, and apparently far away from the others. Like Nyla. She had no seat at the gods' dining tables, hadn't had the pleasure of attending their parties, and had never entered the other gods' temples. Perhaps she had a good reason to hide all their treasure, and keep it hidden. The gods had brought the divine age when they walked among us, but I understood her anger. The gods hadn't treated her well. She hadn't asked to be the goddess of death. The creating force had birthed her that way. You're thinking a lot, Mocha said as I looked over the ship's railing. I stretched. My body was sore from Lillian making us all scrub the deck, Kale included. There's not much else to do as you clean. I looked at her to find her wringing out her bandana. Jez had accidentally splashed her during the mopping process. Just been thinking about Nyla. Well, more than normal. You have reason. Mocha nodded. I eyed Kale, who stood with Lillian near the bow. The two were getting along better than I expected, considering Kale's station. Perhaps word of his humiliation at the hands of his father had reached Lillian, and the two could connect over that. Even Pecha stood with them, busy at her side. The four were clearly trying to decide how quickly to get to the Forbidden Isle, or maybe they were discussing the fact that Cameron's ship had vanished or taken another course. Something was odd, that was for sure. We should be over there with the others. I was having a hard time leaving Beezy alone with Pecha, or letting her wander around the deck with her nose in books that Lillian had plundered from a merchant ship. Beezy's doing okay. I'm watching her too. And she's the youngest person here, so Lillian is doing the same. Lillian's not a bad person. I don't think, Mocha said. I nodded. She's had a boot on her head all her life. This is her chance to prove her worth. Pecha groomed her to come on this voyage before we even left. She's been waiting for a chance like this forever. Haven't we all? Mocha nodded. Jez walked over slowly after eyeing Beezy for a bit. He smiled, glad for the break. Beezy's been looking for a fix, he said. A fix? I lifted my eyebrow. Jez motioned to a stack of books resting on a nearby crate. She wants to make a potion that'll tell you about your origins. Your past that you might have forgotten. I swallowed. She had been talking about that, and I'd forgotten until now. Or maybe I had forgotten on purpose. We know Nyla birthed me, and then hid me from that cult for some reason. And that we need to keep that divine treasure hidden from Cameron. What else do we need to figure out? I hated how defensive I sounded. Why does Nyla want to keep it away from the world, though? When the gods left, the nobles took over. Hatred burned in Mocha's eyes. You're a noble in this world or you're their resource. You want to find some of this treasure. I kept my voice to a whisper. Jez exchanged a glance with her. He frowned. Revenge is nice, but this treasure's dangerous. If it appears, it will fall into the wrong hands eventually. It was the most I'd heard Jez speak since, well, forever. He thought deep, but used the fewest words he could to get his point across. And I liked that about him. He was easy to understand, unlike Ilga and even Kale. You should be a tutor or teacher, if you ever get out of here. Mocha sighed. Okay. Maybe the treasure is better left hidden then. I wouldn't trust myself with it, I said. We meandered around the ship for the next several days, and Beezy kept her nose buried in books as she took notes with a quill. I didn't want to confront her and tell her to stop. She wanted to help me, but I also didn't want to encourage her to continue her quest. I hoped she'd drop it soon, and that I could focus on the task at hand instead of on what she was doing. Seer bush. It's rare, she muttered to herself as I walked past on the 5th day. Grows from the footsteps of Menta. Goddess of fortune-telling, logical mind and the lifting of time's veil. I swallowed, not wanting to say anything. With luck, this seer bush was very rare. The rest of us killed time watching the horizon for any other ships, but this far northwestern part of the ocean was bare of merchants and pirates. Pecha avoided me and Kale, stalking away whenever we stood together or held hands. Kale and I slept side by side each night in the brig with the cell door open, using our body heat to hold out the ocean's deepening chill. There was no life out here, and I spotted no birds flying. I hadn't noticed them much until they'd vanished. Lillian's navigator, Stefan, said we were far from any major islands where birds nested. And Cameron's ship remained out of sight. The whole thing was bizarre. We had spotted no debris left over from the storm, and we would have. But Lillian and Stefan insisted we headed in the right direction, and that no one could see the Forbidden Isle until we drew very close to it. But on the 6th day of sailing, a dark speck appeared in the sky, and as it drew nearer and landed on the railing near Stefan, I realized it was another magpie. And it had a tiny scroll tied to its foot. The bird panted in the heat as Lillian strode over, face hardening, and Kale followed. Everyone gathered around the messenger bird, and Kale swallowed as Lillian gently took the creature and untied the note. She was clearly trained in handling these birds, as all captains were. This is likely not good, Kale said. Pecha tried to look over his shoulder. Even she paled and her freckles stood out. Pecha had ignored me through most of the journey. She probably suspected that Kale and I had kissed below decks on that night, but I knew from her expression that she and Lillian had been talking about the repercussions of Lillian leaving during a training period. Lillian set the magpie down on the deck, and Pecha brought a handful of seeds, which it greedily snapped out of her hand. I stood next to Lillian, and with my gloves safely on, I read the note. Someone had scrawled it with care, but the ends of every sentence carried angry points. Before I even saw the signature, I knew who had written it. Lillian. You've turned against me and the pirate code. Perhaps you have something that belongs to me. You've taken Nar. Stealing my weapon carries the penalty of death. And you must have Cameron Vulgan's valuable prisoner. I promise you will never reach the divine treasure. The sharks will feast on your flesh before that happens, and no one will remember your name. Jurgen Mellows has taken your place as my primary trainer. Permanently. Turn over what you've taken, and perhaps I will negotiate a lesser sentence. Turn back now or I will catch up to you. And if you have my son, turn him over as well. My magic flared through me, and I let out a breath, trying to calm it as Kale looked over my shoulder to read. I felt him tensing and the air shifting beside me. Kale was an afterthought to Shoskin. And Ilga had successfully framed Lillian with one cannon shot. He'd left us a mess on both sides of our voyage. Lillian crumpled up the note in her meaty fists. He replaced me with Jurgen. That man can barely stay sober. Pecha backed off. Kale worked his jaw and then rubbed his head, and our group slowly broke apart as Lillian whirled, looking for something to hit. We can straighten this out, Pecha told her. Once he knows it wasn't you who did it. Shut up. Lillian glared at her and then stormed away. Crew. Pick up speed. We can't drop any weight, or we won't have enough food to make the return journey. Drop those other sails. We're still ahead of Shoskin by days, and we have to keep it that way. Pecha moved like a fly around Lillian. What are we going to do? He'll find us and then we'll have to. We give them Cameron Vulgan's head when they catch up, Lillian barked. And we torture the truth out of Ilga. We did nothing wrong, except for perhaps knowing the real liberators of that dangerous false prisoner. Lillian cast a glare at Kale. Use your magic. Speed us up. Kale squared off with her and sent a glare at Pecha. Vulgan was ahead of us. He plotted that for months. He even imprisoned Ilga when Nar arrived. He made everything look as if Ilga would hate him, so that we'd trust him. Clearly, he is ahead of us. He shouldn't have vanished from our view so quickly, but he did. Lillian advanced on Kale. Stop, I said. I had to admit that the situation made no sense, and I wondered if some sort of magic were involved in Ilga's and Cameron's disappearance. Hadn't Ilga mentioned that One-Eyed Gunther, the father of the Vulgan brothers, had a magical dagger with Nyla's stone? But if Ilga had it, I would have felt the power from it more strongly than anyone else. And I hadn't felt it around Cameron either. It's possible they have other tricks or other pieces of divine treasure, I said. How much longer until we reach the Forbidden Isle? 3 days. Lillian let out a breath as she calmed herself. We seize that map before Cameron can. Perhaps we even cut ahead of him in the storm with Kale's help. One thing they do not have is watery magic. Kale looked at Lillian in shock. He wasn't used to authority figures praising his work. Maybe Lillian wasn't that bad at all, as Mocha said. Kale nodded. I agree. We have to stay vigilant and watch ahead of us and behind us. That's all we can do now, I said, swallowing. We hope for the best once we get to the island. Tensions rose the closer we got to the Forbidden Isle. The temperature dropped as we went farther north and west, away from the other islands. It was as if the ruling 10 hated Nyla so much that they had ordered her to make her island so far from everyone else. Out here felt like exile. Not a single bird flew, and we spotted no life in the sea except for large patches of listless seaweed. No dolphins swam in the waters, and I didn't even spot any sharks coming to investigate the Draken. Slowly, clouds gathered over the sun. The chill deepened. And I knew we were getting close. A low, constant thrumming of icy tingles raced under my skin, not nearly enough for me to use my magic, but enough for me to know that something was changing in the atmosphere. Mocha and Juz paced around the deck as if they could sense the unease in the air, and Kale's eyes widened with nerves as we sailed. At meals, the crew pushed their food around their plates. Even Lillian and Pecha seemed tense. Lillian walked with her shoulders hiked almost to her ears, and Pecha developed a habit of biting her lip. Everyone felt the tension in the air. Myself included, and I had the blood of Nyla. Perhaps my human side was protesting. I don't like this, Kale said as fog settled over the ship. The wind slowed, and we had to rely on Kale's magic to push us forward. Lillian ordered him to the front of the ship, where he had to direct the water to move us. There is land ahead, Kale said as we all gathered beside him. He stood with his hands behind his back, puffing out his chest, but he stared down at the gray water. The water moves a certain way when there's land nearby. It's almost straight ahead. No one goes to the Forbidden Isle. Lillian looked through a spyglass, though that was useless. She focused with intensity as Pecha stood there waiting. We have to, I choked out. The tingling intensified in my muscles, and I seized Kale's arm. He didn't flinch. Instead, he pulled closer to me, earning me a narrow-eyed look from Pecha. We were about to do something that no one dared to do. Enter the doorstep to the underworld. Mocha had told me that everyone believed spirits traveled to the Forbidden Isle when they first died, to enter the gaping maw that led to Nyla's realm. There Nyla's other children, her fully divine children, judged them worthy of the highest levels or deserving of the lowest. The living did not go there. Even I felt like I shouldn't. But what if the Nylandia cult had? Lillian flinched and stomped her boot on the deck. And then she shouted, "Land!" Chapter 22. The word sent a shudder down my spine, and mutters rose among the crew. "Is it the Forbidden Isle?" Petcha asked. Kale slowed down the water's flow, and the crew dropped the sails. A few large rocks poked out of the water in the distance, and they rose far above our heads and curved towards each other. I got the impression of a massive gate frame, easily large enough for several ships to fit through. I blinked as the fog rolled back in, imagining ghost ships carrying legions of souls to the underworld. I closed my eyes. I don't like this. Kale wrapped his arm around me, and I appreciated his warmth. You're tolerating this better than most, I imagine. Tension lived in his words. No, I'm not. Mainly because I'm going to lead the way, aren't I? I looked at him, frowning. Lillian stood behind Kale, and anger burned in her eyes. She adjusted her hat and flung her graying braid out of the way. You must, Nar. I did not ask for this voyage. But you did. I swallowed, waiting for her reaction. Lillian was my trainer, and she had authority, at least in my eyes. You came down and offered your help. I want revenge on Cameron Vulgan and his first mate, she said. And I will have it. He left me no choice but to act. Now I've got to clean up the mess. Again. She didn't want to admit it, but Petcha had convinced her, and she wanted to come out on top for once. What if Lillian secretly wanted the divine treasure, or at least the map to it? People did awful things when they had boots on their necks their entire lives. We slowly approached as Kale tightened his grasp on me and put his full focus on the world ahead. The Draken creaked as the first two stone spikes came back into view. Yes. They looked like a twin pair of dark gray teeth, curved inward at each other. Or a pair of upside-down ribs. An entire series of them stretched out before us. I imagined we were sailing through the remains of a gigantic, stone beast the size of a small mountain. This island. It's pulling us through this on its own, Kale muttered. I don't need to do anything. Can you pull us back if needed? Lillian breathed down his neck. I think so, Kale said, patting his sword with his free hand. The odd stone formations continued, and soon I felt as if we were in a cage of them. I looked behind me. I could no longer see the end of the tunnel. We can't maneuver from side to side, Petcha said. BZ stood beside Petcha, also staring over the railing. I don't think we have to. There's a shore up ahead, and I don't see or hear anyone. I didn't want her to be here. I didn't want anyone to be here. It's empty. BZ looked at me, her eyes hard. The air's moving back at us a bit, like it's bouncing off something, so I think there's an enormous gate or wall ahead, just onshore. Mocha wrapped her arms around herself and shuddered. It could be the gate to the portal. The Forbidden Isle isn't that large. Nyla didn't make it for people to live there. The underworld portal? Jez asked. No one said a word. I felt like I shouldn't, in the presence of such an important place. Death. It was everywhere here, and the farther we went, the more I noticed a faint green sheen on everything. The air took on a knife-like cold, and I knew we couldn't stay here for long. This place will kill you, I whispered to Kale. He nodded. I feel it. We can't stay for long. It's going to drain the life out of us. Petcha let her jaw drop as she faced me. Can't you see the glow? Or is it only me? I looked around, realizing that the outline of a shore was slowly forming in the fog, perhaps 500 feet away. It's only you, Nar. Mocha frowned at me. We can feel it though. Nyla's power is everywhere in this place. It's not enough to kill you fast. It might take a day or so. I caught my breath. I might be immune, and it'll be worse for those of us without the blood of the gods, and— Stop, Beezy shouted. The ship, already moving slowly, stopped as the crew scrambled again. Part the water. Beezy motioned to the expanse ahead. Kale released me. He drew his sword and pointed it at the water ahead, and it parted with a gentle roar, revealing a field of very jagged rocks, like a series of shark teeth rising from the stony ocean floor. The ship lurched as the water below us stilled, and Lillian cursed as she surveyed the terrifying scene ahead of us. It's a trap. Ships can't dock here without getting shredded. Beezy seized the railing as she studied the most terrifying rocks I'd ever seen. Nyla doesn't want the living here. Or she wants the living to die before they arrive. I swallowed. How could the goddess who created this want to stop Vulcan? Vulcan would bring death just as she did. This could have killed me, and everyone I cared about. Kale swallowed as he lowered his sword, allowing the water to slosh back into place between us and the foggy shore. We're going to have to take the ship's boats over this. It's a good thing that I transferred mine to this ship before we left. He nodded his thanks to his crew members. Yikes. There was no gentle beach here. I took a breath of the cold air.
We shouldn't hesitate.
I think the magic here will make everyone weaken until they die. This is Nyla's island, after all. I'll go on shore. I'm the least likely to get killed. The island might respond to me. I recalled all of Kale's training. I needed all my worst emotions. On this island, it was easy to conjure them. I'm going with you, Mocha said. Juz? He nodded. I'm in. We'll take the boat together. I jolted. No. And I'm going too. You're going to need my eyes and ears, Beezy said. I can see through things. I don't know how, but I can. And something feels wrong. You are not. I am. Beezy got in my face. I have the blood of the gods. And I think I know who. Who then? I could get on a boat and go to shore with Kale and Pecha. They had magic that would help, and they were least likely to get killed. But Beezy. Mocha. Juz. Beezy couldn't fight, and Mocha and Juz might fall to the Forbidden Isles' influence. I wasn't sure how quickly it would work once we were on shore. I don't know for sure, but I think it's Menta. A goddess who was almost powerful enough to join the ruling 10. Pecha nodded. She's strong. She should go. Beezy seized my arm. I think that if I don't go, something bad will happen. I've had a sense of dread for days, and it's only gotten stronger since then. I had the same feeling about Ilga, but I had no time to act on it or warn you. By the time it arrived, he was already in the tunnels with us. But now I have time. I can act on it. I agree. Pecha nodded. You're both ganging up on me now. I wanted to shout at the two of them from a place of anger and deep hurt, but Kale shook his head at me. I had to get over it. Beezy was coming into her own, and I had to let her. She was even making new friends, and Pecha wasn't as horrible as she used to be. If Pecha could improve, then so could I. Decide. Lillian folded her arms. I swallowed. We were wasting time, but no one else was here, and we could grab this map and go back. I closed my eyes, hoping to make a bit of contact with Nyla again, but everything stayed silent. Lillian was leaving this up to me. And I had to deal with it. I nodded, hoping that I hadn't doomed us all to an early trip to the underworld. We all go. Together. Everyone who can fit into the ship's boats goes onshore, and then I open the gate. Chapter 23. The one positive was that Vulcan didn't seem to be here yet, and there was no space for his entire ship to hide in front of us. The curved rocky spikes were so close together that no full-sized ship could fit between them, so Cameron couldn't use our own ambush technique against us. I had one condition. Only those with the blood of the gods would occupy the same boat with me, just in case this place made my magic flare to where I lost control. The older Vulcan's ship had been enough for that, and this island would be worse. Lillian agreed with me. If Mocha and Jez take the other boat, I will row with them. I'm going onshore. I'd take it. That meant I'd go onshore with Kale, Petcha, and Beezy. Though Petcha still hated me, I wanted her in my corner. Her need to show off might come in handy. Lillian would take Mocha, Jez, and Taryn, a trusted fighter on her crew, and Kale would direct both boats to shore. The rest of the crew would remain on the ship and watch for any traps. 8 of us would venture onto the Forbidden Isle. Quickly. Once we're onshore, stay together. Lillian's voice boomed over us. I will fire 1 shot if we need extra hands. The rest of the crew nodded. Dread crept onto all faces. They'd have to swim through that dangerous water if Lillian called for reinforcements. Even getting our boats through would pose a danger. The ship's boat was barely big enough to fit the 4 of us. We boarded and I stayed beside Beezy. Stay behind us, Kale said as the crew lowered us into the cold water. The temperature dropped so close to the water's surface, and my magic flared as the boat made contact. Petcha shuddered and wrapped her arms around herself. Kale resisted doing the same, and he scooted slightly away from her on the bench. The 4 of us sat there, facing each other as we rowed. I was glad for Lillian's rowing lessons back on Islanda Nylar. I had higher strength than most, but rowing required endurance, and Kale directed the water with his gaze as we slowly drifted from the ship and towards where the rocky dark shore must be. The other boat hit the water with a loud plop, and the others followed. We rowed. And the farther we got from the Draken, the more my heart pounded. We strained harder and harder. The water felt thick somehow, as if there were something more to it than liquid, and Kale stood after a few minutes of rowing and pointed his sword at the rocks. Something is off. He was right. He strained and the air filled with the feel of watery magic, but the water wouldn't move. Maybe you need my help? I stood to stand beside him, trying not to rock the boat. Petcha cleared her throat. You could kill people if you combine magic again. I faced her, but I couldn't get mad. Petcha had a point, even if she was using it to take a stab at me. It's not raining. So long as we don't go overboard, we should be okay. And I don't think there's anything living in this water. Don't touch it. It probably has the touch of death, Petcha ordered. Then she turned to the other boat, which had lowered halfway to the water. Wait. Your sword. I held my hand out to Kale. Reluctantly, he handed over his weapon. And it wasn't hard to summon my magic. I turned to the expanse of water ahead of us, and I took off my glove. Grasping the sword with bare skin, I focused. My magic thrummed through my palm in the presence of this place. Deathly magic lurked everywhere. In the water. In the rocks. Perhaps minute amounts hung in the air as well. We had to stop Cameron. We had to keep that map safe. I eyed Lillian in the other boat, and she panted with exhaustion as she tried to row with Mocha, Jez, and Taryn. We weren't getting very far. Time to show your training again, Kale said. I pointed Kale's weapon at the water, ignoring Petcha's glare. Beezy leaned close to me. You're probably the only person who can get us to the island. Do not swim in this. Lillian's voice boomed out from the other boat. Once we're onshore, the 8 of us are on our own. The crew shouted that they understood. I focused on the water. Enough with the distractions. My magic merged with the smooth type that Kale had mastered, and he stood beside me as we both focused on the gray expanse that covered all the dangerous rocks. My arm trembled as my magic grew to a point where I felt I'd explode, and I imagined the water parting to reveal the safest route. And with a whisper, the deathly water did, shimmering with the faintest of green. Beezy gasped. Someone in the other boat clapped behind us. I was doing it. Beezy. Note the rocks and remember where they are. Kale looked back at her.
Petcha.
Light the way so Beezy can see. Both stood, and the boat lurched a bit before settling. But I kept my grasp and watched as the low water between the parting walls revealed the network of very sharp, very dangerous rocks. Fire burst to life behind us, and light fell on the rocks, merging with the eerie green glow that seemed to hang over everything. Everyone could see clearer as I held the water back. Slightly to the left, and then at the last spire, we turn right a bit. Beezy breathed into my ear as I studied the vast network, with no hope of remembering the safest route. "You're amazing," I said. She smiled at me as I lowered the sword and slowly let the water slosh back into place. It did so with a whisper. "Think Cameron got past all of that?" Lillian asked, about 20 feet behind us. "We don't know," Kale said. "We just might be the first, and there's no guarantee that Ilga reached his ship in that weather." I hoped so. Then we could grab the map and keep it safe from Cameron. But could we keep it safe from anyone else? Even removing it from the Forbidden Isle seemed like a bad idea.
Move us.
Kale smiled at me. "What if we're falling into another trap?" I asked. "Doing what Cameron wants?" "I'm done." We had already done exactly what he wanted. He frowned. "I've thought of that. But..." A man's scream echoed from somewhere straight ahead. I jolted. "What the?" Petcha started. She looked back at Lillian. "Is someone else on this island?" Lillian's jaw dropped.
"Only the dead come here."
"That person was alive," Beezy said. "Something feels wrong here." "Was it Cameron?" I asked her. How could anyone else be here? There was no other ship, and the island would have drawn another ship straight through this, wouldn't it? I didn't even see any other ship's boats. "Someone's here. And we're stopping them," Petcha said as the fireball danced in her palm. "Forward, Nar. I'm getting revenge. And then I'll consider not hating you anymore." I pointed the sword back at the water. "Beezy. Up here. By me. Tell me how not to kill us again." She exchanged places with Kale, and I adjusted to the feeling of my magic merging with the water type. It wasn't much different from making my deathly magic flow into weapons. "This way." Beezy directed me, and I had to stop and adjust the current several times. "And this way. Here. There's an opening." She pointed into the thick gray water. "We're moving," Mocha said. "Stay right behind Nar." Lillian left no room for argument. "Follow the current." Slowly, our two boats progressed. And the shore came into view more by the second, but I couldn't focus on that, or on the gasps of the others as we approached the gate. I kept my full attention on the water. I barely noticed as we reached the shore and the boat scraped stone. Beezy tapped my shoulder. "We're here." I lowered my sword and breathed out. Kale handed me my glove, and I handed him his sword. And for the first time, I beheld the gates of the Forbidden Isle. Beside us, the second boat pulled up, scraping the dark shore, and I put on my glove. It would not calm down here. I was as deadly as the surroundings, and maybe even part of them. Whoa! I eyed the vast black gate that stood before us, just 50 feet up a gentle black hill. Like the underground temple back on Islanda Nylar, black brick made up the gate and wall. The vast wall stretched away in both directions, and huge torches spat green fire as they burned eternally on either side of the gate itself. It all towered 30 feet high. The rounded gate was carved in ornate shapes, bones, dead trees and other symbols of death. Crows perched on dead branches and skulls leered out at us with dark eyes, and all the images reflected the green light as if they were alive. "That's almost beautiful," Mocha said, breaking the silence. "How do we get inside? Where do we put in the combination?" Kale stepped forward.
"We need a closer look."
The front of the ship's boat rested on the stone, so I got out without touching the still water. Kale did the same, and he helped Petcha and Beezy out. Lillian and her group also got out, and we all stood there, eyeing the gate. I swallowed. "I'll do the combination, as I'm the least likely to fall to this magic." "Nar, after you killed Yemen Vulgan you have my confidence." Lillian smiled at me. "You may not be captain material, but you are fighter material. I drew my sword, though I kept my gloves on. Walking up to the gate, I studied it and the smooth dark stone under my feet. I could barely see the top in the cold mist. Any combination would be at eye level. I studied the double doors. Right there. Those symbols enclosed in the circles. They're buttons, Beezy said. Right there. Oh. Petcha still held a fireball, illuminating the grooves that formed shapes. A whole sea of small symbols, each the size of my palm, decorated the door at eye height and slightly above. A bone. A skull. A crow. Moons. Rings. Spades. Even the cross of a grave marker. Every symbol of death decorated the door. We have to press the combination, Mocha said. How could I forget it? It had played in my dreams ever since we left Islanda Nylar. Plus. Skull. Key. Star. Be careful. There are so many symbols that no one could ever guess which ones are right, Mocha said. Jiz squinted at the symbols, of which there must be 30. This is hard. We just have to find the right ones. Right, Nar? Lillian asked. The plus stuck out to me, mainly because Beezy pointed at it. Holding my breath, I pressed it with my glove. Despite no skin contact, the plus clicked inward and settled there. I held my breath. And nothing rose from the ground to kill us. The skull, Beezy said. Mocha snorted. To my amazement, there's only one of those. I pressed it, and then we found the key, a carving that barely stood out against the dark stone. And at last, we found the star. It was at the bottom of the carvings, at my chest level, as if it were pointing straight to the underworld. I hoped that wasn't an omen as I pressed it. The final shape clicked inward, and then I stood back as a great groan emanated from the doors. Get ready, Lillian said. But there was no need. They swung inward as we watched, dragging it out, taking their sweet time. And beyond them stretched a wide dirt road, lined with grave markers of all shapes and sizes. Statues of crying women stood everywhere, and mausoleums rose between the markers. My magic once again flared at the sight. Everyone. I gulped. Stay in the center of the road, and we might avoid the worst. I'll try to keep things under control. Were there actual bodies under those markers, or were they just there to convince people to stay back? I agree. Mocha eyed the world beyond the doors. I think the Forbidden Isle houses the graves of old heroes. People used to flock here for burials, but that was thousands of years ago. Being buried here meant you got a good spot in the underworld. It was considered an honor. The skeletons here are probably gone by now or just fragments, Beezy said. That was both a relief and a curse. I couldn't raise any ancient warriors to fight for us. But that also meant that Nyla couldn't change her mind and decide to destroy us. Let's find this map and get out of here. We don't need to take it with us. We just need to hide it. I eyed my companions. No one looked away from me or down at the ground. Even Lillian, who had every reason to get to the divine treasure before anyone, nodded. I agree. I don't trust Shoskin not to claim the treasure for himself. And I am not sorry, Kale, for saying that. He nodded. Neither am I. We shouldn't waste any more time, Petcha said, closing her fist and extinguishing the flame. I led the way, sword out, searching the graves for any signs of movement. But there were none, and not even crows dared to land here. The road was wide, and it was easy to follow since no plants grew here either. The ground was all gravel and bare dirt. My magic thrummed under my skin just at the presence of the sights. It was almost as if I could feel all the funerals that took place so long ago. The sadness. The honor. Muted celebration. Even relief. The last one was something most people didn't expect when it came to death, but I had felt it twice. The death of the Overseer was the first time, and Yemen Vulgan's death was the other. The emotions raced through me until my throat threatened to close. Nar? Kale asked. I can just feel everything. The center of the island has to be straight ahead, somewhere. A wave of icy tingles swept over me, and the source came from somewhere ahead. I stopped. Do you sense that? Kale shuddered. Something's in the air. I'm feeling weak. What about everyone else? Mocha asked. My legs are a little shaky. I wasn't getting that, but I had the blood of Nyla and the touch of death. This place was sadly my element.
We should hurry.
Grab this, hide it well, and go. Maybe only I should go ahead. I think we're close to the island's center. Already, we had walked through maybe a quarter mile of the graveyard, and I could no longer see the walls that separated this border region from the world of the living. No, Mocha said. We do this together.
Anything could happen up there.
My heart raced. We were wasting time. I plowed forward. No one had to come with me. But these people, even Pecha, were following me to the portal that led straight to the underworld. The icy sensation in the air strengthened as we walked, and the gravestones slowly grew farther apart, as if the ancient funeral goers hadn't wanted to get too close to the center. The statues cried in silence after us, and soon my breath spiraled in front of me and blended with the mist. It's clearing, Beezy said. I realized that the mist itself lifted the closer we got to the center. The road stretched through empty fields of dirt and boulders. We have little cover out here. Lillian pushed to the front of the group with her sword raised. She swept her gaze sideways, looking for threats.
Everyone.
Stay together with your weapons out. Anything could happen, and we may need to double back against each other to fight from every angle. Our group tightened and I stepped so close to Kale that our shoulders touched. The fog lifted all at once, though the sky morphed into an ashen, featureless gray. And I stopped, blinking as a massive ring of black spikes, all curved inward, rose far above our heads and came together above a deep pit that looked as if it went down forever. The spikes all had black stairs leading to the very top, where they held up a ring of stone over the center of the field-sized pit. Oh, Ja said. The portal had the same effect as Islanda Nylar, which stayed invisible until you got very close to it. It was all thanks to the Veil of Death. And apparently, Cameron Vulgan had the ability too, because he stood just 20 feet away with his entourage of 12 gray-uniformed guards. He stood at the base of the pit, near the bottom of the stone Pilar steps, a dagger in one hand and Elias's throat under another. Vulgan smiled at us and slowly waved the dagger, and as he did, icy magic surged through the air. The dagger with a black blade had a large black opal on the handle. It shone, giving off a faint green light. Panic exploded in my chest. Nyla's stone. This was a piece of her treasure, and Vulgan was using it. He had inherited his father's weapon, and hadn't dared to carry it until now. He had no magic of his own, but he didn't need it. With that dagger, his deathly touch matched my own. Chapter 24. One-Eyed Gunther's Weapon. Wide-eyed, Kale pointed his weapon at Vulgan. Release that young man. Elias's eyes were wide. He was shaking. Already, blood stained his shoulder. Vulgan had already stabbed him, and it was a miracle that Elias wasn't dead already. But then I realized. Elias must have gotten stabbed by a guard, or by another weapon. Ah. But getting the map requires sacrifice, Vulgan said. Nyla stashed it in the underworld, and you have to put death in to get any artifacts out. That is the secret rule, straight from the goddess's mouth. Of course, she told my father that before she got angry. He was going to kill Elias. His was the scream we'd heard. Think, Nar. Get him out of this. How did you get here? I asked, trying to stall. The Veil of Death is a useful thing, Cameron said with a wicked smile. I've been sailing just a few miles ahead of you for some time. Been watching your ship. Could have ended you, but I figured I would give you one last chance to join me. Please hurry with this sacrifice. A guard trembled, struggling to keep a brave face. Silence. Or you will not get your portion. Cameron glared at the man. I looked at Mocha and Jez, and Kale nodded at me. And I knew what it meant. Perhaps I had a bargaining chip or two. Why would Nyla give you the map? She doesn't want you to have it. I forced a smile as I stepped forward. Heard that from her myself. She doesn't want anyone to have it, not even me. No shock came over Vulgan's face. He already knew. Instead, he backed up the steps with Elias in tow. We banished Nyla back to her realm. She can't stop us. She ducked out thousands of years ago, Nar. Doesn't care about you. Let him down, Mocha shouted. She leapt forward, but Vulgan's dozen guards, my former oppressors, rushed forward and blocked the way, raising broadswords. You release that young recruit. Lillian shouted. He's my fresh meat. She drew her sword and pointed it at Vulgan, but he had already gone part way up the steps. Elias! Beezy shouted. Elias's eyes bulged. He moved his lips wordlessly as Vulgan continued to back up the steps of the curved spire, towards the center of the formation where the round stone platform was located. And I realized what was going to happen. He would slit Elias's throat above that pit. He would make his sacrifice. And then he would get the map. And this time Nyla might not help me. Her word was simple. We were here. She wasn't. Kale nudged me. He swallowed with a click and hissed in my ear. Beezy's hiding. We distract the guards. Someone rescues Elias. Vulgan had gone halfway up the steps. I knew what I had to do. I was going up. Do it, I said. Don't let them through, one guard shouted, holding up his broadsword. They tightened their formation before us. I could take down one of them with my magic. Attack! Kale shouted. Lillian and Taryn raised their swords, and I spotted the flash of pistols in the pirates' hands as the guards focused on the blades. Gunshots cracked and the guards fell, grasping their chests as blood spread over the wounds. The first guard managed to scream before bleeding out on the soil. And as he did, the infinite pit flashed green. A spirit had entered the underworld. We'd have another if I didn't fight. I shook off my gloves, grasped my sword, and charged the next guard. I let my magic surround my blade, making it shine with a sickly green glow. I would send all these guards to the underworld. They deserved it for helping Vulgan. And they deserved it for making our lives a nightmare. The gray-uniformed man growled as his blade met mine, and I glared into his eyes as Lillian's training kicked in. I needed the element of surprise. Drawing my already loaded pistol, I let my magic flow into the weapon and into the iron ball it contained. But I couldn't lift my hand to shoot. The man's arm blocked the way, covered in clothing. I couldn't touch skin. Fine. I fired into the guard's foot. The bullet carried my magic. It must have struck skin, because the guard's eyes went dead and he fell to the ground, falling onto his sword. The pit flashed green again. I lurched forward towards the steps as his weight fell away. Go! Mocha shouted. They're almost at the top. More fire broke out, but I knew Pecha couldn't keep it up forever. Jez met his own opponent, and Mocha dodged the blows of another guard, matching him with his size, and Lillian and Taryn continued to fight beside us. Fire flashed, and Pecha swung a blazing blade at another guard who caught fire and backpedaled. Lillian kicked at another. They wouldn't last much longer. And Vulgan already had Elias at the top of the steps. Elias dragged his feet onto the sacrificial platform. Despite the vast pit below me, I bolted up the steps. A faint green glow spread out below me, and as I ran, the entire hole flashed again. Someone else had died, probably the second shot guard. Nar. Have you reconsidered? Vulgan now stood at the top, with Nyla's dagger against Elias's throat. A wicked smile turned up his burgundy beard. I stopped just 10 steps below him, aware that the pit stretched out below. Dizziness stole over me, but I got my bearings. Let go of him. Could I use my magic again? I had killed one guard with it, and I could barely feel the icy tingles now. But already, it built back up. I was in my element. But how to end the younger Vulgan brother? Elias took a long gasping breath. Nar. I'm sorry. Ha. Sorry. Tell her, won't you? Vulcan moved the dagger up and down Elias's throat, barely touching the skin. A single drop of blood formed and dripped down his already scarred flesh. I took Shoskin's dagger for Vulcan. Threw it into the underground lagoon, where no one will find it, Elias said. We had to make you think Vulcan had it, so the first mate could. You took the dagger? I kept my sword raised. Already, it glowed faintly. Ilga and I promised him passage off Islanda Nylar, Vulcan said. And he got it. Behind me, the fighting continued. Kale shouted insults. Jiz grunted. Mocha shouted at the guards to come at her, and Lillian screamed in rage. I had made a mistake, rejecting Elias's help. He'd gone to the younger Vulcan, thinking he was better than his brother. And Vulcan had exploited his terror. But I knew what I had to do. Elias was vulnerable. He was only trying to escape from this nightmare. Like me. You're forgiven, I said. My heart raced. What did I do next? Ilga wasn't here. He was staying safe, probably on the ship, knowing we'd murder him. Coward. A slicing sound followed. Elias gasped. And then blood flowed from his throat. Vulcan hadn't given me any time to act. A scream of rage bubbled up, and Elias slowly went limp as Vulcan released him. He fell to the round platform, and he continued to bleed as Vulcan held up the dagger, which dripped with crimson. I offer the underworld this sacrifice for the map to the divine treasure. He spoke as if he had rehearsed these lines many times. Give it to me, as I give you this warrior's death. And with that, he kicked Elias's now still form off the platform as the pit flashed green. Elias tumbled. I couldn't move. I couldn't even curse Vulcan out. He had done it. The sound of wind whistled in my ears, rushing from upward, and the chill bit my exposed flesh and sent a shudder through my body. And now, something fluttered upward from the depths. A piece of parchment, marked with lines, words, and images of islands, rode the breeze and up to Vulcan's outstretched arm. He seized the map. Nar! Kale shouted. I could barely breathe, as the icy wind seemed to rip the air from my lungs. Ah! Not too difficult, Vulcan said with a smile. He flashed the dagger with the other hand. Do something. I could pretend to want to join him. But he'd see through that. What to do? What to do? You killed him, Beezy said, drawing up behind me. You killed that young man for a piece of paper. How could you? Her voice rose. No. She was overcome with grief for Elias. She couldn't stay back. I looked over my shoulder and Beezy stood there, her blue eyes flashing. She had a plan. And I knew without asking. Beezy could memorize everything she saw. She could pick up details no one else could. And Vulcan probably didn't suspect her of it. She'd made herself look weak back on Islanda Nylar. Amazing. I needed her. You're right. I turned back to face Vulcan. That wasn't too difficult. Vulcan faced me, weapons clanking on his belt. His black coat settled around him as he faced us. Reconsidering, Nar? Don't do it, Beezy begged, clutching my shoulders from behind. He's evil. He's just going to kill you after you help him get to this treasure, and then he's going to make everyone his slaves. She let the tears stream. Her voice cracked. And her voice took a lumpy tone. She had cared for Elias for weeks only to see Vulcan throw him into the pit like a sack of trash. Rage filled me. He would die. I raised my sword. Your friendship skills are poor. Mine are better than yours. And I charged up the remaining 10 steps. Vulcan held both hands out, flashing the map by mistake, but I ignored the shapes, lines, and calligraphy. He lifted the dagger, the only weapon he had ready, and blocked the blow of my sword with a lightning motion. We stood there, and Vulcan held me back with just the tip of the small, jagged blade. He clutched the map to his chest as he guarded. My sword glowed. So did the dagger. Its magic was holding me back, stopping me from shoving him off the platform and into the glowing dark depths. Kill him! Beezy shouted on the steps. Vulcan flicked his gaze to the weapon, and then back to me. I was too close for the veil of death to work. Getting stabbed with deathly magic wouldn't kill me. But we stood at a stalemate. The dagger gave Vulcan strength that matched mine. I tried kneeing him, but he stood too far back, and if I moved my sword, he'd charge and shove me off the platform. Even I wouldn't come back from a fall into the underworld. And no one could help me. Even Beezy would have no plan for this. Drop that, I said, eyeing the map. If it went back into the pit, the divine treasure would be safe. Vulcan seemed to think, and I didn't like that. A pause stretched out. Then he stared right into my eyes. Oh, that's a bad idea. Our father worked hard to put this plan into place, and now it's up to us to finish what he and Nylandia started. His words slammed into me like a wall of water. And then I did what Lillian had always told us not to do. I let my opponent get to me. And my grasp on my sword slipped. Vulcan flicked my sword away with his dagger, and I stood there, weaponless, an unloaded pistol on my hip. Cameron kept the dagger between us, waiting for my reaction as my sword spiraled into the underworld. Beezy went silent. Only the distant sounds of fighting continued. What? It was all I could manage as icy shock filled my chest. Or was it shock? My gut knew the truth before my mind did. And now Vulcan had opened the floodgates that I held shut for months. The map fluttered in the faint breeze as he spoke again. That's right. We share the same father, Nar, and the same birthright. I'm shocked Kale didn't tell you. Ilga let him know about your origins. But we do not share the same mother. I'd appreciate more of your help in finding this treasure, but if you refuse, then I can manage. He twirled the dagger in the air and caught it, sending more icy tingles over the platform. I took a breath. And then something new rose inside me. Pure rage. I hated Vulcan. Loathing filled me at the way my life was turning out, and at this chain that dragged me through it. An explosion of ice followed inside. I charged him, screaming. Nar! Beezy shouted from the steps. The world blurred as I crashed into him, and I searched for a patch of bare skin. A cheek.
Anything.
I brushed his beard as he shoved me back by the shoulders, and my vision blurred as I sailed backward. Air spread out below me as I fell. Beezy screamed. I reached out. Seized the edge, straining my shoulders as I caught myself. The underworld stretched out below, waiting to claim me, just begging me to let go. I kicked and held onto the edge. So I've got your answer, Vulcan said, standing over me. Enjoy your place with the others.
Let her. Beezy.
But it was too late. She crashed into Vulcan, and he caught her just as Mocha and Jez bolted up the steps and ripped her away. My arms strained as I struggled to pull myself up over the platform's edge. But it was slippery. A dark substance stopped me from getting a grasp. Elias's blood. Nar. Mocha appeared above me as Vulcan ran down the steps of another spike, map in tow. She extended her arms. No. Icy magic filled me. I wasn't wearing my gloves. Not again. I couldn't do it again. I'll take your sleeves. Mocha removed her vest and wrapped her hands in it. Let me. Grab on. I closed my eyes as footfalls raced down the steps. It was too risky. She wouldn't survive. Any skin contact would.
Get him.
Jez shouted. I've got you, Beezy. Grab on. Mocha's voice rose. I'd kill her. There was nothing good about where I came from or where I was going. Grab on, Nar, or I swear I'll grab on myself and then slap you silly after. But Mocha had no good handholds. If she grabbed my sleeves with her hands wrapped, I'd slip. No one with the blood of the gods would help me. My arms quivered. I was losing my grasp. If I died, Mocha and Beezy would never forgive me. But Vulcan was running away with the map. I had the best shot at stopping him. Mocha was my friend. And friends helped each other. If I died, Vulgan won and Mocha might as well perish. I reached up and found not Mocha's arms but her belt. I felt fabric. Leather. Even the holster of her pistol.
Good enough.
Hang on. And she pulled. I rose above the pit and flopped down on the black stone. I've got Beezy. She almost fell, Jez said. He's getting away. He shoved her off the steps and I barely caught her. Shoot him. Mocha shouted. I pushed myself up, trying not to get dizzy. The icy tingles died, and I faced Mocha and Beezy as Jez fired a shot. But it missed, and Vulgan's form vanished from the bottom of the steps. He'd already descended. She nodded. Thank me later. Vulgan and his guards are pulling back. I took a breath and realized how high we were above the steps. And that Pecha, Lillian, Kale and Taryn were giving chase, vanishing into the fog that surrounded the portal. Lillian reloaded her pistol with a paper funnel of powder and fired, and her shot must have hit someone, because another ring of green lightning raced up the sides of the portal, signaling yet another death. I had no time to reel from this second revelation. Beezy caught her breath as I ran past Jez and her. Mocha followed. We couldn't let Vulgan get away. He'd taken the map and left me with disgust. One-eyed Gunter. I'd vomit later. We reached the bottom of the steps, with Mocha and Jez running behind me. As I ran, I reloaded my pistol with another paper funnel of gunpowder and another lead ball. We ran back into the fog. Past the graves. Off the road, and up a hill after the fading footfalls. The dead form of a guard lay against a mausoleum, and I jumped over him, glad no one would bury him. He deserved to lie here after helping Vulgan. Where is he? Lillian shouted from uphill. We crested the hill, and I stood beside my trainer. Kale searched the expansive graveyard below, using his sword to part the heavy water vapor that hung over the area. It obeyed, but we only found graves upon graves interspersed with boulders. I see nothing, Beezy said. I took a breath. Vulgan has Nyla's dagger. He's using the Veil of Death. We can't see where he's going unless we're very close. Lillian's eyes widened. She understood because Islanda Nylar also had it. And she reloaded her pistol. Fire! We might hit some of them. She fired into the graveyard below, and scattering footfalls told me that Vulgan could use the Veil of Death not just on himself, but on his guards and his entire ship. They were running somewhere.
Beezy,
I said. But her eyes widened as she studied the graves below. I can't tell where they are. I can't see through this veil. Kale fired his own pistol, and then Mocha and Jez did the same. If we hit Vulgan, we'd end this. And then gunshots fired back. The air beside my head whooshed and I hit the ground. Duck. Kale put his arm over me as the shots continued. We had no advantage. We were lying here as Vulgan got further and further away. And if we gave chase, he just clarified that he'd destroy us. Lillian cursed, and she remained flat against the ground with the rest of us. No one had been hit, but we might as well have been. Vulgan had gotten the map. And as we were lying here on this hill of the Forbidden Isle, he was already on his way to the divine treasure. Chapter 25. Back to the ship. Lillian ordered. We sail before Vulgan finds us and blasts us full of holes. He would too. And if he kept his distance, he'd do it from an invisible ship. Vulgan had docked somewhere else and avoided the main gate, or maybe there was over one gate on the island. Otherwise, we'd have run into his ship. In a daze, I rose and ran after the others, holding on to Beezy's arm. She had almost died for me, and then Mocha had done the same. I didn't deserve that. And Kale. Nar, he breathed beside me. He'd held the truth back. Why? Anger burned as we reached the road, and he took my hand. But I had no time for an argument now. We had to leave. Not even Beezy could help us with the Veil of Death. We reached the black gates, and they were open still, and as we approached, they began to close with a great groan. Petcha summoned another weak fireball, but it would do no good here, and she let it go out as she ducked through the opening first. The rest of us followed, and Lillian barked at us to get into the ship's boats, which had stayed untouched. The gates closed behind us. We all boarded, not caring who sat by who. I found myself rowing beside Petcha and across from Kale, and Mocha sat beside him, straining as we rode through the thick, deathly water. Kale hadn't told me. I couldn't tell anyone else. Beezy would keep it a secret. She already knew about the overseer. But how would Mocha and Jiz look at me if they found out what Cameron told me? I couldn't tell them. Not Lillian. And definitely not Petcha. Lillian's crew pulled us back up onto the Draken. Sails dropped as the ship slowly turned, careful not to hit the stone ribs that poked from the water. Lillian continued to order her crew and Kale's crew as everyone scrambled around. I should help. But I could only stand there, looking over the railing as we pulled away from the Forbidden Isle. Nar. Beezy stood beside me. Kale was helping with the rigging. I should be too, but I couldn't. Don't tell anyone, I whispered. She heard the whole thing. Please tell me you think Vulcan was lying. She frowned at me. And Beezy didn't say a word. The sun slowly came out. The surrounding ocean stayed clear, and the crew slowly calmed down and took up their normal positions. I joined Beezy, Kale, and Petcha near the bow of the ship with Lillian. Lillian grasped the sides of a crate and stared down at it, as if it held a map, but of course Vulcan had it. What do we do now? Petcha asked. Lillian let out a slow sigh. We don't know where Vulcan's going next. Or where the divine treasure is. With the veil of death over his ship, he is 5 steps ahead of us at every turn. Kale paced. Then even going to my father will not help us. All we can do is wait for Cameron to find the treasure. Was he not looking at me, as if he suspected I found out the truth? Or was I overthinking it? You forgot that we also need to wait for your father to find us. Lillian put her fists on her hips. Shoskin believes that I aided Ilga out of that cell and captured you, or that you're working with me. We have a vested interest in finding Vulcan. If we can't do that, then our only option is to become dogs with our tails between our legs and go into hiding. Or is he ahead of us? Beezy slowly asked. Get me a piece of parchment. I took a breath. You saw the map. You heard her, Lillian barked at Kale. Get her a piece. Kale made a face and went to retrieve one, along with a quill and an ink vial. He returned and nodded to Beezy. You saw the map, I repeated. It was hard because of what happened to Elias, but I memorized it. Beezy seized the quill. Cameron did not know. I let my jaw drop. The plan. It had worked, and now Beezy had some idea of where we had to go next. And she drew. No one said a word as we continued to sail away from the Forbidden Isle, which was no longer visible. It too hid behind the veil of death. Beezy seemed to work for hours, her hand light and graceful yet sharp and determined. We all leaned over the fresh parchment, and Petcha smiled wider and wider as islands, currents, and text came into being as if Beezy were releasing that ink from her soul. She was coming through yet again. How could I have dismissed her abilities for so long? Here's Islanda Nylar. She pointed to a tiny skull in the upper center of the map. We're coming from here. This is the Forbidden Isle. A slightly larger island rested to the northwest of Nylar. Islanda Nylar is to the west of here, and it looks like, well, there are a bunch of uncharted islands even farther south than Islanda Nylar, away from the 10 islands. Yes. There were lots of them. The treasure, Beezy said, tapping an island in the bottom center, is here. I leaned closer. An X seemed to hover over the mountain on the paper, a jagged one with an ominous cone that had smoke coming out of the top. Lillian cursed. And Kale sighed and seized my arm. Well, we know why no one has gone to get it until now, Petcha said. Lillian glared at us all. That's Mount Raglan. And it's the most active, most dangerous volcano in the world. And if we want to stop Vulcan from carrying out his plan and keep ourselves safe from Shoskin, that's where we're going. End of Book 2.